Marcus fell beneath the train at 8:17 p.m., and by the time the screaming stopped, everyone on that platform was looking at me. This is the last push. The police called it suicide, a tragic choice, an open and shut case. But I was there, and I know Marcus didn't jump. There were 5 of us on that platform: Marcus, me, and 3 strangers whose faces I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. One of them killed him. One of them watched it happen. And somehow, by the end of that night, all suspicion had settled on me. So I ran. Back to Tidesong, my family's decaying clifftop house in Cornwall, where the sea gnaws at the rocks below and the walls remember more than they should. I told myself I came here to hide, to grieve, to untangle the lies Marcus left behind, to figure out why the man I loved was keeping secrets that now threatened to bury me with him. But Tidesong isn't the refuge I thought it would be, because someone knows where I am, someone knows Marcus was murdered. And when a message appears on my laptop, Marcus didn't jump, he was pushed. I know it was you. I realize the truth is far worse than being hunted by a killer. Someone believes I'm guilty. They're watching, waiting, closing in. And if I don't uncover what really happened on that platform, the sea may not be the only thing ready to swallow me whole. Prologue. The platform. He steps off the platform and, just like that, disappears under the wheels of the tube train. The squeal of brakes slices through the low hum of passenger conversations, sharp as a guillotine. Silence falls, abrupt and absolute. Everyone senses something terrible has happened. People gasp, scream. Some stare frozen into the abyss where he fell, while others back away, pressing themselves against the grimy station walls. A few, morbidly curious, peer over the edge. The sight of blood spatter on their hands and clothes will hit them like a tidal wave. Tiny specks that, at first, they won't associate with blood. But soon they will, and when they do, it will nauseate them. Vomit will rise, an urgency to wash, to get out of their clothes, will overtake them to a point of frenzy. None of them will probably ever wear those garments again. They'll want to erase the touch of death. The hysteria will come soon. Terror, disgust. Within minutes, the British Transport Police arrive, taking control and urging everyone back. Still, some remain rooted to the platform's edge, staring into the darkness where he disappeared. The consequences of his death will ripple out like shockwaves, profound and irreversible. They will alter the lives of everyone touched by this moment in ways they cannot yet conceive. Those who knew him, those who loved him, and the one who might have pushed him. Did he jump? Or was he pushed? A low murmur begins to spread like wildfire. Voices erupt. What happened? Did you see it? Oh my God, he jumped! Was he alone? Did someone push him? The questions come thick and fast, the crowd feeding on their own unease. Fingers start to point at the young man in the Nike hoodie, at the woman in the leopard print coat, at anyone who'd been close enough to the edge. He hadn't looked like a jumper. But then, did a jumper have a look? A young police officer, his face full of earnest sympathy, begins moving through the crowd. His acne scars catching the fluorescent light, his chocolate brown curls slightly disheveled. He tries to keep order, his voice calm but firm, asking for statements. Most people don't want to give one. They just want to leave, to escape the horror and go back to their lives in the fast-paced London metropolis. To get outside and breathe fresh air. To forget. Because people will forget about these sorts of accidents. After the drama, they switch off and get on with their lives. When it comes on the news later, they will watch it dispassionately, as if someone else had been there, already having removed themselves in their minds. Humans have an attention span of 8 minutes, 1 minute more than a goldfish. But they didn't know him. He wasn't a friend, family, workmate, none of those things. It didn't touch them. They didn't allow it to touch them. Some will, by the very nature of being human, find it hard to disconnect. They'll think about him, who he was, what he did, who his family might be, and why. Why did he do it? What was so bad that he threw himself in front of a train? Or was he pushed? The woman in the leopard print coat checks her phone impatiently, her luminous white teeth almost blinding under the station lights. "I didn't see anything," she snaps at the officer. "I have an appointment and I'm already late." Nearby, the young man in the Nike hoodie vapes nervously. "I didn't talk to him, and I don't know him." His tone is defensive. "I was just standing here like everyone else. Can I go now?" His eyes flicker with something unreadable. Guilt? Fear? Or just irritation at being questioned? The officer doesn't react, jotting down notes with quiet efficiency. His composure is admirable, but how long will it last? How many scenes like this can someone witness before their humanity gets worn away? Amid the chaos, a lone phone lies abandoned on the ground, near a scattered shopping bag. Someone picks it up and slips it into their pocket. Was it his? Did it fall when the train hit him? Will it be handed in? And if not, why? The station buzzes with noise and movement. Police cordon off the area, and statements are taken one by one. Fingers continue to point. Whispers swirl. Everyone is making assumptions about why he jumped, about who saw what, or if anyone saw anything at all. But assumptions can be dangerous. They can get people hurt. Chapter 1. Bibby Cornwall. 1 month later. I drop the gear shift to B to help my 10-year-old BMW 1 Series climb the steep, winding coast road. Taking the bends slowly, I avoid looking over the edge of the hip-high dry stone wall that runs all the way up to the top. It isn't fear, not really, just a long-standing agreement with my vertigo. Don't tempt it, and it won't tempt me back. The road curls upwards, and I keep my gaze ahead, towards the summit, where everything feels a little bigger, a little freer. I don't need to hurry. What's waiting will wait. Still, the thought of it stirs something warm inside me. It's been a long time coming. The trees bend this way and that as the wind picks up. Beyoncé's Single Ladies blares from the speakers, the beat thudding through the car, and I let myself sing along, loud and tuneless. It's indulgent and a little freeing. I used to be so happy here. My fingers drum against the steering wheel, legs jittery with energy, and I find myself grinning like I've just remembered a secret. The wind rushes in through the open window, and I whoop into it, just because I can. In the distance, down on the beach, a lone mustard beanie tumbles across the sand, the wind snapping at it, propelling it forward. It reminds me of my childhood spent growing up here with my grandmother. Granny would have marched right after that beanie, muttering about lost knitwear and chapped ears. She always insisted on extra layers, even in spring. Even in July, a day at the beach demanded scarves and hats, no matter how out of place they seemed against the postcard blue sky. Even if the sun was shining, and the sky was a glorious Mediterranean blue, the air still carried a sharp, lingering chill, reminding me that beauty doesn't always come with warmth. My childhood was all cardigans and wind-tangled hair, the brush tugging at knots crusted with salt and sand. I smile at the amount of times Granny told me I would have my hair cut short if I didn't wear a hat more often. Granny would hum quietly to herself when she brushed it out, patiently, careful not to hurt me. Granny was never going to cut my hair. It's full of different shades of gold, like the lush hay my father used to feed our horses in the summer. She smoothed it down with her hand after brushing it through. So many memories drift back, making my eyes prickle. I reach up and thread my fingers through it now, coarser, darker, streaked with sun at the ends, but still unruly as ever, and wonder what Granny would make of it. Halcyon days of laughter whisper to me, and my chest swells, radiating warm sunshine inwards. Back then, most days were spent on the beach, in the water, crabbing, exploring. Granny used to come and sit on an old steamer chair that Thomas brought down from the big house and watched over me for hours. I would show her shore crabs I found in small rock pools. "How fascinating, sweetie! And what are you going to do with those?" Excited by my find, which was always the same each day, I held one in my hand, blowing kisses at it. "I'll put it back, of course, Granny. They might have a family who's looking for them." I spoke my words with great solemnity. Granny's smile was soft, fond in a way that made my words about love and families land somewhere deeper. We didn't speak into the silence that followed. We didn't have to. It was already full of knowing, and a kind of hope that didn't need announcing. I'd lost both my parents, and it was rarely spoken about. At times like these, I found my behavior reverting to a more childlike innocence when my life was carefree. "Bibby, now off you go and bring me more treasure when you find it," she used to say. I'd spend hours and days that way before I lost my parents, and Granny never got bored of seeing the same treasure day in, day out. Wrapped up in bright scarves and woolen blankets, she used to sit on the beach whenever I wanted to play there. I'd run up to the big house to tell Thomas to fetch the steamer when I was all done playing, and we walked back up the hill together. Later, after I lost them, I'd spend hours on the beach, and she would still come down to keep me company. The cove welcomed the wind like a long-lost friend, Granny used to say. I imagined the rocks on either side of the cove as open arms, embracing the wind. But up in the big house, it howled around the place like an angry giant. The wind was always worst on the veranda of the house. You didn't dare stay out there long for fear of being blown out over the rocks on a windy day. The outside furniture was anchored to the flagstone floor in case it disappeared over the edge or slammed into the patio windows. As my car trundles up the steep road with the occasional battering of a gust of Cornish wind, I grit my teeth, holding the steering wheel tightly, afraid I might get blown over the side. I've always feared strong winds. No logic to it. Just the howl around the house was enough as a child to scare me. Granny warned me never to step onto the veranda in a gale, or I'd be swept off the edge. When it blows hard, it rips down the stone path to the beach like it's got something to prove. The pale blue sky is full of fluffy clouds puffing out to sea, the sun fighting to make an appearance. But it makes little difference. It carries no warmth, only the salt-stung chill of early summer. In a few weeks, though, everything will change. A sign points the way to Sanborn. Here, the razor-sharp bend is precarious if you're not expecting it. I used to cycle down here when I was young, no helmet, legs outstretched, zooming down the lane, hair blowing wildly. Granny had a fit every time. "Bibby, you know how dangerous it is. Take it slow, or I'll get Thomas to get rid of that dreadful bicycle." I'd smile, waving goodbye as I disappeared from sight, fully aware that Granny would be shaking her head, muttering to Thomas about getting rid of the cursed contraption, and questioning why she'd ever bought it from me in the first place. A pang of regret grabs my chest tightly that those days are long gone. I wish she was here. I miss not talking to her. At the top of the hill, the road eases into the village. I sail through with an urgency to reach the house. The graveyard looms large in my peripheral vision as I pass the little Norman church, keeping my eyes straight ahead. All my family are there. I am the last man standing, as Granny used to say. Then suddenly I'm climbing again, and there it is. Tall, ornate black gates standing proud, protecting the house beyond. I'm so ridiculously excited and can't wait to get inside. But first, I sit in the car and marvel at the stunningly beautiful home that is now mine. A sense of childish homecoming tightens my stomach, like it used to when Mum and I came for the holidays. I smile up at the house, as if it can see me, and is thanking me for coming back to look after it. I step out of the car to open the gates. The easterly wind is rising, sharp and familiar, curling through my hair, ushering me towards the house, as if afraid I might think twice. I grip the car door, climb back in and shiver, grateful for the warmth of the interior. Driving through the gates and up the narrow drive, my excitement falters as the house comes into full view. The imposing front door, adorned with its magnificent stained glass inlay, stands as proud as ever. But the flaking stucco, overgrown garden, and grimy windows tell a different story. I pull the keys from my handbag, the ones the solicitor handed me, and turn off the engine. As I step out, the wind wrenches the car door from my grasp, slamming it shut behind me. Before climbing the 4 stone steps to the front door, I wander to the side of the house, drawn by the breathtaking vista of the sea and cove below, and peek over the edge. The view tugs at me longingly. I tie my hair back with a bobble from my wrist, but even then the wind manages to whip strands across my face. The clouds on the horizon indicate a gale is rolling in, though it may still dissipate before it gets here. I turn back to the house, climb the stone steps, and insert the key into the lock. As the satisfying, reassuring clunk of the lock releases, I take a deep breath and push the door firmly open, remembering. I don't often speak of my parents. Their absence has become a quiet ache, buried deep beneath layers of survival. At 14, I learned to keep grief folded neatly inside, like clothes in a drawer no one opened. Then there was Grandad, my anchor, gone 2 years later. And Sophie, that loss nearly broke me. There were days I couldn't breathe without remembering. I never cried in front of anyone, not even Granny, but the pain shaped me, made me sharp in places. Grandad once tried to send me away for treatment, and I felt betrayed, devastated. I promised myself I'd get better, learn control. And I had, mostly. But sometimes, when things spiral, when people cross lines, the old fury surges. I scared myself once, throwing a glass at the wall after a fight with Granny. It missed her head by inches. I cleaned it up in silence, hands trembling. The sharp tang of pine and disinfectant hits me as I step inside. To my relief, the interior is in much better shape than the exterior, thank God. Better than I'd expected, in fact. Mrs. Pugh must have been over, or perhaps she'd been quietly keeping it tidy for me. I'm not sure if it was what Granny would have asked her to do. Tidesong Villa, the rosy pink stucco Victorian house perched above the Cornish coast in the small seaside town of Sanborn, has been ours since the 1800s. And now, impossibly, wonderfully, she's mine. I twirl on the solid oak floor, the familiar feeling beneath me, laughter catching in my throat. It's everything I ever dreamed of, just not the way I imagined. It hasn't changed. If I stay still long enough, I can almost hear the echoes of the past whispering through the vast hall where an open fireplace, now filled with dried flowers, stands proudly. A rush of excitement, laced with uncertainty, settles low in my chest. This is a bittersweet inheritance, its memories folded into the very bones of these walls, some of them soft with laughter, others harder to hold close. I can hardly believe how close I came to losing this house. Even now, the thought of Marcus's betrayal sends a hot pulse through me, a flash of red so sharp I have to steady myself, reminding my hands to unclench. I've always been drawn to Cornwall, the rugged cliffs, sandy beaches, and the soothing roar of the waves that linger in my memory. I climb the stairs. Through the tall floor-to-ceiling window on the first landing installed by Grandad, I watch the breakers crash and pull. He's been gone 14 years now. I take a deep breath, the weight of reality settling over me. How am I going to stay here? Unless I come up with a plan to generate some income, I'll have no choice but to sell. A place like this doesn't run on memories alone. It takes money, and a lot of it. There is so much maintenance to be done, and Granny hasn't left me any extra cash, just the house. The kindly solicitor suggested I might rent it out, letting others experience the beauty of this coastal haven. It's an option, I suppose, but I need somewhere to live. I'm already behind on the rent for my London flat, and honestly, I've had enough of London. The crowds, the noise, the grime. Once I repay my arrears with the little savings I have left, I'll have nowhere to go. I continue to climb the richly carpeted stairs to the 3rd floor, my fingers trailing along the silken banister. At the top, I find the self-contained penthouse, a possible sanctuary, if I can make it work. I wander through the floor's kitchen and the spacious bathroom, smiling as my eyes land on the slipper bath I was already planning to soak in tonight. In the lounge, I sink into the red velour couch, running my hand over the plush fabric. From the tall windows, the breakers are visible in their full dramatic glory, crashing along the coastline. The apartment even has its own private entrance. Granny always wanted me to come live here with her. She did all this for me. But I never wanted to leave London. Sanborn felt too small, too quiet, where everyone knew your business. Unlike London, where today's gossip is forgotten by tomorrow, here people don't forget. I'm probably the town's hot topic right now. The sound of the front door opening jolts me. I rush downstairs just as Thomas Pugh steps inside, carrying my suitcase and the bags I left in the boot. He must be nearly 90, or at least he looks it. His face, deeply weathered from years of outdoor living, is tanned beneath a thick head of grey hair. The Pughs have been as much a part of this house as Granny has. "Oh, Thomas, you didn't have to do that," I say, standing on the bottom step, gripping the oak newel post and beaming at him. I'm so thrilled to see a familiar face. "But thank you, and it's so lovely to see you again." He looks well, all things considered, though there's something new in his face, perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead. The last time I saw him was at Granny's funeral, when everything quietly began to unravel. The tension, the silence, the things no one dared name, it has aged us all. Grief, yes, but something else too. "Just leave the bags there," I tell him, gesturing to the bottom of the stairs, showing him that I am perfectly capable of carrying them up the 3 flights myself. "I can take them upstairs later. You don't need to fetch and carry for me. I'm stronger than I look, you know." That familiar lift of his eyebrow makes me grin. It's the same look he used to give when he tried to scold me on Granny's behalf. "I won't do anything of the sort, miss," he replies, his Cornish accent warm and comforting. "Your grandmother asked us to keep an eye on you when you came to live here." I smile at his words, feeling a pang of nostalgia and reassurance in his presence, and knowing Mrs. Pugh wouldn't be far away. Oh God, they are relying on me to live here, aren't they? I have no money. Not really. No savings, no fallback plan, just overdrafts and unopened bills gathering dust in a shoebox under the bed. What had Granny been thinking? She knew I didn't have a proper career or anything close to stability. Acting isn't a job you can rely on. It's all feast or famine, and lately it's been nothing but famine. I went to London chasing the dream like everyone else. Naive, hopeful, convinced I'd be different. And maybe I still believe that somewhere under the cynicism. But it's been years now. Years of barely there auditions, temp work that never lasts, rent arrears piling up, and smiling too brightly for people who stopped calling back. How did Granny imagine I could possibly manage this place? This beautiful, sprawling, crumbling house. Alone. Without her. "Your grandmother knew what she was doing when she left you this place. She said you'd find a way to hang on to it," Thomas says gently. "Did she now? Well, she had more faith in me than I do." I force a smile, trying to reassure him that I do have a plan. I don't, of course. All I know is that I own Tidesong, and I can't let it go. It's so much more than a house. It's my home. And I can't let them worry either. This has been their home for most of their lives, their security and income tied to it. Do the rest of the staff feel the same way? I focus on a spot, just above Thomas's head, unable to meet his gaze. "We're only in the cottage down the lane if you need anything," he says, mercifully saving me from further explanation. I am grateful for his tact. "Will you be all right here by yourself tonight?" He hesitates, as though he wants to ask something more, but thinks better of it. I have no idea what I'd say if he did. I don't want to lie to them. The cottage was part of their deal. Rent-free accommodation in exchange for looking after Granny and the house. Granny paid them, of course, but it couldn't have been much. Mrs. Pugh had been with her since they were young women, inseparable. Now it's up to me to look after them. "Will you be using the top floor?" Thomas asks. "Mrs. Pugh has got all the rooms ready for you. She wasn't sure where you'd like to sleep. Thought you might want to use your grandmother's room." "Oh no, Thomas, that's very kind of her, but I'll use the top floor. It's more convenient. Like a large apartment with everything on one level." I manage another smile. I can't see myself wandering down to the kitchen in the middle of the night, not with the wind howling like a living thing around this big, old, creaky house. The shadows seem deeper after midnight, and every groan of the floorboards feels like a whisper. Stormy nights make the whole place feel haunted. Are we still having problems with the electrics? They always used to trip out when the weather turned wild. "All sorted, miss," he nods. "Your grandmother had the whole house rewired, and the fuse box is in the kitchen now, not the basement." I sigh with relief. No more creeping down cold stone steps with a candle in hand, because the torch could never be found, to reconnect the power. And she put in a new boiler and radiators, so you'll not be cold. But there are candles and matches in the kitchen, just in case, and a torch hung by the pantry. You know, Mrs. Pugh, always better to be prepared. He was right. In a house like this, it was foolish not to be prepared. New wiring or not, I'll take candles up to my room tonight, and have the torch on my phone if I need it. As Thomas speaks, I feel the house wrap itself around me like a warm embrace, as if it's whispering, "You're safe in here now. You're home." London feels a world away. "That's so kind of her," I say. "Please tell her I'm very grateful, and I'll hopefully see her tomorrow." "You will, miss. She's looking forward to seeing you again." "Oh, and Thomas," I say, softening my tone, "please stop calling me miss. Call me Bibby. You both must." "Well, No excuses." I give him a look and keep my tone warm. I know it's difficult for them. Granny had been a stickler for formality. "Please, Thomas, it's just the three of us now. Granny isn't here anymore, and I'd really like it if you would." Granny had always called me Bibby. My parents had named me Isabel, but Granny hadn't liked it. She insisted Bibby was a pet form of Isabel and made sure it stuck. To everyone, I was known as Bibby, because Granny wanted it that way. As always, a neat stack of newspapers sits on the little side table in the main kitchen of the house. Granny used to pore over them, and it seems Mrs. Pugh has kept up the tradition. I rarely bother with print. Reading the news on my phone is quicker, less faff, but I've decided to cut back. It's intrusive, always pulling at my attention, and the signal here's terrible anyway. I pick up one of the national tabloids, the one that has been continuing to report on Marcus's tragic death, now ruled a suicide. I flick through the pages until I find it, tucked away on page 12, a small column buried near the bottom. The words blur. I sit back, the paper trembling slightly in my hands. I still can't believe he is gone. The memory coils itself tightly in my mind, dark and suffocating. My throat tightens, and for a moment, the silence of the house feels oppressive, the walls too close. I drop the newspaper back onto the table. Chapter 2. Marcus London. Before I lie on the sofa, thinking how I messed up. But it was a mistake, and we talked about it. I did something stupid. I was high. I said I was sorry. It's sorted now. So why is Bibby still holding it against me? She said she understood, said she was fine. But that's the thing with women. They say one thing and mean another. How am I meant to know where I stand when the goalposts keep shifting? For God's sake. It happened 3 weeks ago. I know it was wrong, I do. But I fixed it, didn't I? Tidesong is still hers, no harm done. So why is she still acting like I tried to ruin her life? I said I was sorry. What more does she want? My blood? She startled me that day, that's all. I didn't mean to do it. It was like my body moved before I knew what was happening. 1 second she was standing there, and the next she was down on the floor, like a tree cut clean through. The sound, that thud, caught me off guard. It was deeper than I expected. She shouldn't have snuck up on me, though. Sometimes I get scared. I don't know why I do the things I do. It's as if something takes over me. It frightens me, leaving me wondering what I might do next. I don't want her to leave me. I need her. I love her. I tried to help. Reached for her, tried to wipe the blood from her lip, but she shoved me away, screamed, ran for the bathroom and locked the door. So, I left her to it when she wouldn't open the door. I didn't want to make things worse by banging on it. I couldn't believe what I had done to her. I felt awful. I asked her through the door to tell me what she was feeling. I wasn't insensitive. She stayed silent. I got that I pissed her off. I was angry with myself for lashing out. But the thing is, it was a one-off, and she said she understood that I hadn't meant it. Understood how she'd surprised me and I'd reacted. I explained about what she'd seen on the screen. Said I was sorry. That it wasn't me, which made no sense. And then I stopped talking because I needed to tell her the truth. That I wasn't well, and that's when she shot out of the bathroom with the batshit crazy drama of what a shit I was. Well, sort of. There was a lot of effing and jeffing and smashed crockery, and at one point I really thought she was going to strangle me. I truly thought I was a goner. It might have been kinder if she had. What Bibby saw on my screen that day, It wasn't what she thought. I wasn't trying to defraud her. I wasn't planning some twisted scheme to take her inheritance. At least, I don't think I was. I was curious, that's all. Wondering how easy it might be. Testing the waters, just thinking. But when she saw the screen I was looking at, her passport, the land registry forms, it looked bad. I know that. How could it not? Afterwards, I tried to explain. Told her I'd never actually transfer the deeds of Tidesong over to myself, even though I'd already filled out a TR1, a transfer of whole of registered land form, and forged her signature. But I hadn't registered the transfer with the land registry, even though I had filled in an AP1 form and the ID1 identity form. It didn't look great seeing it all on the screen, though. But let's be honest, who would believe that? And truth be told, I didn't even have an answer for my own actions. Nothing I could face anyway. I felt like I was losing control, doing things that didn't make sense, thinking thoughts that didn't feel like mine. I did want to be honest with her, but I was afraid. Then we had that conversation, the one no one wants to have. I told her I had a glioblastoma grade 4, an aggressive brain tumor. "I'm sorry," she said, shocked by my admission, shaking her head. "I shouldn't have lost it. But what you did, it was low, really low. I should report you." I knew she was pulled by guilt for her outburst and anger at what I was proposing. Her hands rose in frustration, as if she could push the whole thing away. "I don't want to. Of course I'm not going to. But maybe that's what you deserve." Then the tears, quiet ones that built as she spoke, a quiver to her voice. "This thing, what you're going through, it doesn't erase what you did to me." I saw she couldn't or wouldn't grasp the reality of what I'd told her. She closed her eyes tightly as if to control her emotions. I said nothing, ashamed of what I'd done to her. Her swollen lip made me wince just looking at it. I continued to say nothing. There wasn't anything to say. She was right in her way. But whatever she saw in my face, it wasn't what she thought. I was thinking ahead, thinking how I was going to beat this thing. But she wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. "Don't look so smug," she snapped. "Just because you're sick doesn't mean I won't report you for what you did." I wasn't looking smug, more confused and worried what she might do next. "I've got the proof, Marcus. It's still on your computer. I could go right now and print it all off. Ruin you." Then she laughed and cried some more. "I know that's a stupid thing to say after what you've told me." She wiped her eyes on the back of her hand. I didn't believe she would report me. Not really. I hoped she wouldn't. But there was something in her voice, something clipped and bitter, that made me wonder if she just might. I hate the thought she might feel tied to me out of obligation rather than love. I know she feels guilty for lashing out at me, knowing what she does now. Though I deserved it. "You know what?" She sucked in a deep breath. "Let's just keep this between the two of us, okay?" Now, as I lie on the sofa, a spider crawls out from underneath, stopping dead in the middle of the floor. I freeze. Where did it come from? I live on the top floor of a swanky building in Cadogan Place, for Christ's sake. Has it crept in from the balcony? Or has it been lurking here all along? And if it has, what the hell has it been eating? I'm not great with bugs. I'm not sure if it was really there either. I keep getting visual disturbances, optical illusions, but I haven't told Bibby that bit. She's got enough on her plate, absorbing that I have a brain tumor. I grab my empty glass from the arm of the sofa and trap the spider underneath, sliding an envelope from today's post beneath it. Carefully, I carry it out to the balcony and release it. I don't see anything. Did it scuttle away, disappearing over the edge? I don't like them, but I couldn't kill it. I couldn't kill anything, actually. Life is too short. The world below fascinates me. From up here, it's like I'm invisible, people rushing about, oblivious to the chaos unfolding inside my head. Bibby has potted flowers. Tubs of bright colour she planted to make it homely out here are now starting to bloom. I sniff, rub at my nose again, and pour myself another drink from the trolley in the lounge. Too much of this lately. I know it. The manuscript is sliding further behind. The tension with Bibi isn't helping. This thing growing inside me is slowing me down. I see her watching me, wanting to do things for me. I don't want her to. But as each day passes, I notice myself a little weaker in my motor skills or my speech. I'm trying to hide it from her. She hates it when I drink, but it helps. It helps a lot, just like cocaine. I take a long swig. The headache's creeping in again, dull and pulsing. I drink deeper. Maybe I should just let her go, set her free from this madness. The thought guts me, but I can't ignore it anymore. Holding everything together, pretending it's fine, it's exhausting. And it's starting to show, even when I try to hide it. Maybe ending it would be kinder. The phone vibrates on the table. No name on the screen. My stomach flips. I sit down. Anonymous. Well, you got the money? Marcus. Yeah, sure. Monday. I'll have it Monday. I slam the phone into the drawer beneath the console table and shut it. But the message burns in my mind. My palms sweat as I tip back in the chair. It topples, sending me sprawling. Fuck! I stand up, walk around the room. I forgot all about that. How the fuck could I forget I owe money? I grab my hair with both hands, pulling hard, wondering what I am going to do about everything that is going wrong in my life. I can't tell Bibi about this either. My memory is failing. It's why I'm not tackling my writing. I can't keep things straight in my head. My mind is a mess. My brain feels like static, like a storm cloud about to break. The baggie. Where is the baggie? I tear through drawers, tossing papers and junk onto the floor. Empty, empty, empty. My pulse races. Where the fuck have I put it? God, I hate that I can't recall stuff. Then I remember. Out on the balcony again, I plunge my hand into the soil of the begonia pot, feeling around until my fingers close on the tiny baggie. Relief washes over me. Bingo! I told Bibi I'd stopped, hence having to hide my stash in the plant pot. She doesn't understand that it helps my head, helps my thinking. I feel like I'm suffocating right now. I need to focus. In my office, I open my laptop and stare at the last chapter of my manuscript. My vision swims. Writing is supposed to be my escape, my sanctuary. But not tonight. The tension in my chest from anxiety is unbearable. I need a bigger release. I'm scared how this will kill me. Slowly, the doctor told me. Painfully. The baggie. Oh yes, I forgot about it. I'm doing a lot of that lately. Bibi, I don't think has noticed. I hope not anyway. My fingers tremble as I pull it from my pocket, the crinkle of plastic almost deafening in the suffocating silence of fear squeezing me. My heart pounds, a caged animal thrashing to break free as I set it on the glass tabletop. It just sits there, small and unassuming, yet it feels like it's staring back at me, mocking me. I really need this. My breath quickens. I know I shouldn't. My hands shake as I reach for the powder, spreading it out on the glass with a jittery, unsteady motion. I grab a credit card and scrape it into a line. It isn't neat. Nothing about this feels neat. Everything inside me feels chaotic, and I don't know how to calm it down. The text message flashes back into my mind, searing. Just those words. I can't even make myself read them again. But I remember now what it's about. Panic surges, sharp and sudden, like I might shatter from the inside out. My lungs ache as I roll up a tenner. My chest tightens some more. My head spins, but I lower myself anyway. Closer. Inhale deeply. The powder rushes up my nose, and the sweet sting cuts through the chaos of my thoughts, through the screaming void in my head. Fireworks. My brain lights up like fireworks. For a second, a single fleeting second, I feel alive. Yes, I whisper, my breath shaky and sharp. But the relief isn't enough. It's never enough. My hands are already scrabbling for the baggie again. They don't feel like my hands anymore. I have pins and needles. They feel foreign, disconnected, moving on instinct but not a part of me. Panic grips me as I claw at the powder, desperate for more. Just a little more. Just enough to quiet the storm in my head. Somewhere, deep inside, there is a voice, a whisper, a warning. Stop. Don't. It's faint, barely there, like a flicker of light in an endless tunnel. I shove it down. I can't hear it right now. I won't hear it. The powder is ready again. I don't even think. I can't think. My body moves as if it's on autopilot. Another inhale. The sting. The rush. It slams into me like a train, and I throw my head back, gasping. Fucking yes, I bellow, the words breaking free like a howl into the emptiness. But the emptiness doesn't go away. It's still there, gnawing at the edges of my high. My pulse races, my chest tightens, and I can't quite breathe. My thoughts are a hurricane, spinning faster and faster, and I can't find the eye of the storm. I stare at the baggie, my vision blurring, body trembling. My stomach knots with a sickening realization. I'm not living. I'm running. And I'm running out of places to hide. Chapter 3. Bibby, Cornwall. Now. The little bell jingles above the estate agent's door as I step inside. Mr. Samuel Bright, a man nearing retirement with a girth almost as large as his ambition, jolts upright. His silver hair is mussed, and in his haste, he knocks over a coffee cup, hurriedly mopping the spill with a wad of papers. Then, as though remembering decorum, he smooths his suit and beams at me. "Good morning, Miss Bancroft. Are you here on business?" His tone is bright, eager. I nod, keeping my expression neutral. "Marvelous. Please, sit here, or we can go into the office if you prefer." He gestures towards the unlit room behind him. It looks more like a storeroom than a place of business. "This is fine," I say, settling into the chair he pulls out from me with unnecessary deference. I can almost see the pound signs in his eyes. The houses along this coast often fetch more than £2 million, and Tidesong, my sprawling family home, is the jewel in the crown. Over the years, Londoners have swept in, buying up properties, raising them to build glassy monstrosities better suited to Malibu than Cornwall. Money rarely buys taste. "So, you've come to a decision?" he asks, voice brimming with expectation. "I have, but I'm not selling." The words hang in the air, deliberate and final. His face falters, his dreams of a hefty commission shrinking visibly. "I'm going to rent it out instead," I continue, cutting through his silence. "I'll fix up the areas that need it, but the demand for summer rentals from Londoners is relentless. What I really want, though, is a long-term let. And I want you to handle the management." I see the shift in his expression, a mix of disappointment and recalibration. This is a man who quickly learns to take what he can get. "Well," he begins, running a hand through his silver hair, "that's a marvelous idea. Of course, we can manage that for you. Plenty of interest, I'm sure. Shame about the sale, though. We had some very keen buyers lined up." I raise an eyebrow. "I hope you hadn't promised anyone the house. I never gave you any guarantees." His face reddens. "Oh, no, of course not. I only told them it might be available, nothing confirmed." He mops his forehead with a handkerchief, avoiding my gaze. "Good. So, are you interested in managing the rental?" I tap my fingernail against the table, the sound sharp in the quiet room. His enthusiasm resurfaces, fierce and unrestrained. "Absolutely. Leave it all to me, Miss Bancroft. Not a thing to worry about." I glance at the clock on the wall. It's almost noon. "One more thing," I say, watching his nostrils flare ever so slightly. "Yes?" "I'll be living in the self-contained apartment on the top floor." He blinks, momentarily thrown. "You will?" "Yes. There's a separate entrance at the back, so I won't need to go through the main house. The door on the third floor can stay locked, ensuring privacy. All my bills, energy, water, broadband, will be included under Tidesong's household expenses. That's part of the deal." He hesitates, the polite mask slipping for a fraction of a second. "I see, but won't the tenants—" "They won't notice. Whoever rents Tidesong will be paying so much they'll hardly miss the little I use. So, are you still interested, or shall I take my business elsewhere?" The threat does the trick. He straightens, grinning once more. "No need for that, Miss Bancroft. We'll handle everything." On the walk back to Tidesong, I detour through the village. My fingers trail along the rough golden stone of the buildings, their textures and curves so achingly familiar. The place hasn't changed much. New coffee shops, artisan bakeries, upmarket boutiques, but the bones of it remain. Inside the newsagents, I linger by the suites, pretending to browse. My real motive is to gauge whether anyone recognizes me. If they do, they don't let on. I buy a bag of wine gums and leave, relieved and disappointed in equal measure. The Anchor pub next door catches my eye. Its facelift is obvious, leaded windows gleaming, and the menu displayed outside boasts contemporary twists on classic fish dishes. The scent of wood smoke from its chimney mingles with the salty sea air, tugging at old memories. I follow the lane past the pub, the yew hedge enclosing the graveyard, casting dappled shadows over slippery stone flags. The vicar stands near the gate, chatting with a young couple. He waves when he sees me, and I wave back, the motion automatic. Further down the lane, I stop abruptly in front of a familiar cottage, Gilbert's cottage. The sight of it grips me. A terracotta pot on the windowsill cradles a geranium just starting to bloom. I take a step closer, drawn by an old, inexplicable pull. The door creaks and opens. Samantha Bowley stands there, her face in shock before twisting into anger. She hasn't worn well since I last saw her 14 years ago. She didn't go to Granny's funeral. I'm glad. I wouldn't have wanted her there. The ungrateful witch. I realized too late I made a mistake coming to this cottage. What was I thinking? My God, it's you. Her voice is sharp, cutting through the quiet. My chest tightens. What are you doing back here? She spits out like acid, her tone laced with disbelief. Didn't think I'd ever see you again. My God, you've got some nerve. I step back, my pulse roaring in my ears. Why is she still here? Still in this house? Her eyes narrow, her lips curling into something between a sneer and a snarl. What are you playing at, Bibby, coming back like this, to this house? The air between us feels charged, electric. I swallow hard, unable to answer, the weight of the words and the memories they unearth threatening to crush me. In the distance, the church bell rings, its solemn toll a mocking counterpoint to the storm gathering in Samantha's gaze. Chapter 4. Marcus, London. Before I met Bibby roughly a year ago at a party hosted by my agent where she was serving drinks as a waitress, there were dozens of people in the room, but she stood out instantly. Her golden hair tumbled in soft curls over her shoulders, catching the dim light. To be honest, I didn't want to go. I'd already dragged myself to a handful of parties that week, events I had to be seen at, but none of them left me inspired. All I wanted was to get on with my work. I'd been burning the candle at both ends, putting in long hours, and my sleep was as fractured as my focus. When my agent, Adam, called to insist I attend, I tried to wriggle out of it with a dozen excuses. "It's my birthday, Marcus. You can't say no." His oversized face looms on my laptop screen during our Zoom call, giving the impression his head is too big for his body. For all his brilliance as an agent, Adam hasn't quite mastered the subtleties of video meetings and always sits alarmingly close to the camera. Reluctantly, I give in. "You're right, I can't say no," I mutter, fully aware that skipping the party would be career suicide. When the night arrives, I'm running behind schedule. I'm knee-deep in a pivotal scene of my manuscript and haven't realized the time. My Uber cancels on me twice, and though the venue is only a 12-minute walk, torrential rain makes that impossible. By the time I arrive an hour late, I am soaked from the dash from the third Uber to the pub. The party is at one of Adam's favorite haunts, a Victorian-fronted pub tucked away in a side street in Piccadilly. The moment I step inside, the bass of the music hits me like a physical force. The room is packed with an eclectic mix of artists, authors, and television personalities. Some are dressed casually, others teetering on the edge of flamboyance. And then I see her. A stunning woman walks past me, balancing a tray of champagne flutes with ease. She flashes me a smile that stops me dead in my tracks. Her perfume lingers, a sweet, sultry scent that tugs at my senses. Her short black skirt and fitted white shirt give her an effortless allure, while a peak of a lilac lace bra strap hints at a bolder side. I stumble my way through the crowd, weaving between bodies, searching for Adam. His booming laugh guides me to the back of the room, where he holds court with a small group of admirers. His wife, Linda, stands by his side, her polite smile barely concealing her desperation to escape. I reach the bar and order a whiskey on the rocks, deciding to let Adam find me instead of the other way around. I lean against the bar, watching the room through the mirror behind the bottles. "Drinking alone, Marcus?" Linda's voice stirs me from the haze. For a moment, I just stare at her, caught between the present and the letter that arrived 2 days ago, quarantined on the counter. I read it, once slowly, once again in disbelief, and now the words linger. Her timing is perfect. I need something to pull me back. "Hardly alone, Linda. There are 100 people here at least," I reply dryly. Beside her stands a petite, dark-haired woman in a striking red dress. Linda introduces her. "This is Samantha Bowley, my childhood friend from Cornwall who's come up to visit. We grew up together, in Cornwall. Bet you didn't know I was a Cornish lass." Her words sound slurred now. "I didn't know that, no. Adam's never mentioned it when you go down there for holidays." The champagne has loosened her usual poise, but she maintains a veneer of charm. Samantha takes the glass of wine proffered by the bartender. The conversation turns to small talk. Linda's obligatory presence, Adam's booming birthday speech, and their shared love of Cornwall. We're slipping away in a few minutes. I've got a table booked with a couple of other girlfriends at Jules just round the corner. "You won't let on to Adam that I've slipped away, will you?" I doubt he'll miss me now that he's given his speech and he's seen how many people turned up. Discretion is my middle name, you know that. I salute her with my glass of whiskey. I've bumped into Linda at various places, namely casinos, that I'm sure Adam would not approve of. Like me, she has a little bit of a habit which neither of us ever speak about. It's a taboo subject, a silent acknowledgement of what we both know, but would never divulge to others. Unlike her addiction, mine is escapism from reality, a reality the arrival of that letter from the hospital indicated. I do. Just as I think the encounter is winding down, Linda leans in and whispers something that cuts through the noise of the party. "I hear you owe some serious money at one of the casinos." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I freeze, my drink halfway to my lips. "What?" "It's all over town," she says softly. "These aren't nice people, Marcus. You need to sort it out. I've seen what happens to people who don't pay their debts." Her warning echoes in my mind, unsettling me more than I care to admit. But I have bigger worries, and think about what it says inside that letter. The noise of the party fades as paranoia sets in. Were they here, watching me? The crowd blur together, a cacophony of laughter, music, and clinking glasses. I catch myself searching for that woman again, but she is nowhere to be seen. Linda leaves with her friend, leaving me watching the drunk dancing in front of me. The room is a swirl of familiar faces, most I've only ever seen on TV. Recognizable, yes, but stripped of their glamorous alter egos, they seem almost ordinary. Almost. Their carefully curated personas still cling to them, albeit fraying at the edges under the harsh reality of fluorescent lights and spilled champagne. A small dance floor has been carved out in the corner, where a handful of guests sway awkwardly or flail enthusiastically, pumping their fists in time to the beat. I tap my foot to the music, a song I knew well, and let my gaze drift around the room. On the dance floor I spot someone I know, a fellow author, also on Adam's roster. Her dark hair is shining under the shifting lights, and her eyes catch mine. She smiles and beckons me over with a flick of her wrist, an unspoken challenge in the curve of her lips. We've met before a handful of times at these events, exchanged pleasantries over flat prosecco and tepid canapes. There is always something unsteady about her. Half the time she looks ready to either burst into tears or take over the world. I down the last of my whiskey and decide, sod it, why not? By the time I reach her, she is already moving to the music, the rhythm overtaking her. She loops her arms around my shoulders, pulling me close. Her pupils are wide black pools, glinting with something wild and untethered. "You got any coke?" she whispers into my ear, her breath warm against my skin. No, sorry, I reply, shaking my head. The truth is, coke is the last thing I want right now. My nerves are already shot, Linda's warning still ringing in my ears. I keep scanning the room, convinced someone, they, might be watching me. But her hands are insistent, sliding from my shoulders to my arms, then lower. Her touch is electric, disarming, and when she presses closer, her scent, citrus and something floral, clouds my better judgment. Come on, she purrs, her fingers teasing the waistband of my trousers. Don't be boring. My mouth opens to protest, but the words stick. Linda's voice echoes in my mind, that warning, over and over again. My paranoia swells as I glance around, half expecting to catch someone's eyes locked on me from across the room. And yet, as her hand tightens around my arm and her lips graze my cheek, the anxiety doesn't dissipate. It mingles with something else. Something darker, something reckless. All right, I murmur, my voice barely audible over the music. Because in that moment, it is easier to give in than to fight the pull. Huddled in the tight confines of the bathroom stall, washed in flickering fluorescent light, we each take a line from the emergency baggie I snagged last minute on the way out. A precaution, nothing more, or so I told myself. The air is thick with a mix of stale perfume and the sharp tang of disinfectant, making it hard to breathe. She kisses me hard, her lips pressing with a desperate edge, then ruffles my hair. Her huge sigh echoes, ragged, as she sags against me for a brief, fragile moment, both of us spent. Without a word, she pulls away, leaving me standing by the sticky, scuffed door of the women's loo. She organizes her clothes and leaves without a word. The silence feels heavier when she leaves, broken only by the faint hum of the buzzing light overhead. My skin prickles. I turn to head back upstairs, but a faint creak behind me freezes my step. The door of one of the other cubicles creaks open, slow and deliberate, its hinges whining in protest. "Hi," says a female voice, light and teasing. "Do you always use the women's loo?" The good-looking waitress from earlier gives me a seductive smile. I stammer, fumbling for an excuse. "No, I was escorting a friend. She wasn't feeling well." I instantly get the impression she likes me. So, I smile back a sort of, okay, so you caught me smile. She doesn't mention what I suspect she knows I've been up to. "Really?" She raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by my lie. "Because there's no one else in there. Maybe she gave you the slip." Her eyes fall on my nose, making me quickly wipe it with the back of my hand. I shrug, no use pretending now. Her playful tone disarms me, though my mind is still racing from Linda's words. I just can't stop thinking about them. I need a distraction, and this girl is it. We end up walking back to the party together. I find her presence oddly soothing, despite having only just met her. "There you are."
"Marcus!"
Adam's voice booms as we re-enter the room. He hands me a glass of champagne, his eyes flicking curiously to the woman I'm with. "And who's this?" I realize I don't know her name. Lucky for me, she isn't fazed. "Hi, I'm Bibby," she says, extending her hand. "I was your waitress tonight. Just met Marcus skulking outside the ladies' room and thought I'd bring him back to safety." Her cheeky grin lights up the room, and I can't help but laugh. Adam narrows his eyes, trying to place her. "Well, it's a good thing you found him. I was beginning to think he'd vanished." We stay by the bar, talking, as the party ebbs and flows around us. She's finished her shift. Bibby's sharp wit and carefree demeanor draws me in like a moth to a flame. It's exactly what I need right now. She tells me about her dreams of acting, her knack for slipping into parties uninvited, and her audacious ability to fool even the most seasoned players in the industry. "Your agent," she whispers after Adam leaves us, "offered to sign me 2 weeks ago, thought I was some big Hollywood star." I nearly choke on my drink. "No." She grins, her blue eyes sparkling with mischief. "Yep." I fed him some lavish story and he bought it hook, line and sinker. Honestly, I deserve an Oscar. She twirls a lock of hair in her fingers, watching me coyly. We both laugh until our sides hurt. I know Adam would be pissed if he knew she'd been playing him. For the first time in what felt like forever, or at least since I received that god-awful letter, I feel a weight lift. Bibi is a force of nature, wild, unfiltered, and utterly captivating. When the music shifts to a slower tune and George Michael croons Careless Whisper, she loops her arms around my neck. "I love this song," she murmurs, swaying to the beat. I can't take my eyes off her, loving how she feels in my arms. "Do you want another drink, or do you have to head home?" She smiles, a hint of mischief in her gaze. "I could stay for one more." And just like that, the night takes a turn I wasn't expecting. Bibi is the kind of person who can make you forget everything else, and for now, I am more than willing to let her. "Samantha. Samantha Bowley, what are you staring at?" Linda says from the edge of the pavement. I stand motionless, my fingers pressed against the rain-speckled glass, watching the woman with Marcus Dalton. Her laughter spilling out into the night each time the door opens, grating on my nerves. I watch as she coils herself around him, her body language possessive and brazen. My breath hitches, my chest tightening like a vice. I purse my lips, biting down the scream clawing its way up my throat, a primal urge to unleash every venomous word I've bottled up for years. Linda stands a few feet behind me, phone in hand, waiting for the Uber she's called, blissfully unaware of the storm raging within me. Inside, Marcus and that woman stand close, too close. I don't care about the droplets of water sliding off the awning onto my coat sleeves or the cold creeping through my shoes. My entire focus is on her. It had begun as an ordinary day, dull, uneventful, blending into countless others. But when I opened my eyes that morning, something felt off. An unnamed dread wrapped itself around me like a cold shadow, clinging stubbornly all day, whispering promises of ruin. It was the kind of unease that made you feel as if the ground beneath you might crack open without warning. And then I came to this party. My world unraveled the moment I saw her. That woman. The one I hate more than anyone else in the world. My breath comes in shallow, ragged bursts as I watch. Pain surges through my chest, sharp and raw, breaking free of the cage I've kept it in for years. All the walls I have so carefully built around myself begin to collapse, brick by brick. The shields protecting me dissolve, leaving me utterly exposed. The woman with Marcus reaches up to brush his hair from his face, her fingers lingering too long. My vision blurs, not from tears, but from the sheer intensity of my fury. The pain and anger swirl together, a toxic brew that leaves me unsteady on my feet. It is as if a sinkhole has opened beneath me, dragging me into its depths. The path I've clung to, the life I've carefully rebuilt, suddenly seems meaningless, as if a single glance from that woman has undone everything. My nails bite into my palms as I force myself to keep watching, even though every second feels like a fresh wound. The cold glass seems to mock me beneath my fingertips as I lean against it, a barrier I can't cross. If I let the rage I feel consume me, there will be no going back. But I wasn't sure I cared anymore. Linda beckons me into the Uber, her expression impatient but good-natured. Reluctantly, I climb in, my stomach churning with unease. I sit stiffly, so on edge I daren't speak. Words feel dangerous, fragile, as though they might shatter the tight grip I have on myself. "Do you know who that woman was with Marcus Dalton?" I ask at last, my voice low, hesitant. "What woman?" Linda replies, rummaging in her handbag, barely glancing up. "Oh, could you stop right outside Jules? Otherwise we'll look like drowned rats walking in," she says loudly to the driver, trying to be heard over the hum of the radio. She pulls out a lipstick and mirror, expertly swiping her lips with a fresh coat before snapping them back into her bag. "This weather is atrocious, isn't it? I hope it picks up before we head to Cornwall for the Easter break." "So, do you know the woman or not?" I repeat, my tone sharper this time. "I didn't see a woman with him. Was there a woman?" "God, I'm so unobservant," Linda says with a laugh. "I can ask Adam later if it helps. Why do you want to know?" "No, it's fine. Don't ask, really. I thought I knew her." The words feel heavy and final, as though saying them will scorch my tongue. You sure? It's no trouble. Adam knows everyone. She might be one of his clients. No, don't ask, please. The urgency in my voice makes me wince. I wish I hadn't said anything at all. I just thought she might be Marcus's girlfriend, that's all. Really? I don't think he has one. Why? Are you interested? I recoil. Oh, come on, Samantha. You're only in your 50s, for heaven's sake. Live a little. My voice is laced with disgust. I'm not interested. Linda rolls her eyes. I was just saying. Linda raises an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued, but I can't meet her gaze. Okay. He's nice, Marcus, but he's got some problems going on, so I'd keep away if I were you. For God's sake, I don't fancy him, I snap. I'm old enough to be his mother. Linda laughs, amused by the vehemence in my tone. Since when has that stopped a woman screwing a younger man? Give yourself a break, Sam. What's really going on here, darling? You've got the wrong end of the stick, Linda. It's the woman I thought I recognized, that's all. But the more I think about it, the clearer it is that I made a mistake. Linda won't have recognized Bibby, of course. She'd already left Cornwall for London by then, and had lived in the next village over from Sanborn anyway. She knew the story more or less, but Bibby looks different now, and I have no interest in talking to her about any of it. Linda studies me for a moment, unconvinced, but lets it go. Right. Well, we're here now. Jump out, thank you, she says brightly to the driver as the car rolls to a stop outside Jules. We step into the rain, dashing under the restaurant's awning. My mind races, drowning out Linda's chatter. I have to know more about Marcus, about Bibby, about what the two of them are to each other. Why should Bibby have anything precious when she's taken everything from me? As I follow Linda inside, I vow to find a way to strip Bibby of it all. I hadn't been prepared for the raw shock of seeing her again, the way it has ripped open old wounds. But now that the door to the past has been cracked open, I won't stop until I step through it entirely. Maybe I will stay in London a little longer than planned, just long enough to find out more about Bibby Bancroft's life, what she's doing, who she surrounds herself with, what she values most. At least she has a life. My head is throbbing, the relentless churn of thoughts sending sharp stabs of pain through my skull. I need to stop thinking, to quiet my brain, but it is too late for that. The headache has settled in, a dull, insistent throb. Tomorrow, I will start looking into Bibby, see what kind of life she has built for herself. Bibby has no idea I'm here, no idea that I have seen her. I have the upper hand. I had spent years piecing it together, what really had happened that day, the day that tore my world apart. At first, I had tried to believe it was an accident, a tragedy, something cruel and random. But the truth whispered to me, persistent and unyielding. I knew now. I knew what Bibby had done. But there was no proof, no way to make it stick. And so, Bibby walked away, untouched, innocent. That will not happen again. I will need to keep to the shadows for now. Watch. Wait. Work out exactly how to get even, because I am going to get even. There is no doubt about that. The question isn't if, only how. Or maybe I should let Bibby see me. Step into the light, let our eyes meet across a crowded street. Watch the color drain from her face as recognition sets in. That will rattle her for sure. I could even stop her, lean in close, and whisper the words I've waited years to say. It's payback time. A life for a life. I'm going to take from Bibby what she loves. Chapter 5. Bibby Cornwall. Now, as I stand frozen outside the Bowley cottage, facing Samantha, my thoughts drift to the past, to our truly horrible history. Samantha Bowley was my mother, Bridget's closest friend. 18 years ago, she knew my mother was planning to take her own life, and told no one. I'll never understand why, but I know she was wrong to stay silent. I never forgave her, neither did Granny. If we'd known how low Mum had sunk, we might have helped, we might have saved her. The Bowleys ran a dairy farm, and Granny only ever bought their milk. She even paid for Samantha to attend the same private school my mother had gone to. But everything changed when Samantha's daughter died. After the things Samantha said, the accusations she threw at me, Granny called it unforgivable. Ungrateful little upstart, she'd mutter when she thought no one was listening. And maybe she did put the word out, because soon, nobody in the village or the nearby businesses bought from Bowley's farm. The business went under. Sophie was my best friend. She died on the beach, 2 years after my mother died. Samantha believed I'd taken revenge. She was certain of it. But it wasn't true. It was an accident. She never believed me, though. And thanks to the rumors she seeded, neither did half the village. It would have been more if not for Granny. They respected her. She employed most of them. I don't know if she ever doubted me. She never said. Maybe she understood how deeply I blamed Samantha for keeping Mum's pain a secret. Sophie's death was a tragedy, just like my mother's. But to Samantha, it felt like retribution. Too perfect, too inevitable. And maybe she wasn't entirely wrong. I used to live in this house, in a way. It was my second home during the summers when I was staying with Granny, and then when I moved to live in the village permanently after my mother died. Sophie and I used to whisper secrets beneath fairy lights in her bedroom, talk about boys and what we would do when we left school. Sophie's room was our kingdom. I didn't know Samantha was still here. I thought she'd be long gone. Samantha says something else, sharp or wounding or maybe just hollow, but I don't hear it. I've already turned. My legs carry me back down the path, slow at first, then faster. I don't look behind me. Not at the chipped paint on the Bowley door, not at the place where Sophie used to leave her shoes. The wind picks up at the edge of the lane, and I let it press against my back like a hand. I keep walking. Some silences are earned, others are chosen. I'm no longer sure which this is, but I leave it there, between us, and I don't stop. As I walk back home, I think about what happened the day my mum died. Seeing Samantha has brought it all back. I was only 14. Mum and I were visiting. She spent most of our stay with Samantha. We didn't understand why. Not then. It became clear all too quickly. Later, we found out Mum had confided in her, said she couldn't go on. It was all Samantha ever told us of their conversations. We already knew her depression was deepening, but not how far she'd fallen. Granny said Mum and Sam had been inseparable as kids, the way Sophie and I were. We just bonded straight away. What cuts deepest is knowing that I wasn't enough to keep Mum here. That old weight of self-worth presses down again, dragging me back to Marcus and what he did, how it made me feel. I still don't know how to forgive Marcus. What he did with Tidesong, it wasn't just betrayal. It felt like he'd violated something sacred, something that belonged to me in a way he never understood. It wasn't just that he tried to take it, it was how he did it. Twisting things, making me feel small, making me question myself. I know the tumor affected him, the erratic behavior, the cruelty, but that doesn't make it okay. Explanations aren't excuses. When I found out, I lost it. I screamed at him until my throat felt raw, shoved him so hard he stumbled. That rage, it scared me. Even now I can feel it sometimes, curled up inside me like a snake waiting to strike. I've learned to manage it better. I'm more measured now. But when I think about Marcus, about how he tried to take what was mine, my fists still clench. There were moments I imagined hurting him, killing him even, and that thought, that I could go there, terrifies me. I arrive at Tidesong. Instead of going in through the grand front door, I walk around the back down to the beach. I want to be alone right now with my thoughts. Samantha never shared what Mum told her. Said it was private, that if Mum had wanted us to know, she would have told us herself. I know it hardened me inside, and I never let anyone get close to me again. Until Marcus. He melted his way into my heart. And now he's gone too. I feel like I'm jinxed. I suddenly feel desperately sad, and as I climb down the stone steps that lead to the private beach from the side of the house, I remember how Dad used to disappear on benders all the time. The police found him sleeping rough in the local park more than once. The shame nearly broke Mum. When I think of them now, I don't see the wreckage they became. I don't hate them. I see them as they were before it all went wrong, young and hopeful. Mum was unraveling pretty quickly by that stage. I knew if Granny and I did nothing, she would shatter. I couldn't reach Dad at any level. He was always drunk, too far gone to care. But I thought I could save Mum. So, I called Granny. I never understood why Mum had such a problem with her. Losing the house, the money, the car, and his friends destroyed my dad. It happened so fast. You wouldn't believe how quickly everything can change when one of the pieces falls from your carefully built life. He never recovered. We ended up in a damp, cold house, so far from our old life that it felt like we'd landed on the moon.
"Hello, Bibby."
Thomas startles me as I round the edge of the rocks at the bottom of the steps. "Oh, you made me jump. What are you doing here? Not much gardening to be done around here." I laugh, trying not to show the sadness I feel. "Well, this seaweed is a nuisance. There's a lot of it this year. Makes the beach look untidy. Your granny hated it and made a point of reminding me to clear it up. I know she's not around anymore, but I like to keep her standards up." "Yes, I remember she did. That's very loyal of you. I'm just going for a stroll. I'll see you later." I feel he can read my thoughts and need to move on before I break down in front of him. "I bet you're reminiscing a lot right now. Lots of memories for you to get through." I don't reply and smile instead, simply unable to risk saying anything while remembering how Granny begged us to come to Sanborn, to live with her and start again. But Mum and Dad's pride got in the way, especially Mum's. I couldn't make sense of why she kept us living like that, when we could have come to Granny's, and everything might have been good again. A lock of hair blows across my face. Mum changed when we lost everything. Her face aged overnight. Her skin turned sallow. When she stopped answering Granny's calls and letters, Granny came down herself, pleading with her to move to Sanborn. She never gave up on her daughter. I sit on the rocks where I used to find the crabs and pick one up, settling it on my palm. One day, when Mum was really down, I cried and begged her for the millionth time to tell me why we couldn't go to Granny's and had to live in that horrible house with no money and all our old friends ignoring us. She stopped being angry and told me, just like that. I don't know what changed for her. I thought I'd worn her down. I brush my wind-blown hair off my face and settle the crab back on the rock. I look up at Tidesong, and I'm unable to understand how Mum didn't love it as much as I do.
She couldn't face hearing, "I told you so," from Granny, she said. That was why she didn't want to come back. Granny had warned her before she eloped with Dad. "He will bring you so far down, you won't remember the charmed life you had. Trust me, Bridget, this is a mistake. He's not a strong man. He will destroy you." Mum repeated them to me, over and over, saying Tidesong was tainted for her because of the squabbles with her parents about wanting to marry Dad. She was right, Bibby. Granny was always right. Never forget it. I should have listened, but I was stubborn. I thought I knew best. I couldn't understand why she just couldn't forgive Granny and put it behind her. Mum finally relented, and the two of us made the trip together. It meant a lot. Until then, I'd always gone alone for the holidays. Mum wasn't herself after Dad died. She was totally lost. Granny said I could stay if Mum insisted on going back. I think Mum had already lost much of her fight by then. I stand and carry on walking along the beach, taking off my shoes and carrying them. My mum was everything to me. It felt like the ground vanished beneath me when she died. I've been trying to make sense of it ever since. I look up and see Thomas dragging the seaweed into a pile, then picking it up and dropping it into his wheelbarrow. On the days Dad was drunk, but not drunk enough to pass out, he'd sit by the window, staring out, muttering to himself. Sometimes I'd sit with him, silent, just so he'd know he wasn't alone. The TV was always on, humming with unease. Reports of reckless lending, ballooning debt, and markets teetering on invisible fault lines. Experts debated the risks, tossing around numbers and warnings that few seemed to heed. Someone was lying. Someone was making dangerous bets, and the consequences were already trickling down, crushing those without a safety net. The well-connected quietly pulled out. The rest stayed put, unaware they were sinking. The middle class felt it first. People like them. "It's all gone to shit." That's what Dad kept saying, over and over. All gone to shit. Shit, shit, shit. All gone to shit. Dad was made redundant. Downsizing, they said. He searched for work, first in his field, then anywhere. Sales jobs were everywhere, but pointless. Overqualified, they told him. Imperial Electronics had folded under debt, and overseas competition. Quiet closures followed. The storm hadn't hit, but the air was charged. Mum found work at a small supermarket, but it shut down without warning. She applied for a waitressing job, closed before she heard back. They talked about emigrating, chasing something better, but the news abroad was bleak, and they couldn't afford it anyway. The savings were gone. The bills kept coming. We had a beautiful house. Soon, the bank would take it. The final blow was applying for benefits. Dad made to feel like a fraud. Any savings? Any equity? What savings? What equity? Gone in 2 months, wasted on a mortgage they couldn't save. But they had pride. Thought work would return. Thought things would change. They didn't. They only got worse. I catch up with Thomas, raking up the seaweed, suddenly needing company. Can I help? You can, but I've only the one rake. Are you in need of company? We had the grocery delivery from the farm before you got back, and Charlie tells me you ran into Sam Bowley. I pull a face, not sure if I want to talk about it. Gossiping about me, was he? I remember Charlie. He loved nothing more than gossip. He said she's stirring it up again, blaming you for Sophie's death, claiming you wanted revenge for Bridget. Ridiculous. Want to talk about it? Thomas asks gently. About what? He exhales, reading my reluctance. Aye, memories your run-in with Samantha Bowley's likely brought back. You were always very intuitive. I take a deep breath. Something inside me loosens, and suddenly I see it all in my mind's eye.
I sit down on the sand. We were on the beach, in our bathing suits, splashing in the sea like we did every summer's day. That afternoon was scorching. The waves were big, I remember that. They kept knocking us over and we laughed so hard we couldn't breathe. Your granny never took her eyes off you in the water. She was terrified something might happen. He sits beside me. I didn't know that, Thomas. She'd watch from the big window. She thought you'd outgrown having her on the beach. Mrs. Pugh told her so. I smile, picturing Granny's grumpy face at being proved wrong. I thought she just realized I was growing up. She had, but she still feared you might do something daft like your mother. I didn't know that. You wouldn't talk about Bridget. She thought you were bottling it up, and one day it might burst. And it did, with Marcus. I swallow hard, the memory of how I'd trusted him, loved him, only for that love to curdle into a blinding, red-hot rage at how close he came to stealing everything from me, knowing I'd already lost my parents. Even now, the thought of what he did makes my pulse hammer, my hands clench as if I could drag him back just to make him feel what he put me through. I knew Granny never forgave Soph. After our falling out, she took my side and banned her from the house. When we made up, Granny grudgingly let her come to the beach with me, but her resentment never lifted. We rode the waves on our bodyboards that day, again and again, until we were breathless, exhausted, and laughing. That was when I noticed Sophie breathing hard, but Soph didn't say anything, so I thought it was okay, that she was okay. He stands, collecting his rake, and moves along the beach. I follow with the wheelbarrow. It wasn't my fault, Thomas. We all know that, Bibby. It was an accident, Thomas says, his voice low, steady. I wipe the tears running down my face, the memory still too painful. I was a teenager, Thomas, 16. How was I supposed to know what to do? It's why I kept quiet. He doesn't answer right away, just looks at me, too long, too carefully. Nobody blames you, Bibby. I let out a bitter laugh. They do, thanks to Samantha. She thought I was getting her back for my mum. Thomas stops and turns around. His fingers tap against the rake once, then stop. Look, Samantha was sick back then. You have to forgive her. She was out of her mind with grief. But I loved Sophie. She was my best friend. I'd never hurt her. It was 2 years after Mum and Dad died. After Granny, Soph was all I had. How could Mrs. Bowley think that way of me? Thomas nods, but his eyes turn away just for a second, like he's remembering something. He exhales slowly, as if he's been holding it in for years. The police found nothing suspicious. They cleared you from all wrongdoing. His voice softens. They said there was nothing you could have done anyway. I reach the top of the steps and pause to catch my breath.
I hear a car approaching up the hill too fast. It swings into the drive, narrowly missing the gatepost. It comes to a screeching halt in front of the house. Samantha Bowley steps out, fury written across her face. Seeing me, she storms my way. I hear Thomas behind me, his footsteps quickening. I'm glad he's here. I should have known she wasn't going to leave things be. Before she has time to say anything, I try to fend her off. I didn't know you still lived here, in town. The words spill out before I can stop them. I almost add, sorry, but it catches in my throat. It would be too much, too soon. I can see she needs to vent. You didn't help her because you didn't want to. Samantha's voice is sharp, laced with accusation as she jumps straight in. I can't believe she still thinks that way. I did, I say, quieter now, but I didn't know how. I tried. The words feel true, at least, I think they are. But Samantha's silence is sharp, and suddenly, I'm not sure.
She looks at me like she's already decided, like she believes I could have done something, not by accident, on purpose, and maybe that's what hurts most. Nobody could have helped her, I add, not even you. But even as I say it, something twists inside me, because I keep going back to that day, to the moment everything shifted. Granny used to let her come to the beach with me, though it was clear she wasn't happy about it. The tension in her eyes never softened when she knew Soph was coming to the private beach at Tidesong. When we came out of the water, Sophie was struggling to breathe. I panicked. I remember the shock, the way my hands shook. I ran partway back to the house, thinking maybe I could get help. But I didn't want to leave her. I couldn't. In that moment, I glanced back at the house and thought I saw someone watching. I was terrified. I couldn't leave to get help. Soph begged me to stay, clinging to me. I couldn't help her. You tried. So you say, but I don't believe you, Samantha says. My voice trembles with anger and hurt. You're very cruel. You don't know what happened on the beach that day and how horrible it was for me. I did my best to help her. Tears sting my eyes as the memories crash over me all over again. She scoffs. How dare you say that to me? You never even ran to the house to call for help. What? You weren't there? I did try, but Soph wanted me to stay with her. She didn't want me to leave her. I wonder, just for a second, if I missed something that I could have done. If I knew more than I let myself remember. But I can't go there. I won't. It was an accident. It had to be. I shove the thought deep into the dark, where it can't breathe, because if I let it surface, I'll have to face what it means, and I'm not ready for that. I turn to leave, relieved to see Thomas still quietly standing behind me. I lost my mother, Samantha. Then 2 years later, I lost my best friend. Anyone who's been through that needs compassion, not vitriol. I start to walk towards the front door. Whatever you say is bullshit, Bibby Bancroft. I know the truth. You think everyone believed you were this sweet little girl, but you weren't that sweet. Sophie told me plenty about you. The lie is blatant, but she needs it to be true, needs someone to blame. We'll have to agree to differ then, won't we? My voice is calm, but I won't let her rewrite history, not this time. And since I'm moving here permanently and renting out Tidesong, I think it's best if we keep our distance. Samantha's jaw drops. Good. You get on with your life, and I'll do the same. Samantha pulls her car keys from her jacket pocket, her expression unreadable. Just looking out for you, Bibby. That's all I'm going to say. What the hell did that mean? There is nothing left in Samantha but bitterness. And Soph would never have confided in her mum, not about me. They weren't even as close as Samantha likes to pretend. She has rewritten their relationship, shaping Sophie into something she needs her to be. It isn't my job to shatter that illusion. But if she starts meddling in my life, I will not hesitate to remind her who Soph really was. Chapter 6. Bibby Cornwall Now. In my final year of primary school, at the beginning of the new term in September, I learned the piano. I came to stay with Granny when Mum went in for an operation and couldn't look after me. I was delighted, thinking I'd be missing school, but Granny had no such ideas and temporarily enrolled me in the local school where Soph went, so I wouldn't get behind. Later, after Mum died, Granny would pay for the two of us to go to the local private school. But back in year 6 in primary school, I really wanted to start playing the piano after hearing Granny playing often.
When the headmistress, Mrs. Davenport, asked if there were any pupils interested in learning musical instruments, I didn't hesitate to put my name down on the list, pinned on the board outside her office, along with the instrument I wanted to learn. There was a piano in the school hall, only ever used for assemblies and plays, but after enough students showed interest, Mrs. Davenport agreed to let us use it. Mr. Peters was the only teacher who could play, so he was roped into giving after-school lessons. He was a tall, sickly-looking man with a greasy comb-over and nails bitten down to the quick. For some reason, my swift progress seemed to irritate him. Once we'd learned the keys and could play scales, he started assigning us short pieces to practice. We were allowed to use the piano at lunchtime, and I spent every spare moment there. I wanted to get as good as Granny, so she'd be proud of me. But later, I learned he had a grudge against Granny, and by extension me, after he tried to lease a Tide Song commercial building in the village for his wife's tattoo shop and been turned down. It became obvious he gave me less time on the piano than the others. When I played well, he'd still find fault, inventing mistakes, his criticism always sharper with me than anyone else. He mocked me in a posh voice, calling me the little lady, imitating the way Granny spoke. I tried not to let it bother me, but I knew he was being cruel. The other kids giggled, fully aware he was picking on me. So I giggled too, pretending it didn't hurt. At home, I practiced relentlessly on Granny's piano. Her piano sits in the sitting room still. I open the lid and run my fingers over the keys, dabbling a little. I used to play with her, while Grandad listened as he did his Times crossword. She was puzzled by Mr. Peters' supposed criticisms of my playing. To Granny, I was nearly perfect on the simple piece he'd assigned. Grandad would clap, then leave us for golf or his greenhouse. He was very much into his plants and was growing vegetables at that time. He thought they should become less dependent on supermarkets and grow their own. Sophie wasn't thrilled that playtime was being cut short, but some days she'd wait at the back of the classroom so we could walk home together. We'd stop by the shop, buy sweets, and eat them in our secret spot. It was on one of those days that Soph heard Mr. Peters call me the little lady. She saw how he sneered as I played, nitpicked my every move, singling me out more than anyone else. Heat burned my cheeks. I wanted to disappear. The humiliation of Soph witnessing it made my fingers clumsy, turning the notes to chaos. Mr. Peters laughed nastily. Later, as we walked home, Soph finally spoke up. "Why didn't you tell me he was so mean to you? Is he always like that?" I didn't answer. Instead, I ran ahead, not wanting to talk about it. I jumped over the low wall onto the beach, pulled off my shoes and socks, and ran along the sand, loving the feel of the breeze in my hair and the whip of sand on my face. We stopped when we came to the little cluster of rocks we called our cave, and I crawled into the small space. "Why won't you tell me?" she said, crawling in after me. "Tell you what?" I said, feigning indifference. "If Mr. Peters is always horrid to you like that." I shrugged. If Soph told Granny or Samantha, I'd probably have to stop going to lessons, and I didn't want to stop. "Oh, is he?" I asked, playing dumb. "He's horrible, Bibby. So mean. Why don't you say anything? Tell your Granny. She'd sort him out in a second." She laughed, and despite myself, I did too. I knew exactly what Granny would do, how she'd go about dealing with Mr. Peters. That was what I was afraid of. If she found out, he'd lose his job, and I had no doubt he deserved it. But I didn't want to be the reason why. I hesitated, but in the end, I nodded. We both knew Granny had a short fuse. If she found out, all hell would break loose. I didn't want teachers tiptoeing around me, afraid of what I might do. Your Granny would get her knickers in a twist if she heard him calling you the little lady. She mocked the way Mr. Peters said it, and we laughed. "I guess. Just don't tell her, Soph, please. She'll make me stop going, and I do enjoy it." Sophie screwed up her face. "Enjoy it? When he's so cruel to you? How can you?" "I dunno, I just do. Promise you won't tell. Promise, Soph." I held out a sweet. "Please, don't tell." I wished she'd stop talking about it. I was trying to push the whole mortifying scene out of my head, but now it was all I could hear. Mr. Peters' mocking tone, the way he singled me out, nitpicking every mistake, real or imagined, and those horrid pop-out eyes, round as billiard balls. Sophie did promise in the end, and nothing happened. I spent the next week, then another, waiting, half convinced Sophie would tell. But she didn't. Then, on the second Wednesday after my lesson, Mr. Peters strolled out to the car park, swinging his satchel, whistling tunelessly. Most of the staff had already left. His car windows were rolled down to stop the car from overheating. It was nearly 27 degrees. I knew how suffocating Granny's car got when it sat in the sun. We crouched behind the hedge near his car. "Shush, Bibby, you have to be quiet. Just watch." "Why? What have you done?" "Nothing, just watch. Now shush, he might hear us, and then he'll know it's us." I frowned. "What will he—" "Shush!" She put a finger to her lips. Mr. Peters opened the car door and instantly leapt back. We clamped our hands over our mouths, shaking with silent laughter. Then I saw it. A frog. Then another. Then another. Sophie lost it. She fell onto her back, her body convulsing with laughter, as Mr. Peters made panicked little noises, wafting his briefcase at the leaping frogs. "Shoo! Shoo!" I buried my face in Soph's neck, giggling. "How many did you put in?" "Lots." "Where from?" She grinned, still breathless. "That lane that floods all the time. You know the one near the stream? It's littered with them." I boxed up as many as I could, sneaked out at break, and dropped the lot through his window. I told Mrs. Olson I had a tummy ache so I could slip out to the loo, then nearly got caught coming back in with the empty box. Mrs. Davenport was right there. I almost wet myself. "You know he hates them, right?" Sophie smirked. "Exactly." "What if he finds out it was you?" "How? Nobody saw me, and the frogs aren't going to tell him." But somebody had seen, and the next day, Sophie was hauled to the head teacher's office. Her mum was called in, much to her horror, but she never told them why she did it. "I just said I didn't like him, that's all, Bibby. I promised I wouldn't tell." Her mum banned us from seeing each other for a whole week. Samantha knew Soph had done it for me. She was cross Soph was the one in trouble. Soph was sanguine about the punishment, saying it was well worth it just to have seen his face.
Chapter 7. Lucy Stedman Walsh, Cornwall. Before I'm in my late 70s, and the years press heavy on my spine as I stand rigid at the window, staring out to sea. My arms are clutched around myself, but not for comfort. I'm holding in a fury that threatens to consume me. Bibby's words ring in my ears, each syllable another spark to the fire raging inside. Marcus Dalton, that boy, that pathetic excuse for a man, what he had tried to do. My nails dig into the fabric of my sleeves. Never one to show emotion, I have spent a lifetime mastering restraint. But today? Today, I want to cast aside every ounce of my carefully bred composure, spin on my heel, and scream at my granddaughter for her sheer, blinding stupidity. How could she have been so naive? Behind me, Bibby hovers just inside the doorway, arms wound tightly around herself, as if trying to hold her shape in the face of everything she's just confessed. Her breathing is shallow, her chin tilted up in defiance, but I can see the tremble in her fingers, the way her eyes flicker between guilt and stubborn resolve. She hasn't moved since she spoke Marcus's name aloud. She's waiting for something, perhaps judgment, perhaps comfort. Even she isn't sure which she longs for after telling me, only that she cannot decide if she deserves one or the other. But screaming at Bibby isn't going to change what has happened. It won't undo the damage, and it certainly wouldn't help either of us. I learned, through decades of disappointments and betrayals, that patience and playing the long game are far more satisfying weapons than rage. But the betrayal cuts deep. After everything I have done for her, after all the warnings I hammered into Bibby about the treachery of humanity, the girl still chose to fall into the same wretched trap as her mother. Was this fate? Some cruel, inescapable curse upon my family? I have had a wonderful marriage, long, steady, and happy, but it was not left to chance. We built it, day by patient day, through storms both spoken and silent. And then, not long after Sophie died, it ended without warning. One bright morning he kissed my cheek, and by nightfall I was alone. Still am,
in the ways that matter. I chose my husband wisely, ensuring we were a perfect match in every way. But you can never be 100% certain. Unlike my daughter, Bibi's mother, who married for love and love alone, heedless of my warnings. I told her, pleaded with her, that he was unsuitable, that he would bring nothing but ruin and heartbreak. And in the end, I was right. Horribly, unbearably right. I steady myself, keeping the irritation from spilling over. Well, I say at last, my voice like steel. If there's any mercy in this mess, it's that you saw him clearly before it went any further. But that's not the end of it, is it? The question now is whether you still believe he won't do it again. Because he didn't just lie, he calculated. He looked you in the eye, knowing what he intended to take. And that kind of deceit doesn't just vanish. It lingers. It waits. Bibi hesitates, her voice barely finding shape. I don't know, Granny. He said he was sorry, and I think he meant it. It was the gambling, that's all. He was desperate. But he promised me. He swore it wouldn't happen again. She swallows, her eyes flicking to the floor like she is keeping something from me. He's not like that, not really. He made a mistake. That doesn't mean he'll do it again. She bites her lip. I can't shake the sense that she's not telling me everything. The pitifulness of my granddaughter's voice, the sheer foolishness of her words, grate on nerves already rubbed raw. It pains me to see she isn't trusting enough to tell me what she is keeping back. My mind races in a dozen directions at once, searching for the best course of action to not fall out with her. If I push her, she, just like her mother, will clam up, and there will be no chance of getting it out of her, or she will bolt. I don't want either of those scenarios. But then, something inside me snaps. I just can't stand her pitifulness a moment longer. She reminds me too much of her mother, and I fear so terribly for her that I can't stand by, even though I know I should. I round on Bibi so fast I have to grab the back of a chair to steady myself. You think? So what? You do or you don't trust he won't try again? My breath hitches, chest tightening like a vice. My doctor would be furious if he saw me like this, but I can't stop. The crimson rage creeps up my neck. My hands tremble with the effort of restraint. So, you're telling me, I hiss, voice sharp enough to cut glass, that you are going to continue to see this man. Has Bibi lost her mind? The thunder in my voice shakes the very air between us. Even the walls seem to recoil. I hate that I have lost it, just like I did with my daughter. It was a mistake, she pleads, then takes a couple of breaths. We all make mistakes, Bibi cries, but her voice remains infuriatingly calm, albeit tinged with sadness. Who for? Her? Me? Him? I despair she's taking the wrong road, just like her mother. I stare at her, baffled. Calm? How can she be so composed, so utterly pathetic in the face of this? The lack of fight in my own granddaughter grates on my nerves like nails on glass, and I want to slap her to bring her to her senses. I fear that will only make matters worse, but the urge is desperate. Why can she not see it? For God's sake, Bibi, this was not a mistake, I bark, with raw fury. This was calculated. This was greed. You cannot continue a relationship with a man like that, especially not one who has a gambling problem. It's so obvious. Why can't Bibi see the disaster rushing towards her like a tidal wave? Why is she blind to it? Her mother had been the same, exactly the same. In fact,
this entire conversation is a sick echo of the one I had with Bridget before she ran off. Eloped like a reckless child, marrying that worthless man in France before smugly returning home to announce it was a fait accompli. I wanted to wring his scrawny neck right in front of her. And now, history is repeating itself. I'll make him go to rehab. Christ. I nearly recoil from the sheer stupidity of the words. You sound just like your idiot mother. She was full of love and hope for that dope who destroyed her too. Is that what you want for yourself? I spent years trying to protect Bibi, bringing her to Tidesong after her mother's death, raising her with the wisdom and strength my own daughter had rejected. I've taken Bibi into my heart,
shielded her from the world. I thought we were close, that she trusted my wisdom. What the hell has gone wrong? But can anyone really protect someone from their own foolishness? There are too many devils out there, too many traps waiting to be sprung, and in the end, no matter how hard you try, one of them is always lurking, ready to claim its victim. Haven't I given Bibi enough weapons to fight them off? Haven't I taught her better than this? Christ. And then, in a flash of clarity, I know what has to be done. Bibi is walking the same doomed path as Bridget, and I'll be damned before I let history repeat itself. Maybe I was too soft on Bridget. Maybe I gave her too much freedom. Not this time. We reach an impasse, words turning to silence, neither willing to budge. In the end, Bibi leaves, returning to London, returning to him, the fool who will ruin her, not if I have anything to do with it. Mrs. Pugh enters the drawing room after Bibi's departure, setting down a tray of tea and biscuits on the oriental coffee table beside the sienna-coloured velour sofa, my favourite place to relax. Without waiting for instruction, she pours a cup and hands it to me. Sit down, Connie, please.
Don't stand on ceremony. Pour yourself a drink. Connie Pugh settles onto the opposite sofa, its design mirroring the other. She takes the hint and helps herself to tea. We've known each other a long time, I say, my voice quiet but edged with something dark. You've seen just about everything in this family that I have. I sip my drink, staring into the flames of the log fire I had asked Connie to light earlier that morning. It isn't a particularly cold day, but a chill still runs through me. A deep, marrow-aching cold, like a Siberian wind cutting straight to the bone. A deep, unshakable sense of dread. What's coming cannot be stopped, I fear. What has Bibi done, Lucy? Connie asks, as if reading my mind. Hasn't she told you? I glance at her. She usually tells you before me if it's something she knows I won't like. Not this time. I'm worried, Connie. The admission sits heavy on my tongue. Really worried. About Bibi? Connie asks, nibbling absently on a biscuit. About everything. This house, Bibi, the money, the trust. But everything is wrapped up, isn't it? You said the lawyers had it all settled. Why are you worried now? I look at my oldest friend. There is no shame in talking to Connie. There never has been. Connie has been with me most of my life, not just as a housekeeper, but as my closest confidant. There is nothing Connie doesn't know about me. Nothing. I trust no one. But Connie? I trust her with my life. I'd do anything for her. And I know it's reciprocated. I tighten my grip on the delicate china teacup, my fingers trembling. She's going down the same road as Bridget. Connie exhales slowly. Are you sure? What has she told you? That this idiot Marcus Dalton. I spit the name like venom. Christ, Connie. He's just like that fool of a father of hers. Only this one comes from a wealthy family, if you can believe it. And he still turned out to be an idiot. I rake the lipstick off my lips with my teeth, a nervous tick I haven't indulged for years. It doesn't matter what side you're born on, Connie says flatly. If you're an idiot, you're an idiot. What I don't understand is how Bibi doesn't see it. You know Bibi. My tone is bitter, the weight of years pressing down on me. She adored her father, never saw his mistakes, only that he made mistakes. And she always had excuses for him. It wasn't his fault. Life was cruel to him. He never had a chance. I let out a harsh breath. She didn't want to see him for what he was, a greedy, lying, selfish bastard. Spittle escapes my mouth, such is the vitriol inside me. Women seldom do, Connie murmurs. Is she trying to fix this Marcus? Is that the problem? Does she see her father in him and think she can save him because she couldn't save her father? My chest tightens. I wipe my lips with the tiny linen napkin. I was thinking the same thing, I admit, but he'll drag her down before she gets that chance. He's a gambler, just like her father was. And Bibi isn't strong enough to stand against an addict. Look what he's already done. If they marry, he'll have control over her and everything that is hers. Once pushed firmly into the past, memories now surge to the surface,
and whirl through my head. Her infuriating grandfather had established a trust with an outdated and deeply misogynistic clause. If a female heir inherited Tidesong while married, her husband would assume control. However, if she was single at the time of inheritance, the estate would pass solely to her, and even if she married later, the trust would remain intact, ensuring ownership and authority stayed within her direct lineage. The trust encompassed all Tidesong properties, real estate in Sanborn, both commercial and residential, with rental income reinvested to fund ongoing maintenance and repairs. Select charities have been earmarked to receive disbursements, though these designations can be revised at any time.
Profits are distributed as dividends. Importantly, the Tidesong house itself is not held within the trust. I've already transferred ownership to her for tax purposes. My immediate concern is to ensure the trust remains entirely outside her reach and under the exclusive management of my solicitor. Given her apparent intent to marry this man, whose judgment I find questionable at best, I will be issuing formal instructions to my solicitor to safeguard the trust and maintain full oversight of its assets. The firelight flickers in my vision, twisting, warping. I can see it. Bibby, like Bridget, broken, used up, pushed to the brink before she... I squeeze my eyes shut, but the vision won't leave. Tears slide down my cheeks. I'm afraid she'll bolt, just like Bridget, and then it will be too late. Connie watches carefully. What can you do? I wipe at my face, dragging myself back from the edge. My voice is like iron when I speak again. I can't change the terms of the will, or the trust. I'll stop it from happening. How? Connie asks, steady, measured. How can you stop her from being with this man? I meet her gaze. How? I echo, waiting for Connie to say what I already know she'll say. Connie sets down her tea. When do you want to leave? Chapter 8. Marcus, Norfolk. Before. The drive to my parents' house is already a nightmare. Traffic snarls around me, a slow-moving purgatory. I should have taken the train. I could have shut my eyes, lost myself in music, maybe even had a couple of glasses of wine to take the edge off. Instead, I'm stuck in the endless line of brake lights, listening to the new Stones album for the third time, trying not to think about why I am really making this trip. 3.5 hours to Cromer, 3.5 hours to brace myself. I should be preparing for their questions, but what is the point? I already know how this will go. Still, I have no choice. I'm out of options. I don't want to think what will happen when I tell them. The closer I get, the worse I feel. My throat is dry, my confidence evaporating with every mile. It is going to be painful, of course it is. It always is when I have to give them bad news. I tell myself to stand my ground and just tell them, but Dad has a way of sweeping my legs out from under me before I even get started. We've been close once, before I rejected banking, before I chose to carve out my own path. Dad never forgave me for that. We rarely speak, and he never calls me to come over. That's always my mother. And yet, he's called for me to come over this time. That is unusual, but it fits in nicely with my news. They know about the book deal. I texted Mum yesterday, and she sent back a warm, congratulatory message. Dad hasn't replied yet. I'd hoped, just quietly, that he might say something, maybe even express a little pride. The last thing he said about my writing was, "Are you sure you can live up to your reputation in the next book? What if it's not as good as the first one? You're only as good as your last book, isn't that what they say?" It might have been meant as a simple observation, maybe even concern. But for someone like me, who already wrestles with self-doubt, it was hard not to take it to heart. Mum thought it was a compliment. She always tries to see the best in things. And maybe she's right. I know Dad doesn't always understand the world I've chosen, or how much it means to me. It's not the career he imagined, and that's okay. We come at things differently. But I still wish sometimes that he could see it the way I do. Not just as work, but as something real and worth celebrating. I figured out a long time ago that I didn't have real friends. The ones from school were never true friends, just connections. That's how it works in our world. Everyone has a value until they don't. I learned that lesson the hard way at university. One night in a crowded pub, surrounded by the usual crowd, girls draped over us, drinks covering every inch of the table,
Someone brought out tequila and some coke. We downed shot after shot, the burn of it numbing me. I barely registered the pub getting raided until it was too late. The others bolted through the back, leaving me behind, coke lines still on the table. Dad wasn't angry about the drugs. No, his only disappointment was that I got caught. "You should not have got caught, Marcus." That was all he said. He made a few calls, pulled a few strings, and just like that, it disappeared. That is how our world works. Connections, favors, debts. I'm out of all of them now. I grip the steering wheel tighter. I want to turn the car around. I can't though. I have to see it through. They have to listen to what I have to say. I know he'll try to break me down, but I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 30 years old and I'm ready for that. Or at least, I tell myself I am. Parents always know the right buttons to press. I asked Bibi to come with me today. She refused. I wasn't surprised. She has a real problem with wealth. Well, my parents' type of wealth. Personally, I didn't think my mum would approve, and right now, I don't need that sort of pressure. "I hold your parents responsible for killing mine," she said.
Like she did on a regular basis. "That's ridiculous," I shot back. But we'd had this argument before, many times.
"My dad was one of many. You can't pin the tail on him." I don't know why I defended him. She was right. I know she was right. But I can't bring myself to admit it. Why? I don't have an answer. I guess I love them, and in their way, I know they love me. I take the next exit and spot a Starbucks. I pull in, grab a coffee and sit in my car. I watch the other travelers and wonder what their lives are like. Better than mine? Worse? Could they be worse? Stressed or not? It's a glorious sunny day, not too warm, but the sun through the windscreen feels nice. Despite the warmth, my hand trembles slightly as I reach for my bank card, using the edge to make a neat little line. One quick sniff. A deep breath. The anxiety shifts, melting into something more manageable, more distant. The country lane leading to the house is just under a mile. And then, there it is, rising up in front of me as I take the final turn. I wipe my nose, double-checking there aren't any traces of white powder. The gravel crunches under the tires. Dad hates it when visitors mess up the driveway. Mum will have heard me arrive. She might already be behind the door, waiting, but she won't rush out. She never does. Dad likes things controlled, not too much emotion on display. The house is immaculate, imposing. Wisteria drapes elegantly around the stone porch. The perfectly pruned architectural plants frame the red brick facade. The lawn is flawless, stretching in every direction, a testament to wealth and control. Bibi would hate it, or maybe she would have handled it. Either way, it doesn't matter. She isn't here. My body stiffens from tension. Right now, I need Dad in a good mood. I tell myself I can handle this and wipe the sweat from my brow with the paper napkin I took from Starbucks. I turn off the engine and sit for a moment, feeling the acid churn in my stomach. I pop an antacid, watching my hand tremble again as I reach for the packet. I flick it, a trick I've used before to steady my hand. There is no easy way of telling them my bad news. I just have to do it. One deep breath, then another. I step out of the car, phone in hand. It's time. The high-glossed British racing green front door opens as I walk towards it. I see the ivy on the west wing has been cut back, neat and precise. I wonder how long it took someone to do that. My thoughts are all over the place. Everything about the house is immaculate, as always. Controlled, polished, perfect. I immediately rectify my posture and feel the dampness under my arms. I feel eyes on me and look up. But there's nobody there. As I step inside, my mother greets me, her green eyes gleaming unnervingly as they scan me from top to toe. She pulls me into a suffocating bear hug, holding on for just a little too long. Her familiar perfume drifts over me. I shift slightly, but she doesn't let go immediately. Claustrophobia begins to wrap around me. "Darling, it's so wonderful to see you. I thought you said you were bringing your girlfriend." "Bibi? Is that right? Is that her name?" Her voice is smooth, but there's something else beneath it as she peers over my shoulder, although I know for a fact that she is already aware Bibi isn't with me. "Ah, well, she couldn't make it after all. Sorry, Mum, something came up." I force a smile. She knows I'm lying, but she doesn't push. Today is not the time to talk about Bibi. I need to focus on how I'm going to tell them. Such a shame. Her words are disingenuous. Her fingers trail along my jawline, lingering, her gaze drinking me in. I do hope she's good enough for you, but of course, no one will ever love you as much as I do. She gives me another smile, warm, indulgent, suffocating. So, are you okay? I clear my throat. Dad? Is he well? She nods. I try to swallow a sharp ball of pain in my throat just thinking about him, and start to pull out of her grasp. This is going to devastate them. Yes, we're both quite well, Marcus. You really are naughty not coming more often. I miss you, darling, my sweet boy. She sighs, running her hands down my arms. But you must tell me more about your girlfriend. Will I like her? Doubtful. Mum wouldn't like any girl I brought home. None would ever be good enough. It's happened before. They never last. It's a long way, Mum. I'm tired. We'll talk later. She wants details, but she already knows more about Bibi than she lets on. She always did. She just wants to talk. I brush her off gently, wanting to get away from her cloying closeness. My guilt is beginning to make my stomach acid worse. I'm about to hand them a disappointment I can't soften. Shame closes in, and I look away. I should have spoken up when the hospital called. Mum will understand. I don't know how she'll bear it, though. I know, Marcus, but we're in London a lot, and you're always too busy to see us recently. Her voice is light, but there's something behind it, like she knows I'm here bearing bad news. Well, I'm not going to argue about it. I'm sure when you're ready, you'll bring her to meet us. She laughs, too softly. We're not monsters, darling. We only want what's best for you. Now then, come along. Are you staying for lunch? I hope so. I've had something prepared. It wasn't a real question. I never stay long, and she knows it. Of course. I'll go upstairs and freshen up. I don't have a choice. Is Dad in the drawing room? She watches me carefully. He is. Marcus, is everything all right, darling? Of course. I have some amazing news for you. I throw it out there, a distraction, hoping to cut off her worry before it grows. But something is off. She has that look. Is everything okay with you? You seem weird somehow. Hopefully nothing. Hopefully a misunderstanding. Darling? I don't understand what she means. She tilts her head slightly, the way she used to when I was a boy, when she would stare at me as if I were the only thing in the world that mattered. I'll see you at lunch, darling. I can tell something isn't right. I turn and climb the central staircase, my skin prickling with the uncertainty I sense in the house. The house has 4 floors. There is the ground floor with the morning room, study, dining room, kitchen, and orangery with huge doors the length of the room that in the summer are nearly always open. That is where Mum likes to entertain most of the time. The first floor has the drawing room, sitting room, and the library, which is mostly Dad's domain. The second floor has the bedrooms, and the third floor is where the live-in staff stay. Bibi would hate this house and all that it represents. She'd hate my mother. The feeling, I am certain, would be mutual, but only because she doesn't think anyone is good enough for me. I've had some doubts about Bibi, if I'm honest, but she is good for me in a lot of ways. I think I was feeling guilty keeping something back, and that caused friction between us, and it drives me crazy. Now that I've told her what's been making me so reactive, she's more understanding. My thoughts spiral at times. I feel unsure about things and the coke helps. I've explained to her why I need it. At first she didn't believe me or understand, until I explained it properly. I told her that my mind jumps like those jumping Mexican beans you get as a child. The coke stops it, calms it. I think of her whole life ahead of her, and I want so much to be a part of it. I can't get enough of her. I close my eyes and almost believe I can smell her close to me. If only she'd calm down. Stop trying to rescue me from myself. Stop battling ghosts long buried. What happened to her parents happened to hundreds of others. She's just angry with the world, and she hates the feeling of losing control. And now that I told her what's going on with me, she feels even less in control. I drop onto my bed, rub my temples and lie back. Then I hear footsteps on the landing and freeze. They hesitate outside my door, then retreat, then come back. That one floorboard right outside the door creaks. I am suddenly 8 years old, and all my old fears engulf me, of my dad coming to tell me off for something I did. The handle turns. Dad steps inside, just a fraction, his hand still on the knob as if ready to retreat. I don't know what to expect. Although he's my father, the same man I have known all my life, something is different about him today. There's an anger inside him just beneath the surface. I can sense it flowing off him as he looks at me. And that concerns me. Has something happened I don't know of? Or am I just projecting all this because I am anticipating how they are going to react to my news? Or maybe they already know. But how could they? It wouldn't surprise me. Dad knows everyone, or at least knows someone who knows him. He's dressed as always, smart, casual navy trousers with a pastel-colored shirt under a V-neck pullover that usually matches his shirt, but today it's navy. That's one thing about this place. It's always cold. You have to layer and layer to stay warm. I smile and sit up, keen to break the ice forming around me from fear that he knows why I'm here, other than being summoned here. "Hey, Dad, how are you?" He stares at me as if he can read my thoughts. "Sorry, Marcus. I was in the library and came up to change. I didn't know you'd arrived." Oh, he knew all right. The library is at the front of the house, and you can always hear anyone arriving through the single-glazed, leaded windows. "Good journey?" "I was going to freshen up a bit before catching up with you. Went for a walk with the dogs, and one gets a bit smelly, if you know what I mean." The dogs had been in the hallway with Mum sitting quietly,
Obediently in the corner.
"You got everything you need? Just call one of the staff if you need anything." There's a sorrow in Dad's face. I can't quite read him, but the clenched jaw tells me a lot. "Yes, motorway was clear. Well, what I could use to get here," I offer. "Traffic was light all the way, pretty much. Mum said she was putting lunch on. It'll be nice to spend a little time together, just the three of us." You're not staying over then?" It's a rhetorical question. He knows I'm not. No, I can't. Sorry, I've got loads on. I'll tell you all about it over lunch. Got some news to share with you both." He nods. I won't want to stay after delivering my news. "Right," Dad nods, again as if he's thinking deeply, choosing his words. "No, didn't think you would. Your mum will be upset. I think she was hoping you'd do an overnighter. Never mind. Hey, you're always so busy. Busy. One wonders what you get up to be so busy. I don't miss that it will be Mum only who'll be upset. We understand. Nice to have you here for the afternoon anyway." I nod, feeling that is the only adequate response without getting into anything with him right now. Dad leaves, closing the door behind him. The floorboard creaks. This isn't going to go well.
Chapter 9. Marcia, Norfolk.
Before I walk into the kitchen after Marcus goes upstairs, stepping over the sleeping dogs that have now settled by the back door after following me in here, Mrs. Finch is putting the last touches to our lunch. I reach into my pocket for my lipstick and compact mirror, fingers trembling slightly. It's a nervous tic I've had all my adult life. I noticed Marcus had a bit of a tremor today. I felt it while I hugged him. I wonder if it's hereditary. I'm used to the cold normally, but today I really feel it in my bones. I flip open the compact mirror, but only apply the lipstick. I don't need to see the rest of my face to know how pinched it looks. My jaw aches from grinding my teeth, a habit that has only worsened since Marcus has started pulling away. I snap the compact shut with a sharp click and exhale. "Mrs. Finch, is everything ready?" I think Marcus is probably hoping for a quick lunch before heading off again. He always seems to have so much going on. I say it with a light smile. "Everything is ready, Mrs. Dalton, whenever you are." I nod. Mrs. Finch is the one person I can trust, the only one who understands the depth of love I have for my son and how it hurts so much since all this damned acrimonious tension between him and his father. I smooth down my skirt, then turn to the grand dining table in the dining room across from the kitchen, already set. Everything has to be perfect. Marcus deserves perfection. I know he won't stay long. He never does these days. Always leaving, always rushing. I imagine, just for a moment, locking the doors, keeping him here, just a little longer. Mrs. Finch's voice breaks into my thoughts. "Is everything all right, Mrs. Dalton?" I blink and let out a soft, breathy laugh. "Oh, of course. I hesitate, pressing a hand to my chest. "I just wish he didn't have to leave so soon. You know how much I miss him." My lips, now painted a deep crimson, stretch into a too wide smile. "A mother should be able to keep her son close, don't you think?" Mrs. Finch says nothing. She doesn't have children, so how could she? But I know she's close to Marcus, and I see a flicker of understanding in the older woman's eyes. Of course, Mrs. Finch understands. Everyone does, don't they? How devoted I am. How much Marcus needs me, even if he doesn't always realize it. He's busy. Too busy to call, too busy to visit, too busy to appreciate all I do for him. But that's boys for you, not just Marcus. That's what it is. Not avoidance, not distance, not the thing I dare not name. That his affection is now taken up by another woman in his life. This Bibby person. What is the saying? A daughter is for life, and a son until he finds a wife. Just busyness. Yes, that's what it must be. I pull out my handkerchief once again and wipe away a tiny tear that has escaped. This is not acceptable. Why can't I control myself? Giles refused to talk about our visitor the other night. He barely met my eye when I brought it up at breakfast, simply shook his head, muttering, "It's done now." But it isn't done. Not for me. I have to speak to someone, and I'd rather not discuss this with our friends. They won't understand, not truly. But Mrs. Finch, she can be trusted. It's only with Mrs. Finch that I can express how I truly feel without feeling judged. It's the only time I don't have to put on a front, to pretend to be brave. I have too many emotions running amok inside me. I wipe my eyes one last time and put away the handkerchief, forcing myself to breathe evenly. Then, I try to inject lightness into my tone, though it trembles at the edges, giving me away. "I'm really worried about Marcus, Mrs. Finch. He's a good boy, but you already know that. He's just easily led sometimes, don't you think? I'm sure it's this new girlfriend of his, Bibby, what a ridiculous name, who has got him in this mess." Mrs. Finch's gaze flickers, unreadable. "I do remember him that way."
"Yes. The thing is, and I don't need to tell you that this has to stay within these walls." Mrs. Finch inclines her head. "I understand." I draw in a deep breath. Do I really want to talk about this with Mrs. Finch? If I want to get it off my chest, I have no choice. Of course, Giles will never know I've had this conversation. I lean in slightly, lowering my voice. Marcus has got himself into a bit of a mess. Mrs. Finch's hands pause in their smoothing of the linen napkins. I see. My stomach twists. The memory of that night flashes in my mind. The visitor, a shadow at the threshold, the knock that echoed through the house, sharp and deliberate. The way he stood there, eyes meeting eyes. Giles barely spoke, knowing it was something to do with Marcus. Then that man entered our home, trailing the scent of damp wool and stale tobacco. I was polite. We both were, of course. I'm always polite. But something about him put my teeth on edge, made my fingers twitch against the skirt of my dress. I dared to look at Giles. One glance told me he was raging to have been put in this position. Giles barely said a word as I tried to defend Marcus. Why wouldn't he do the same? My darling boy, it couldn't all be his fault. She had to have had a hand in it. What had he said she was? An actress? Well, clearly this was down to her, not my boy. And then the visitor left, leaving a dark void where he'd been, sinister and dangerous. We'd also received an anonymous letter the day before that told of Marcus trying to steal Bibby's inherited family home, Tidesong, down in Cornwall. Lies, all lies, of course. Marcus would never do such a diabolical thing. Giles barely looked at me afterwards. It was only later that I heard the hushed voices from Giles's study. The words I wasn't meant to hear. Debt, reputation, consequences. I daren't ask who he'd been talking to. Whoever it was, I hope it was someone who will keep quiet. It could ruin Marcus if it got out.
Destroy his reputation. I won't allow that. I swallow hard. Yes, well, he owes a lot of money to people who are not our sort, if you understand, Mrs. Finch.
I see.
I shiver, though the room is warm with the arga. Yes, and Giles will have to bail him out, but he's not happy about it, and he's going to put provisos in place if he does give Marcus the money. I'm not happy about that. We discussed it, and he said flatly that if Marcus didn't adhere to them, then, well, he didn't finish the sentence and wouldn't discuss it further. But I knew what it was he wasn't saying. Mrs. Finch nods slowly. We do what we must, Mrs. Dalton, to protect our children. There's no shame there, and he is a good lad when all's said and done. I nod. Mrs. Finch is right. She understands just like I knew she would. Good. Yes, he is good. He's mine, my son. Mrs. Finch understands. She knows what it is to be a mother. She practically raised Marcus with me. She loves him like her own. The world outside this house has its claws in my boy, pulling him away, whispering lies in his ear, like Bibby. But I won't let it take him. I am not going to let that woman destroy my boy. No, I won't let anyone take him. Not the debt, not them, not her, not even Marcus himself.
Chapter 10. Bibby Cornwall. Now I stand up and stretch. I've been kneeling, sorting through the last of Granny's boxes and thrown most of the stuff out. Mrs. Pugh has lit the fire in the sitting room. It's as cold as a morgue in here this morning, but now it's toasty, so much so that I can take off my thick Aran cardigan. I grab my tea, which has nearly gone cold, and walk around the room stretching my legs and twisting my head left and right to loosen up the muscles in my shoulders. Granny never used a computer. I'm surprised she managed until now to do without one. I, on the other hand, have my life on my laptop. I open X and see a post from someone I don't know. Marcus didn't jump, he was pushed. I know it was you. I'm coming for you. For a heartbeat, the thought sparks a savage satisfaction. After what he did, he'd have deserved it. But the heat drains as quickly as it came, leaving only the hollow truth that he was already dying, and none of it was really his fault. I look up out the window, the water relaxing me as my stomach twists. People feel they can say anything online. Another crank. The thing I hate more than anything are lies. People who twist reality to fit their own needs, or to avoid taking responsibility for their actions. Those are the worst. Marcus was always reckless, always pushing things too far. He thought he was rich enough to never get caught, until life intervened and it was out of his control. People like his parents don't like to admit the truth about someone when they die. It's easier to invent stories, to pin things on someone else, to rewrite the truth. I rest my palms against the glass. The accusation lingers, though, like a shadow at the edge of my vision. But I know what happened that day. I drop into the wing-back chair by the fire and remember the first time I met Marcus. Was it my destiny to meet him, or his to meet me? My life has been tragic, and no one can take that away from me.
No one can tell me that others have had it worse. I'm not saying they haven't, I'm just saying that pain has shaped my life. And really, when it comes down to it, it boils down to poor choices, not fate. When we met, I thought straight away there was something off about him, like a dirty secret he might have and didn't want anyone to know. He had little empathy for people, I noticed. Later, I realized why. I sensed it all around him, but instead of walking away, I walked towards it. I wanted to find out more about him. I knew he'd had a line of cocaine that night, as there was residue on his nostrils. I honestly do not know what made me go home with him after the party. I'd kept moving around the room as I worked it, and noticed him looking at me, watching me. I knew he'd want to see if I had a boyfriend who'd come and pick me up at the end of the night. He was alone that night, no date, and he seemed bored, as if he'd rather be somewhere else. His leg hammered up and down. I instantly knew he was on something before I saw the white powder on his nose. And yet, I was still drawn in. The pull he had, I'd never felt before. Each time I looked over, he was watching me, but not in a creepy way. I asked around about him, who he was, what he did. I found out this was his agent's birthday bash, and couldn't help smiling internally at how I had convinced him I was this great, up-and-coming American actress. He was a writer, not an actor, thank God. I knew enough of them not to want to get involved with one. Too big an ego for my liking. Too sensitive, too. It was part of what made me go home with him that night. The easy charm, yes, but also the sheen of who his family were. Finance money, polished and confident, the kind that buys its way into every room. A nepo baby, and in my book, the worst kind. I'm not blind to my own advantages. My family's property in Cornwall has been in our hands for generations, older money than his, but that's exactly why I see the difference.
His world is built on deals and dividends, mine on land and legacy. And it's his kind of privilege I can't quite stomach. For now, I knew enough about him. Looking back, I think I wanted to needle him a little, to see how he'd react if I pressed on the subject of where he came from, all that finance world privilege people like him barely notice. Maybe it was hypocritical, given my own family's old Cornwall safety net, but that was the point. I understood exactly what it meant to be cushioned, and I wanted to know if he did. I wasn't planning to have a long-term relationship with him. I just wanted a shag with a handsome guy. But maybe there was more going on in the back of my mind, and yet I sensed he was trouble, and still went anyway. When I finished my shift and was getting changed in the loos, I heard male and female voices in the next cubicle. It was a surprise when I came out and found him there. It was as if the universe was lining it up for me. I knew precisely when I had him hooked. I also knew I wouldn't be leaving that bar without him. Would I have behaved differently if my life had been different, or even if I knew his secret? Perhaps. Perhaps not. That wasn't something you ever know. You make your choices. Chapter 11. Giles Norfolk. Now, how can a father save his son from self-destruction? Now, I stand in the kitchen, watching the gardeners through the open windows as they meticulously trim the hedges. The shears make a sharp, rhythmic clicking sound. I envy that precision, that clarity. It's not this suffocating fog of grief and failure that weighs heavily on my chest. The anger I felt towards my son drags me down. He's gone now, and the pain is raw. I had been investigating Marcus behind Marcia's back, hiring a private investigator to quietly and carefully uncover what was happening to him. I wanted to ease Marcia's worries, but all I discovered was his gambling and drug use. I couldn't comprehend why he had spiraled out of control. I was convinced there was more to it, but I never found out what. I needed to get him help, which I had suggested before, but he had rejected. I had reached my limit and decided to take matters into my own hands. I was determined to get him into care. I planned to confront him in public, where he wouldn't make a scene, and walk him to my car. With my driver's help, we would get him into the vehicle. I had already booked him into a clinic. It wasn't going to be easy. He wouldn't go willingly. But I had a plan. Not a great one, but a plan nonetheless. After receiving the anonymous letter and having the late-night visit from that debt collector, if one could call him that, I knew I had to do something to help my son. It was all so out of character for him. I wanted to speak to him about both the letter and the visit. But sadly, our last night turned into an altercation of words, mostly mine, of which I'm not proud. I threw him out of the house, refusing to listen to what he was trying to tell us. Now, I can't take any of it back. It's too late. It's all too late. I can't believe that our son would kill himself. Everything has a solution. I taught him that. That is why we, his mother and I,
don't believe he threw himself in front of that train. The thought of it is incomprehensible to us. Marcia's grief is a storm that rages through the house, her tears a constant reminder of our loss. She blames herself, just as I blame myself. We are both trapped in a cycle of guilt and sorrow, unable to find solace in each other's company. Marcia has sunk into a deep grief. She howls like a wounded animal. Do something, do something. My boy would never kill himself. And now I am drowning in guilt for not telling Marcia what really happened that day on the platform. I haven't confronted her about the fact that I knew she was enabling him financially. Marcia has her own money, and she thought I wouldn't find out. Looking back, we made too many mistakes, thinking they were the right choices. I take a deep breath to lower my blood pressure. The doctor has given me some small pills, glycerol trinitrate, for my angina. Something else I haven't told Marcia about. It can wait. We have enough on our plates right now. That terrible morning, I found myself trailing Marcus, torn between doubt and determination. Unsure of the outcome, and wary of his reaction after our last conversation, I parked down the street and watched from my car as he headed towards the underground station. I followed on foot, nearly losing him in the crowd of commuters as he slipped into the station. I almost lost him again on the platform, but I didn't. Marcus stood at the platform's edge, his posture tense and his presence unsettling. Something about him that day seemed different, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what. I longed to reach out to him, to bridge the gap between us. But then, in a moment I wish I could take back, I hesitated. The fear of another rejection held me back, and the opportunity vanished. Damn my pride. As the train roared into the station, the rush of air tugged at our clothes. The crowd surged forward, and Marcus was gone, swallowed by the tracks. Gasps of horror filled the air. That's when I felt someone watching me. They turned and quickly vanished into the sea of commuters. 6 weeks have passed, and Marcia wants to bridge the gap between us, or at least attempt to, but I can barely stand the thought. I am consumed by self-loathing, carrying a secret I know I can never reveal. My traitorous thoughts won't let go of the idea that if Marcia hadn't enabled Marcus, if she had stood by my side and forced our son to face his own downfall, things might have been different. I mourn my son, but I also mourn the bitter truth that Marcus felt no remorse in bleeding his mother dry, never once considering the toll it took on her health. But that wasn't who he was. Sometimes I think he was a different person altogether, someone I didn't recognize. But that day on the platform, what really happened? What did I do? Perhaps it's time to seek help, to talk to someone who can guide us through this darkness. Maybe, just maybe, there's a path forward, a way to find some semblance of peace and understanding. For now, though, the weight of our loss and the burden of our secrets remain, a constant reminder of the love we shared and the mistakes we made.
Chapter 12. Marcus, Norfolk, before. Not much is different in the house or my bedroom. Mum has kept it pretty much the same as when I lived here. An unease settles over me, though. The oak carpentry around the bedroom still gives the place an old-style feeling. The house was built in 1868, and Dad has kept as many of the original features as possible, including the great fireplace in the hall, which is lit every Christmas. A lot has been renovated to the best and highest standards. In the kitchen, I find the ever-faithful Mrs. Finch, who has been with the family for 30 years. The kitchen is warm, painted in a mellow yellow, with shaker cabinets in evergreen. Full glass cabinets line the walls along the back. A large green Aga stands proud. I move nearer to benefit from the warmth. "I heard you were coming, Marcus. You still feeling the cold here?" She gestures for me to stand nearer the Aga, acting as if Mother hadn't already been in to speak to her about me. I know there is a subliminal message in her comment. I'm not going to rise to it. "Your mum's been looking forward to seeing you today, for lunch." We both know I've been summoned, not invited. The warmth from the Aga feels good, but the chill in my bones is ever present. I don't know how you cope. I don't know how they cope with the cold in this place. They're not young anymore. "But you're looking well, Mrs. Finch." "You get used to it over time." She doesn't look at me, but keeps her eyes on what she is doing with some onions in the pan. "I don't think any of us feel the cold so much anymore. And your parents are healthy people. Always outside, walking, shooting, or in the garden. Not ones for being cooped up indoors. You know that, dear boy." I smile because Mrs. Finch has always been one of the warmest women I've ever known. Once, I thought I'd like to meet someone like her, someone soft, someone who would make me feel wanted and safe. But it never happened. I know she is the eyes and ears for my mother around this place. Then I met Bibby. She is the only thing keeping me grounded, while the rest of my life unravels at the seams. But even she feels just out of reach at times, and that's probably my fault. I can't quite let myself go completely. Who I am right now makes me feel selfish, and it's not fair to her. I'm not myself at times, driven to behave erratically. I'm trying to get a grip on it as much as anyone can, but I can't give up the drugs. I open the big stainless steel refrigerator and pull out a beer. My voice comes out light and casual. "Are these for me?" Nobody in the house drinks beer. I know they are for me. But the silence between us thickens
pressing against my chest. She knows more than she's telling about why they called me to come over. What does she know exactly? It's the kind of silence that hums, a sound only I seem to hear, vibrating under my skin, making my fingers twitch around the neck of the bottle. I should say something, fill the quiet, but every word curdles before it reaches my tongue at the thought of what is to come. Bibby flashes through my mind, and suddenly I can't shake the thought that she might leave me alone to deal with what's happening to me. I wish she was here to give me support. I can't handle it if she leaves me. I need to stop thinking about that right now. This isn't the time. The air feels stretched too thin, like it might snap if I move or say the wrong thing right now. The longer it lingers, the more it curls around me, squeezing tighter. I'm not sure I can face my parents if this is how I feel around Mrs. Finch. My throat is dry, even though I'm drinking. I steal a glance at her, shift my weight, force a swallow of beer that tastes thick and bitter at the back of my throat. But the unease doesn't budge. It's there, clawing at the edges of my thoughts. Something terrible has gone on here that they are not telling me about.
Maybe they already know what it is I want to talk to them about. But how? Only Bibby knows. How would they know? You know your mother. She's always got everything you might want when she knows you're coming over. The words are teasing, like a finger pointing at me. I run a thumb around the neck of my sweater. So much has gone into this lunch, and something tugs at my heart that Mum will be upset when I break it to them. If I ask my father to have the conversation in private, that wouldn't be fair on either of them. So, by my reckoning, it is best if she hears it directly from me. Yeah, she's good like that. My devoted mother who loves me unconditionally. She's a good person, and I hate I'm going to upset her. She will never get over it. You look worried. Is something wrong, Marcus? Asks Mrs. Finch. I daren't look at her. She's always been good at reading me. Nah, I've just got to talk to them over some stuff and I'm not looking forward to it. I take another drink straight from the bottle. Mrs. Finch nods. The all-knowing Mrs. Finch. I can simply ask her what Dad wants me here for, but she would never divulge anything. She's faithful to them both. They had a visit from someone that seemed to upset them rather a lot, she says, hoping I might volunteer the added information, I suppose. I know she already knows what that is. I'm suddenly all ears and finish my beer quickly for Dutch courage. What I want is another hit, but even I know that would be mental. She'll drop clues for me to pick up, but she'll never tell me anything of substance. Oh? And who was it? I can't think who it could be. I can't have anything overshadow what I have to say to them today. It has to be today. I won't have the strength to do this a second time. I believe they also had a letter arrive with some rather distressing news. I don't suppose you know anything about that either? She shakes her head. I don't know. They didn't tell me. I can tell you that Mr. Dalton wasn't pleased to see the visitor or receive the letter, if that's of any help. Setting the pan with the onions to one side, she makes herself a cup of tea. I see another pan bubbling away. She's preparing their evening meal in advance. She often does that. I remember there was always the smell of something cooking in the kitchen. She cocks her head to the left like a bird, waiting for me to embellish more about the mystery visitor. I look at my nails. How mysterious. Was he here long, this visitor? Did this person have something to do with why I'm here? I drop the bottle in the bin and stare out the window at the beautifully kept garden. Anything not to face her. The rope swing from my childhood is still there. No, about 15 minutes or so. When he left, your mum and dad talked for over an hour in the drawing room. Your mum came out crying. She leaves a pause. Don't you know who it might have been? I can feel her watching. I know it isn't a question. Me? No, how would I know? And the letter? Was that from the same person? I suppose you wouldn't know that either. I sound patronizing. What if Dad had me investigated and knows why I'm here? But if that were the case, they wouldn't be angry with me. And that is what I feel coming off them. Well, him at least. My stomach twists. Your mother said it had something to do with you. I just thought you'd know about it. They've been very upset since. Maybe they do know then. Why are you suggesting I would know anything about this visitor, Mrs. Finch? I don't live here.
I snap, twisting around in time to see her press her lips together. What are you trying to suggest? She knows something. Is there something you want to tell me, Mrs. Finch? The silence stretches, long and heavy. She exhales shakily. No, I don't think so. She uncovers the food on the counter that she's made for our lunch and turns her back to me as she puts her empty teacup in the dishwasher.
I'm sure you'll find out in good time.
Has something happened I should know about with my parents that you think they won't tell me? I'm beginning to worry that one of them is sick, and this visit has nothing to do with me. Take this into the dining room, will you? They'll be down in a moment. I'll bring the rest. She rests a hand on mine, then hands me a platter of poached salmon. Then, just as I'm walking out of the kitchen, she says, Marcus, you must tell them everything. You must. I feel weird now, as if I'm walking into something I'm not prepared for. I have an idea who came to see Dad, and I'm angry about it. I also have my suspicions on who sent the letter. But for now, I can't say anything. What if I have it all wrong and one of them is sick and that's what they want to talk to me about? I want to retch at the thought. I'll have to wait for them to tell me before I say anything. The dining room seems a little bizarre with how formal everything is laid out for lunch. This is how they like things done. Mrs. Finch catches me looking intently into the distance as she walks in. I snap out of it. Right then, what else can I do to help? I give her a jittery smile. I've lost my appetite. She pushes a wine bucket at me with a bottle of Sancerre cooling inside and the cork removed. I put it down on a table mat just as Mum and Dad walk in. We sit at the long dining table. Dad is at the head, Mum and I on either side of him. Mrs. Finch has plated the cold salmon and salad. There's bread on the table and condiments, wine glasses and water glasses. The silver tableware is so polished I can see my hesitant eyes reflecting on the blade of the knife. I blink to soften the edges. I mustn't appear ill at ease. I try to relax and begin eating, but it's impossible. Dad pours us some wine. He puts the bottle down gently. And then I look at him. And I know he knows what I'm here for.
Chapter 13. Lucy Stedman Walsh, Cornwall. Before. Another morning, another day with the same worries. I'm on edge this morning. I haven't had a decent sleep since Bibby left. Connie tries to comfort me. I've been up for hours, sat here in the kitchen, watching the dawn breaking. Now Connie has joined me. Let's try to think this through before acting out. She tries to stave off the urgency with her tone. I know she can see how tired and anxious I look. She sits down heavily on the kitchen stool next to me. Both of us are quiet for a time, drinking tea, nibbling on cold toast, and staring out into the distance. I'm snappy. Snap, snap, snap. I know it. Each time I speak, I remind myself of a mousetrap. Snap. I don't want to be this way. Impulsive. I can't let it go and wait to see if Bibby takes my advice. It might be too late by then. And if she is anything like her mother, then there is no hope in hell she will. Bibby's well-being is my top priority. I give Connie a gimlet look. Sensing it, Connie turns to face me. As the gates creak open, we both freeze. Do you think Bibby has come back? Asks Connie. I don't. Not for a second. She's too stubborn for that. She might call to say she's changed her mind, but she won't come back here to do it. Not that I'm holding my breath. You know, yesterday I saw Bibby standing in front of me, and for a moment, she was the spitting image of Bridget. It was eerie, like reliving the past. It made me queasy. Do you think you can inherit the idiot gene? Now you're being ridiculous. I'll go and see who's here. They listened as footsteps crunched over the gravel, followed by the deep, deliberate thunk, thunk, thunk of the heavy door knocker. Mrs. Stedman Walsh, you have a visitor, Connie announces formally as she re-enters the kitchen, trailed by a tall, well-dressed man with dark curls and an air of entitlement. I don't need an introduction. I know exactly who he is. My expression makes it clear, and he sees it. Surprised to be recognized so quickly, he smiles, a practiced move, meant to soften the impact of his presence and put me at ease, but if he thinks showing up here will change my mind, he is sorely mistaken. Sit down, Marcus, I say, pointing to the stool beside me. His charm won't work on me. I've seen too many men like him in my time.
I'm too old and too wrinkly to let this one think he has a chance. I need a drink, I mutter, rising slowly from my stool. My hip is aching, but I refuse to show it. And before you check the time, I know exactly what time it is. And I don't care. I need a drink, and I know I'm going to need one. I hesitate. Do you? It is always time for a drink somewhere in the world, and good manners dictate I offer. I reach into the cupboard and pour myself 2 fingers of gin. Do I need one? Marcus asks. You might, but that depends on how you think this is going to go. I'll pass then. What an ass. I bite back the words, but only just. I walk back slowly, cradling my glass. Connie is just out of earshot in the hall, but I spot the tip of her shirt peeking around the kitchen door. I sit down, take a measured sip of gin, and set the glass down gently between us. So, why are you here? And why now? You know why. Marcus meets my gaze. Bibby is upset about what happened between you. My eyebrow shoots up. Upset? And what business is it of his what went on between me and my granddaughter? I want to make things right, he continues. I feel I should explain. I love Bibby, and I would never want to hurt her. But you've wounded her deeply, and I want to fix this for all of us. I let out a dry chuckle. Fine words. I take another sip, resisting the sudden and powerful urge to hurl the glass at his head. Just words, that's all they are. The thought fires through my mind. How swiftly can I slash his neck, sever his jugular before he even knows what's happening? Not swiftly enough. I'm not fast at anything anymore,
And I'm not about to kid myself otherwise.
but I am older, more patient, and far more skilled at bringing down an opponent than he can ever imagine. His bravado, his sheer audacity, ignites a slow, simmering rage inside me. In my youth, I learned a great deal about the human body and how to stop bleeding. My father insisted I join the Girl Guides or something similar, believing it would be useful in our small-town life. Yet I couldn't recall ever needing to use those skills. A cut to the jugular is fatal. Not even a tourniquet can help. Not that one would apply a tourniquet to such a wound on the neck. The thought makes my lips twitch slightly. In reality, my experience is limited to wrist splints, bad grazes, the Heimlich maneuver, and major emergencies where the best course of action is to call a doctor or an ambulance, whichever arrives first. I catch a glimpse of Connie in the hall, watching me with a frown. The woman has slinked out of her hiding spot, listening intently, though only I can see her. I'm certain Connie can read my mind and knows exactly what I've been thinking. Mrs. Stedman Walsh, he says smoothly, his voice dipped in syrupy regret. Bibby has told me all about you, how close you are, how much Tidesong means to you. And I just want to say, I'm sorry. Truly I am, for what I did. He lets the words hang, watching for a reaction, then sighs as if burdened by deep remorse. I can see why Bibby believes his repentance. Sorry. Is that all you have to say? So, he's sorry, is he? Is he thinking that sorry is sufficient? For what? What does he think saying sorry is going to do? Yes, what I did was madness. I see that now. But you have to believe I wasn't in the right frame of mind at the time. He gives a slow shake of the head, a practiced frown of regret to prove his point. He's good. But I want you to understand, it's all sorted. It won't happen again. He even dares a small, almost self-deprecating chuckle. I made a mistake.
A bad judgment, that's all. People do, you know, make mistakes, that is.
And as I said, I wasn't thinking straight. I take another drink. Connie folds her arms and listens, now standing directly in the doorway. I'm sure she can see my nostrils flare. Marcus, are you aware that her father was a gambler? He looks shocked. No, Bibby never. Of course she wouldn't tell you. It's not something she wants to remember. But she has told you what happened and why his freefall came after people like your father cut them loose with no safety nets and pocketed their big bonuses. She has said as much. There isn't an ounce of remorse from him, likely because I'm attacking his family. Then, Marcus, you need to understand that his gambling got out of hand from sheer desperation to keep a roof over his family's head. Not greed, like yours. You have money, plenty of it. but you don't think it's enough. That, in my book, is pure avarice. I let the words settle before continuing. My daughter met a gambler. Bridget thought she could cure him, and for a long time she did. But there's always a price to loving someone with an addiction. The never knowing, the fear of what might push them over the edge again. Living on a slippery slope, I swirl the last of my gin. Bridget wasn't strong. She clung to hope, believed he'd never fall again, until he did. And then he destroyed his family, left them with nothing. She couldn't bear it, and so she took her own life. Here, at Tidesong, I down the gin, setting the glass down with finality as I remember the day I found her body. Like I said, she wasn't a strong woman. His eyes flicker, sharp and assessing, before he presses on, his voice steady and oh so reassuring. I can assure you, I will never gamble again. And Bibi, he gives a solemn nod. She will always be safe with me. I laugh. If I had £1 for every addict that said that. But she won't. She will never be safe with you.
And she will never truly trust you. She will forever be checking and looking over her shoulder to see if you are lying to her. And you will. Look, I came here to put your mind at rest, for Bibi's sake. I don't need to keep rehashing this. You have my word. He snaps, irritation thick in every syllable. He's losing his composure. I arch an eyebrow and smirk. The word of an addict? It means nothing. I want you to stop seeing my granddaughter. Break it off with her. Set her free. If you really love her, you'll do that. I won't do that, he retorts curtly. The time we have together is precious, and I will do no such thing. Yet you claim you love her, I shoot back, my tone as sharp as a scalpel. I do, and precisely because I do, I refuse to let you meddle in her life. She gets to choose who she loves, he says, nostrils flaring with barely concealed anger. Don't kid yourself, she doesn't love you, I reply coldly. He blinks, his face momentarily paling. Did she say that? I can see the words have stung. I shrug, a dismissive twist at the corner of my lips. No need for words. I know her well enough. She pities you, like a stray dog expecting a second chance, trying to fix what she couldn't with her own father. You've simply taken his place. You're wrong. He rises to his feet, his face pale. I've hit a nerve. I've come a long way to settle this between us. But if you're not willing to meet me halfway, then Bibi will cut you off. I promise you that. She loves me and she will choose me over you. The arrogance of the man. Oh, will she now? I sneer, my voice dripping disdain. Then I'll cut her out of everything. She'll be left with nothing, not a bean. Not sure how I will do that. I've already handed her the damned house, but he's not to know that. For a long moment, he simply blinks before forcing his features back into that smug mask. His eyes betray the calculation behind his false remorse. He doesn't want Bibi alone. He wants the entire Tidesong estate. I can see it behind his eyes. His absurd love sermon is nothing more than a means to control her, to secure what he craves. Money. Maybe you don't know her as well as you think. She's confided in me some of the secrets hidden here, like the death of Sophie. A sharp pain strikes me in the chest. What does he mean? What does he think he knows? Or better still, what does Bibi think she knows? I'm shocked into silence for a few short seconds. Outside, the wind suddenly picks up, howling around the house as if it too is warning me that this man needs to be put in his place once and for all. Let me make you an offer. What kind of offer? I know how deeply in debt you are. If you leave Bibi, I will pay off what you owe. Just like that. I leave the woman I love and you pay off my debts. And what if I told you that I couldn't give a toss about what I owe? That it really is totally insignificant right now? I'd say you're lying and trying to put on a brave face. This will be our little secret. You, me, and the lawyers. Come on, you must want something in return apart from my leaving Bibi. I think of the debt she will inherit if she marries him, and I boil inside. I'll write to you, or at least my lawyers will, with a draft of an offer. You owe bad people a lot of money, and you're putting Bibi in a dangerous position. Thanks to my lawyers who did some digging, I know exactly what his financial situation is. I might not be able to stop them marrying,
but I can certainly try to prevent his debts falling on her. After Marcus leaves, Connie slides into his seat. She says nothing at first, just watches my clenched fists, the way my knuckles whiten. She knows that look, knows how much I want to say aloud, the thoughts racing through my mind. She waits to let the storm simmer. Finally, Connie speaks. "So, what do we do now? And how do you think Bibby is going to feel when he tells her what you've proposed?" I let out a sharp breath. Angrily, I imagine. But what else can I do, Connie? I can't physically stop her marrying him and then his debts fall on her. I have to do something. He will accept. My God, why wouldn't he? Maybe because Bibby wouldn't want you to interfere. Rubbish. Anyway, I told him it was between us. Right, and you'd believe the word of an addict? Throwing my own words back at me irritates me. I can't remove Bibby from my will, we both know that. This inheritance is rightfully hers. She already owns the house. However, I won't allow him to take it away from her. My lawyer is handling all the necessary paperwork as we speak to ensure she inherits what she can before she marries that fool. The only thing left is for the other trustee to sign off on it. I can't risk her having full control over it. That man is not to be trusted. He's very manipulative, and if she's anything like my daughter, my lawyer will have the final say. I let out a hollow laugh. He said sorry, as if sorry could fix this, the deceiving bastard. We'll have to move fast, Connie warns. He's the type to act first, marry her before you can stop him. Exactly. There's only one way to deal with a parasite like him. My voice is steel now. I can do this, Connie. It has to be me, and you know that. Connie opens her mouth, but I silence her with a raised hand. No, you can't be involved. Don't you believe he's sorry? He did apologize, she ventures. An addict will do anything to survive. You should know that. We've been here before. His apology is worthless. My fingers tap against my empty glass. I won't let another bloodsucker sink their teeth into my family. Bibby needs protecting. From herself. Are you quite sure that Bibby has forgiven him? Connie asks. That she's intent on staying with him? She said she had. That's not the same as meaning it. Connie's eyes narrow. She's a good liar, Lucy. She's an actress. Maybe she just told you what you wanted to hear, to stop you interfering. I'm not convinced that Bibby would let him get away with something like interfering and trying to save her. But what if she's got this in hand? Connie presses. I look at her intently. Bibby could be so convincing when she wanted to be. What if she's already on top of things, planning his exit herself, says Connie. My lips press into a thin line. Then good. But how can I risk it if she's not? I reach into the cupboard and pour another gin. I will not sit back and wait. Chapter 14. Marcus, London. Before I tell Bibby when I get home late that night where I've been, I'm afraid if she hears it from her granny, she will leave me. So I tell her, but I don't mention the money aspect of our conversation. I gauge that could go either way with Bibby, and as I'm not exactly financially stable right now, I think she might believe that's why I went in the first place. So you see, my darling, I simply wanted to try and fix things between you both. It's my fault you've fallen out. Did you tell her the truth? About what's wrong with you? Of course not. I don't want anyone to know until I'm gone. Bibby nods. Are you angry with me for going? I ask, afraid what she might say. No. I'm angry she was so hard towards you. But I understand why she was, and you have to too. I do. Without the full facts, it's the only way she can believe what's happening. I hate lying to her. I know, but please don't say anything. I don't want anyone to know. I want to go quietly on my own. What? Your own? What do you mean? I mean just with you by my side. I have been thinking about this a while now and have made my decision. Lucy Stedman Walsh. Connie and I have booked in at Sloane Place, a mere 5-minute walk to Cadogan Square. Close enough to walk back and forth and keep an eye on Marcus. We've unpacked, changed, and ordered room service. Exhausted from a hard first-class train journey, I feel every ache in my aging body. I pray I have enough resolve left for what lays ahead. "I'm not sure this is going to work," says Connie, collapsing on the spare single bed and sighing deeply. "Neither of us are spring chickens anymore." "Why not?" I ask, lying back on the pillow and closing my eyes for a few moments to corral my jumbled thoughts. "I just need a moment to rest, Connie. You talk and I'll listen." I sigh as my eyelids close and my body sinks into the comfortable mattress. Yet as I lie here, an unsettling feeling creeps in at the drastic measures I am contemplating. Connie fidgets, twisting her sleeve as she continues. "I know we talked on the train, but pulling this off is like tempting the gods. Last time we were incredibly lucky that it all passed as an accident." I nod gently. There is some truth to that. But I'm not going to go back home until I do what I've come to do. It's different these days. The police are quicker, smarter. There's CCTV everywhere. Even the taxi had a camera. We don't have much time either. And what if Bibby finds out? She's talking about Bibby's father. I'm not proud of my actions. However, he would have met the same fate, even if I hadn't stepped in. Arranging for someone I knew to cause his accident isn't the same as being directly involved. I sit up, my eyes flashing with irritation. "Oh, for the love of God, Connie, stop with the pessimism. I'm trying to rest, and all I can hear is your endless griping." "What do you expect? I don't want to go to prison at my age." "You won't, and neither will I. Look, Connie, we're a team. The two of us can do this. But if you really can't stomach it, then I will do it on my own." Connie's eyes narrow. "Don't be bloody ridiculous. Look at you. You can't walk for long without aching. How are you going to do this alone? You're not even strong enough to push a wheelbarrow, let alone—" She stops herself. "Besides, Thomas will be here tomorrow." My eyes snap open. "Thomas? Why? What have you told him?" I stay perfectly still, staring at the ceiling, waiting for an answer I haven't been expecting. "Calm down." "No, I'm being serious. What have you told him?" A tightness presses against my chest. Connie hesitates just long enough for the air to grow thick, for the distant wail of a police siren to puncture the silence. A car horn, then another. "Thomas has always known, Lucy." I sit up too fast, my head spinning. "What? I told you, no one, just you and me." "How could you lie to me, Connie? After all these years?" My fingers curl around the duvet, twisting the fabric. What does she mean? "Don't start with the wounded act, Lucy Stedman Walsh. This is me you're talking to, the one who knows all your secrets, the one who will go to her grave to protect you. But Thomas knows about Sophie. But nothing. Thomas is as loyal as I am. The only difference is you didn't know he knew." My mouth is dry. "Are you telling me he knows everything?" "Of course not." Connie's voice is measured. "Just that one thing. And when I told him about Bibby, well, you know how much he loves her. He was livid. He wants to help. And he is helping, even if we don't agree with you." A sharp knock at the door makes us start. Room service. The interruption is a blessing. I need time to think, to regain my composure. The silver tray arrives with smoked salmon and cream cheese sandwiches, a pot of tea and scones. It's almost absurd, the civility of it all in light of what we are planning. I pick at the corner of a sandwich, my appetite dulled by the unease settling deep inside me. Thomas is coming. That should be a relief. But somehow, it isn't. Chapter 15. London. After Sloane Square tube station is a muddle of restless commuters pouring out of the station and storming Holbein Place. Amid the chaos resulting from someone jumping in front of a train, a solitary figure moves with unnerving caution, their hand trembling, clutching the deceased's phone tightly. With meticulous care, they skulk into the crowd and slide the mobile into a pocket, as if their slightest move will expose them to the watchful gaze of too many pairs of eyes and too many cameras. Their aim is to remain unnoticed. The air is thick with tension as the gaggle of commuters shuffle along, their eyes darting frantically in every direction, lost in a confused search for direction, while their murmurs are swallowed up by the ceaseless hum of the city. Most hurry past the Royal Court Theatre, weaving around the cluster of police cars and ambulances that stand around the unfolding mayhem. The figure melts slowly into the throng. The noises of the city, The sirens, the car horns, and the general hustle and bustle of the place make a person feel small, a part of it all, but best of all, invisible. If not for all the CCTV cameras everywhere. Staying well hidden, head down, is the only way to stay in the shadows. Best to keep moving, blending in. The light changes to green. The crowd exhales, a slow ripple of motion spilling forward. They move with it, neither pressing ahead nor falling behind, just another part of the tide. Faces pass by, and then, without hurry, they are gone, dissolved into the shifting mass, as if they had never been there at all. Passing a shop window, a reflection is caught. A glob of blood sits in the middle of a jumper. It has spread like a tie-dye and looks like a bullet wound. Alarm kicks in. Did anyone else see that? Did that police officer see that? How did the officer not see it? When the man plummeted to his death, blood spattered onto a few nearest commuters.
Nausea grips, but before it can escalate, slow breathing calms the stomach muscles until the natural rhythm returns. Chapter 16. Bibby Cornwall. Now, it's impressive that you've drawn in so many interested parties so quickly, I tell Mr. Bright. I have to hand it to him. I honestly thought it would take weeks, not days, to get even a single inquiry. We already had a few people on the books, so to speak. Most of these are looking for short-term lets, holiday stays mostly. Easter is just around the corner, and they're desperate to find a place. So desperate, in fact, they're willing to pay more than the asking price. His casual, moderately excited tone grates on me, as if this solution is so obvious I should be jumping at it. But it isn't what I asked for. I don't want holiday lets. He knows that. Even though I accept for the time being, I will have to grin and bear it. I force myself to exhale slowly, trying to keep my growing frustration in check that I am having to go down this road. Yes, but we don't want holiday lets, do we, Mr. Bright? I hope you're still looking out for a long-term let. I understand, of course I do, and I am. But in the meantime, while we wait for a long-term tenant, this will tide you over. My fingernail taps rapidly against the tabletop. I notice the other staff in the office listening in on our conversation. I see that, I say, keeping my voice even. But short-term lets mean more hassle, more cleaning. And well, I try to phrase it delicately. You know how wealthy families can be. Their children tend to, let's say, run roughshod over everything. Don't you agree? Whether he does or not is irrelevant. It's my decision. I'm also mindful of Mr. and Mrs. Pugh and all the extra work. Yes, whatever you say, Bibby, he says dismissively. Let me sleep on it. About the holiday lets, I mean. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Frustration bubbles under the surface that this inheritance is not going to be straightforward. The thought of giving in to short-term renters gnaws at me. Just as I step outside, I turn back. Oh, by the way, I assume you had all the prospective renters fill out that questionnaire I asked you to send out? His smile falters. We have, but most have returned it without filling it in. There's a lot of personal questions and, well, some found them intrusive. He shifts uncomfortably. Maybe we could remove some of the more personal questions? He mops his brow with the handkerchief he pulls from his trouser pocket. It's unseasonably warm today. We're having a terrific spring this year. I'd like it left as is, if you don't mind, that is, I say coolly. And send the ones you do have filled in over in an email tonight, please. I'll look through them myself. I catch the brief ghost of annoyance on his face. I know what he's thinking. Just who does she think she is? He forces a smile. Without another word, he closes the door behind me, a little too firmly. What is wrong with him? I have to know who's renting my home. It's not a ridiculous suggestion for landlords to want to know who is going to be living in their home. After all, I will be living there too. I walk down to the cove and feel 16 again, the place where Sophie died that awful day. Every detail remains sharp, no matter how hard I've tried to forget. But the trouble with memories is that they're like copies of a copy. The more you revisit them, the more they fade, edges blur until they become unreliable. They deceive you, twist reality, make you believe things happen differently. Worse still, they become tainted by what others remember, memories reshaped by second-hand accounts,
until you're no longer sure what's real and what isn't. We came down with only Soph's bag, no towels. I remember that clearly. It was a scorcher of a day, and the waves were the best we'd had in ages. We raced down with our bodyboards, just wanting to enjoy ourselves and have fun. I didn't think to ask her if she had her inhaler. Should I have? Neither of us thought she'd need it, and I'd never asked before.
She'd never had a bad attack before, not like that one. And if she did, I could always run back to Tidesong for the spare one, couldn't I? But that day was different. The attack came fast, brutal, merciless. Didn't it? I remember the helplessness, the cold terror, but was it as immediate as I recall? I realized quickly I wouldn't make it back to the house in time to save her. Maybe I did have time. Maybe I could have run back. Maybe I froze. Maybe what I think I remember isn't correct. I found her inhaler, but it didn't help. She tried and tried. I realized the canister was missing. It could have dropped out on the way down. I couldn't think. One terrible thought crossed my mind, but I didn't want to go there. Couldn't go there. But it had been enough to make me insist ever since that there was no inhaler. Rather than an inhaler with no canister, I screamed for help, but the cove was secluded and private to Tidesong, something that had never bothered me before. The crashing breakers swallowed my voice. The house was too far away to hear anyone scream. I held her, begging her to hold on, but the light in her eyes was already fading. One last rasping breath, and then she was gone. Now I sit on the sand in my light cotton dress, arms wrapped around my legs against the breeze. My sunglasses hide the tears. The bright sunshine lurks behind clouds that have suddenly blown in. I tell myself to focus on the here and now, the sand under me, the salt in the air, and on practicalities. Tidesong will need renting soon. Maybe Bright's short-term offer will have to do. What made me never tell the truth? I try not to think about the comment on X, but it needles me. Someone out there knows something. There's a flash of a memory gone instantly, too quickly for me to grab onto. I wasn't panicking at all, I remember. I was curious. I had seen something I'm not allowing myself to remember. Watching Sophie as if from a distance, wondering what would happen next, because I couldn't help her. And then she looked at me, not pleading, not afraid, but with something sharper, as if she'd seen straight through me in that instant. I looked at the inhaler. I can't go there. I can't sit any longer, suddenly needing to get up and move to stop my thoughts from going places I don't want them to. So, I walk along the beach at a bit of a pace towards the house, taking long strides to wear myself out and get my blood pumping, to block out my thoughts that are now so loud in my head. Back at the house, I continue opening the pile of Granny's Post that I have only just begun braving, and I nearly faint at the council tax demand. Chapter 17. Bibby Cornwall. Now. The next day I sit on the veranda off the drawing room, overlooking the ocean, having just made the call giving the estate agent the nod to holiday lets. I've brought my book, craving a day of rest. I'm sick of tidying, sick of throwing things out, sick of opening post that seems only to bring bad news. I went to bed early last night, but one letter in the pile stuck with me. It was from the bank. Granny was overdrawn. Worse, I have no idea where her money has gone. I need to speak to her solicitor. There must be something left. Where is it all gone? Granny had told me, "Bibby, my darling, I'm leaving you Tidesong. I want you to have it, to have somewhere secure to live for the rest of your life. I know you will love it as much as I do. You sweet, sweet child. It's all going to be yours, the whole lot." Granny never liked talking about money. She said it was crass, unless you were speaking to a bank or a solicitor. The loss of Granny cuts deep, deeper than I expected for all the unsaid things we never got to discuss. I know there was something she wanted to tell me. I wish now we'd found the time to sit and talk. And yet, as much as I grieve for her, I only feel relief for Marcus's death and that it all went to plan. I think Granny might even have understood my motivations had I been able to tell her. I've been waiting all morning for the solicitor to call me back. I put in the request at 9 a.m. It's almost lunchtime, and still nothing.
No urgency, no answers. Setting my novel aside, I return to the pile of letters. And then, I see it. My letter to Granny. The one I wrote just before Marcus died. Is that why she left me no money? Because of Marcus? Because I didn't leave him? Because she didn't trust him not to get his hands on it? She never read it. But why? Was she that angry with me? I had hoped that my letter would bring her some peace, reassure her. But it seems she went to her grave still thinking the worst of me. I know that if Granny had understood my situation and Marcus's plans, she would have stepped in, especially after hearing what I intended to do. I wrote her 2 letters. The first explained that, at Marcus's insistence, I was going to help him end his life. Writing it, I was overwhelmed, angry that he had asked me, confused by the burden, but also deeply moved by his suffering. I loved him, and I couldn't bear to see him in pain. A few days later, I wrote again, this time to tell her I couldn't go through with it. And then I see it, the other letter, unopened. The one I sent to tell her about Marcus's terrible accident, my change of heart, to explain it, to explain myself. Having not heard from her after my first letter, I tried again. Why hadn't she opened that either? Had she disowned me that much that she neither wanted to speak to me nor read my letters before she died? I tried to explain to her about the day when Marcus died, my involvement, why I had to do what I did. The memory of it creeps in. I suck in my breath, and suddenly I remember something that struck me as odd that day. On the platform, the smell of that familiar perfume, Granny's perfume. I watched the gardener through the window, remembering Mrs. Pugh saying they'd just got back from a trip to London to see Granny's specialist when I called to tell them all about the accident. The simple facts. Not my involvement, of course. That had been for Granny. I thought if anyone would understand, Granny would. What specialist, and why hadn't I known about that? While Granny wasn't talking to me, the Pughs were. That gets me thinking. They were in London the same time. That perfume. I don't recognize the gardener. Mrs. Pugh had found this one to help try and tame the outside ahead of letting the property. She knew his family, it seemed. Local lad. Reliable. Hard-working, apparently. And good-looking, too. Marcus creeps into my mind like a shadow, and I go cold as I see him fall in front of the train. I think about the way he was towards the end. Strange, erratic, paranoid, more so than normal. The longer we were together, the more bizarre he became. One moment, all charm and manic energy. The next, dark and brooding, lost in some downward spiral I couldn't follow. It got to a point where he couldn't help himself, couldn't be without the drugs. I'd seen plenty of actors come apart due to drugs too. Restless, disconnected, their minds fraying at the edges. Conversations that spiraled in strange, nonsensical directions. For Marcus it was a little more complicated, but he was consumed, destroyed. I couldn't really reach him in the end. I forced myself back to the present, the warmth of the day. I don't want to think about Marcus anymore. I hear a cough. Mrs. Pugh. I bumped into Mr. Bright in the village. He tells me you're going to rent out Tidesong for the holiday season, as a holiday let. That's right, yes. Mrs. Pugh looks put out. I had planned on telling her when she got back from shopping. It just never occurred to me that Bright would get to her before I did. She shouldn't have had to find out from Mr. Bloody Bright and his big gob. I see. Your grandmother wouldn't approve, but you already know that. Shit. She is cross. Well, maybe I should tell her why I have no choice. Granny isn't here, but I am, and so are all the mounting bills. Needs must. I guess I could make it right between us if I tell her about my dire financial situation. I do. But you see, the thing is, Mrs. Pugh, Granny didn't leave me any money, just Tidesong, and I can't run the house without money. There are bills to pay, staff and the upkeep to support. Mrs. Pugh doesn't look at me, but off into the distance, as if remembering something distasteful, and nodded knowingly. I have the distinct impression she knows something about why there is no money. You mean people like us?
Is that what you mean? I can't quite tell why she seems so distant. There's no edge in her voice, no accusation, just a calm, almost detached tone, like she's been bracing for this moment. It's not anger exactly, more like quiet disappointment. And that's the other thing I can't quite make sense of. Granny didn't include them in the will, didn't protect them at all. That surprises me, considering how much Granny thought of them, how much I do. No, that's not it, but I do have to pay you, and all the bills for the running of Tide Song, which are not small. I have no money, and this is the only solution, for now. Mrs. Pugh relaxes, and her grip on the back of the wicker chair loosens. I see. I do understand, Bibby, more than you'll ever know. Your grandmother had some loose ends to tie up at the end. She died quite unexpectedly. I know you know that. I'm sorry. It was just such a shock to us when she died so quickly. I know why she is like this, I think. She misses Granny. They'd been close for 50 years. She must be hurting so badly inside. It must look as if I'm moving too quickly for her. I really don't have much choice, unfortunately. Look, I'm sorry. Truly I am. I didn't mean for you to find out like this. I was going to tell you when you got back, sit you both down this afternoon and talk it through with you. The gardener, standing next to a full wheelbarrow, turns, sees us on the veranda and waves. I lift my hand back, and then my phone rings. I quickly pick it up without looking who's calling. Hello, Bibby? Hello? I say hesitantly. I don't recognize the voice. I'm Patricia Hale from the Cornish Globe. I believe you've moved back home to Sandbourne and are living at Tidesong Villa. I was hoping to catch a few minutes of your time when you're free to discuss how it feels coming back to the place where your friend Sophie died all those years ago. I grit my teeth. Bloody Samantha Bowley. She must have rung the local paper and told them I'm here. I have nothing to say. Have a good day. I hang up. Who was that? Mrs. Pugh asks, startled by my quick exodus from the call. The local paper. I think Samantha Bowley has got in touch and told them I'm back. They want to talk about Sophie's death. She's telling the whole village about you. Her face is set like granite. Great. I imagine she's telling them I was to blame all over again. Something like that. I tell them different when I hear them talking. There is never only one truth. There is never only one of anything. Faversham and Clough solicitors are on the high street between the pub and the bank. They occupy a 3-story Georgian house. My appointment with Mr. Faversham makes me feel a little queasy. I'm unsure why that is, but something tells me I'm going to find out something about Granny I'm not expecting. We had previously met to speak of Granny's will. Miss Bancroft, a pleasure to see you again. Would you like tea or coffee? Water will be fine. I'm suddenly very parched. We walk to the first floor and into his office. Center stage is an antique partner's desk stacked with papers. The walls are simple with a couple of sailing pictures, and on his desk there's a framed photograph of his family. Mr. Faversham is the son of old Mr. Faversham, who was Granny's original solicitor. The young Faversham looks stressed and tired. His features are neutral and impossible to read. He's much younger and better looking than I'd originally expected. I suppose that stemmed from hearing Granny talking about Faversham, meaning old Mr. Faversham, and I'd developed an image in my mind and was unable to break them apart. Right. I know you told my secretary that you had questions, so I'll do my best to answer them as satisfactorily as I can. There's a green lacquered Mont Blanc Meistersuch Classique fountain pen with a gold-coated cap in Art Deco design sitting on top of a pile of papers in front of him. His keyboard is pushed to one side. Okay, well, the thing is, when I received Tidesong, I thought I would also get the trust and the money from that. I know how that sounds, but you see, I can't think why Granny didn't leave me any cash to run the house. It makes no sense to me. She told me she was leaving everything to me. He coughs. The secretary brings in a jug of water and 2 glasses on a tray and puts them on the corner of the desk. Thank you, Sally. He waits for her to close the door. I've been waiting for you to come and ask me this. You see, your grandmother did what she did against my wishes. I must stress that I advised her against going ahead with her plans. I don't understand. Granny never did anything her solicitor advised against. I have a bad feeling about this. Your grandmother pulled out most of the cash in the trust to pay someone off. I sit and listen. Then we advised her that the trust would be better handled by a third party, in view of what she was doing and her concerns.
You still have access to the funds if you need them, except you will have to ask the third party. I see. So Marcus was telling the truth. Young Mr. Faversham clears his throat. She didn't have debts, you're quite right. She paid someone else's debts off. She wouldn't give us too much information. Someone else's debts? I parrot. Mr. Faversham riffles through the file to his side, pulling out a handwritten letter. I see Granny's handwriting. Ah, here we go. He reads it through to himself, making sure it's the correct one, then reads it aloud. A Marcus Dalton, I believe, is the man in question. It says here that to protect my granddaughter from harm, I will be paying off the debts owed by this man to have him cleared of any debt.
I do not wish Bibi to find this out until I am dead. Tell her that this was done to protect her and to get him out of her life. After my talk with Marcus Dalton, it became clear to me that Mr. Dalton, who had a serious gambling and drug habit, was out to drain Bibi of her inheritance. I have spoken to my granddaughter, and she seems blind to his faults. Therefore, I must take things into my own hands. Mr. Dalton has signed a letter to say that should he renege on his promise to walk away from Bibi and stay out of her life forever, in exchange for me paying off his debts, then the trust will begin court proceedings against him for recovery of the debt by way of the sale of his property in Cadogan Square, London, SW1X. And we hold the deeds to this property. Miss Bancroft, or the trust does, says Mr. Faversham. We are that third party. But he died suddenly, giving him no time to walk away. Therefore, I suspect you will be notified by his solicitors regarding this matter, and of course, we will act for you should you so wish. She paid him off. My voice cracks as the words tumble out, sharper than I intend. So that's it then. He sat there, signed his name, and sold me off like I was nothing. And Granny, she thought I couldn't be trusted to see him for what he was. She decided for me, behind my back, as if my love was some childish weakness to be tidied away with money. I press my hands against my temples, fury and sorrow colliding. Marcus knew he was dying, his mind half gone, and still he let her pay. Knowing how that would hurt me when I found out. He let her believe it would make me safe. And now he's gone, debt-free, leaving me with nothing but this horrible feeling of betrayal. How could they both do this to me? But there was no need to do this. She paid him off, and now he's dead. What a waste of money. What happens to the property in London now? Did Mrs. Pugh know about this? Well, right now I believe his death is being deemed a suicide. The police are looking into it all as we speak, but unless you are implicated, which I doubt, Miss Bancroft, then the property will be sold to recover the money. Wait, sorry, I don't understand how that has any bearing on this debt. The trust owns the property. Yes, but his parents have put a stop on probate. They are convinced he was murdered. The police must investigate whether the agreement between Marcus Dalton and your grandmother played a role in his death. Of course, I find that highly unlikely, having known your grandmother. I really wasn't quite so sure, but the police must investigate all avenues. You understand? You mean they think she might have killed him? Or had something to do with his death? I think they call it under suspicion. Chapter 18. Marcus Norfolk. Before. My mind begins to spin with worry. I want a drink. I grab my wine glass and down it, despite knowing I have to drive home. Mum watches me and frowns. I know she's disappointed in the way I drank that. She's worried too. I can read what she's thinking. She's thinking I'm out of control again. But she's wrong. I'm the opposite. I'm in total control. They don't understand that I can handle all this. I am not an addict. I know they think I am, but I'm not. I have it under control. They just don't understand. Are you okay, son? Dad asks, wiping the corner of his mouth delicately with the edge of the linen napkin. I shoot him a look. Why is he dragging this out? Why isn't he coming out with it and telling me who came to visit that upset them both so much? Because he wants to see me squirm. That's it. He wants to see me feel humiliated and ask the question. If he already knows, why not say so? Can I have some more wine, please? I hold out my glass, and he graciously refills it without saying a word.
There's a slight tremor in his hand. It tells me something is bothering him underneath. "Marcus, darling, you're driving back today. Don't have too much," Mother says, sipping her own wine, her eyes full of love, but pleading with me not to make a scene. "I know you're desperate to ask me if I'm using again. I know it. I can read it in your eyes, Mother." She spears a piece of salmon with her fork, delicately placing it into her mouth. I bring the wine to my lips quickly, too quickly, and spill some down my chin. I mop it up with my napkin, aware they are watching me. Dad carefully eats and sips his wine. The dining room is quiet, just the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner, along with the gentle scrape of silver cutlery on French porcelain dinner plates. "Marcus, what's happened?" "Well, Dad, let me see. I'm in a jam and need money. Lots of it, actually. But that's not why I'm here.
I have something else I need to speak to you about." "Why do you ask that?" "There seems to be something bothering you. You look a little on edge." "Seriously? I'm not on edge, Dad." "Ah, is it because I drank my wine like a desperate man?" I laugh. I sound funny. It is funny. Well, to me it is. Clearly to them it isn't. I'm nervous. I don't know how to break it to them. "Yes, it is." "And are you?" "Desperate?" he asks. "Not desperate, no, but I do want to talk to you both about something." "Well, son, we're here now, so best get it out." He slices his salmon up with slow precision cuts like he's stalling. "I've had an incredible offer for my next book. Honestly, it's unbelievable." I force a smile, letting the excitement linger for just a moment before my stomach tightens. I have to ease into the bad news. Maybe, just maybe, the good news will be enough to soften the blow. "Oh, darling, that's absolutely wonderful," Mum exclaims, her eyes shining with pride. A radiant smile spreads across her face as she reaches for my hand. "I'm so incredibly happy for you." Her warmth is unmistakable, her joy so genuine it fills the room. And then I remember I already told them this. Damn, I should have remembered. "Yes, Marcus, you should be very proud of that achievement. Will you sign a copy for us when it comes out?" I don't miss the quick look he gives Mum. Oh God, they're not sure why I'm telling them again about the book deal. I pretend to have forgotten. Too busy. Lots going on. But I had forgotten. "You know I will, but it won't be out until next spring. And I won't be here then. That's how they work, you know that. I've explained it all to you before. Have you read the other book I gave you?" I know he has. I've done it again. "You know, I think I've mentioned all this to you before." I smile nervously. "Too much going on." I see another exchange of glances. I might be wrong, but they probably put my absent-mindedness down to the drugs. If only it was that simple. "I have indeed, and it was marvelous." "Well, you did mention something about the new book, but we're happy to hear it all again. I did enjoy it, thoroughly, by the way." I know he did. He said so at the time. I surprise myself by remembering that. "You're a wonderful writer. Well then, what will you do with all that money? Really, do publishers honestly pay that kind of money for a book without knowing how well it's going to do? I was surprised by what you told your mother. 6 figures, you said they were banding about. Something about it going to auction? Is that right?" But, I can hear the unspoken but. There must always be a but somewhere with Dad. "They do, yes." I smile through it. A bit like gambling, isn't it?" he adds. There it is, out in the open. The word swings between us, thick and inescapable. My pulse quickens. I knew he wouldn't be able to hold back, couldn't resist slipping it in. Gambling, gambling, gambling. The word pounds in my skull like a relentless drumbeat. If only he knew why. I haven't told them about this new addiction. Was that a lucky guess, or does he know something? The room feels smaller, the air pressing in, heavy with unspoken accusations. My fingers twitch. Christ, I need to do a line. I have the worst headache. I suppose. I don't look up but concentrate on my food. Mother has put down her cutlery. Without looking up, I know she is watching me carefully. Mum nervously knocks her cutlery against her plate with her glass, the sharp clang making both of us jump. Sorry, she mutters, her voice unsteady as she hurriedly finishes her wine, sensing the growing tension in the room. "What happens if the book is a flop?" Dad asks, his tone carrying just the slightest edge of doubt. He lets the silence stretch, deliberate and heavy.
Not that yours will be, of course. I'm merely curious. Do they want the money back? No, that's their loss, I reply quickly, my mouth dry.
I need to stay calm, keep it together.
But they're very astute and rarely get it wrong. I swallow hard. It does happen sometimes, occasionally. The words feel flimsy, unconvincing, and slightly messy in my head. The pressure of the headache coils in my chest. God, I need a hit. I see. Dad's voice drips with sarcasm, stretching out the words just enough to make my skin prickle. Another long pause follows, the air between us growing thick, almost suffocating, heavy with unspoken judgment. I bite back the comment burning on my tongue, my jaw tightening. He always says the right things, the perfect, measured words. But why does it all feel so forced, so rehearsed, as if he's just going through the motions, not really meaning any of it? It's infuriating. It doesn't matter. He's not going to change, not now, not ever. I can either take the little praise my dad's offering or just leave it. I know he cares deep down, and I know he's proud, but he just can't seem to let go of the fact I don't want to go into banking. God, how long can a person hold a grudge? A lifetime, it seems. It stings, but what's the point of carrying it around? Is it really worth the strain it puts on our relationship? I'm not going to change course now, so why keep pushing? Why keep pretending like it matters? Mrs. Finch tells me you had a visitor call round about me. I dip my toe in the boiling water. Yes. Dad regards me while still eating his lunch, his expression unchanging, chewing and chewing as if he's thinking of the next thing to say, mulling over his words for maximum impact, cogitating on how to deliver the dart that he's been preparing. It goes without saying that Dad likes to consider before firing. The ball of anxiety in my belly spins, throwing acid reflux up my gullet until I can taste the bile in my mouth. He isn't going to bail me out financially, I just know it. But I'm not really here for that.
I have Bibby's grandmother's offer on the table if I want to take it, and it looks like I will have to now. I wish I had the courage to just come out and tell him why I'm really here. The money, yes, but my illness too needs to be addressed. Making that admission now, I feel, isn't going to happen. My courage is slowly dissipating. What had the visitor wanted? Why had it made Mum cry? But I don't ask, because deep down, I'm afraid of what they might say. Am I a coward? Maybe. But right now, I just can't face the reality of my life spinning out of control and them getting caught in the mess. Can I ask a question? Dad says, sipping some wine, wiping his mouth delicately on the edge of the linen napkin. I want to grab it from his hand and toss it to the ground, demanding that he just spit out what he wants to say to me, because I have stuff to say too. Of course. It feels so goddamn awful with this ongoing drama. It's like I'm trapped in a dreadful Shakespearean play with no exit. Are you gambling? Dad asks matter-of-factly, like it's the most common question a father would ask his son in polite conversation, akin to, are you planning a holiday soon? Immediately, I shake my head like a naughty schoolboy caught out in a prank, but it's too late. A heat rushes up my neck, burning my face. I should have been ready. Christ, I should have known he wouldn't dance around this. I am such a letdown to them, and I don't want this to be the last way they see me. I mean, I have gambled. The words feel unsteady, teetering on the edge of something dangerous. A bit. A breath, a lifeline. But it's flimsy and weak. But I'm not addicted. You don't have to worry about that. Lies. But not really. It was a one-off. I try again for redemption. Try to convince him. Try to convince myself. I went with some friends to the casino. And I lost. A pause. Not exactly the truth, but I don't want to make it as bleak as it really was. I don't want to say it. Saying it makes it real. The truth teeters, threatens to topple over the edge with me. A lot. The air stretches thin and brittle. Any second now it'll snap. And then? Then I'll fall. A broken man right in front of him. But it would be much worse if I tell them everything. I realize now I'm not going to be able to. Not on top of this revelation. I don't know why I'm lying, keeping things back. No, that's another lie. I do know. I know exactly why.
Because the second they see the truth, really see it, they won't be able to take it. And I don't know if I can survive that. The disappointment on my mother's face is already crushing. Mum drops her gaze, stares into the wine glass she's holding. Her fingers grip the stem. Her knuckles turn so white they look as if they might burst through the skin. Marcus, we have to agree at least on one thing, that your idea of losing a lot is not the same as everyone else's, Dad says, impassively breaking through into my dark thoughts. Well, that depends on... I can't remember what it was I was going to tell them. It's gone. Vanished. There's only a white space where my thoughts used to be. Christ, not now, not like this. Depends on what? If you have the funds, or if your family have the funds? There's steel in his tone, like it's forged into a spear, and he's aiming right at me. No, I didn't mean... I try to drag them back, but they've gone. No, don't do that. His voice is sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. His eyes burn, dark with something volatile, something barely restrained. I know exactly how you meant it, Marcus. Just like you always do. The same tired excuses, the same empty words. His breathing is uneven now, his anger rising too fast, too hot to contain. But it all comes down to the same thing, doesn't it? His voice drops, quieter, but somehow sharper, deadlier. You've racked up another mountain of debt, money you can't pay back. Have I? I don't recall. Has this happened before?
I don't show my confusion.
And now you're here, expecting us to clean up the mess. He exhales sharply, his jaw tightening like he's holding something back, something that wants to be let loose. Again. The word lands like a hammer blow, final and damning. No, wait, that's not fair. I try to defend myself, but I can't. My thoughts are not there. Fair? Dad exhales sharply, a bitter laugh catching in his throat. His nostrils flare as he drags in a breath, trying, failing, to rein in the anger. Don't, he warns, his voice tight with restrained fury. Don't sit there and tell me it isn't fair. His eyes flash, his disgust now fully unleashed. You have a very generous allowance, one most people would kill for. You live without a single financial worry. You have your apartment in Cadogan Square, paid for, untouched by consequence. And now? He lets out a sharp breath, shaking his head. Now, your writing brings in more than your damned allowance, and still, you manage to spend more than you have. His jaw locks, his fist pounds the table. He leans in closer, his voice dropping into something lower, harsher, deadlier. And you dare to sit there and say it's not fair. That isn't what I meant. Giles, please, darling, don't get worked up. Let Marcus explain it himself. There's always a good reason for what's happened. It's not his fault, darling. Marcia! Dad throws the napkin down, knocking over his glass of wine. I watch the vermilion liquid rush through the linen tablecloth, spreading outwards, covering a larger area than I'd think possible. It resembles my life rushing away without me, out of control, moving and rushing in every direction without me able to control it. Let the boy explain. Give him a chance, please, darling. I've given him too many chances. What with the drugs and now this? Dad shoves his plate away. But having some thug show up at my door, demanding money, or else? That's it.
That's the last damn straw. He snatches his napkin, wiping his mouth harshly, then throws it down like a challenge. You put us in danger. For what? Greed? You don't have enough money, so you gamble to make more. As if one addiction wasn't enough. Now this. His voice is sharp, cutting. I should cut you off, let you sink or swim on your writing. See how far that gets you. Oh, Giles, that's a bit dramatic, Marcia says, her voice soft, pleading. Please, just let him explain. Explain? Dad barks out a laugh, bitter and cold. Jesus, Marcia, you coddle him and look where it's got us. I want him to tell us how he got so deep in debt, Giles. It's bloody obvious, Dad spits. He's an addict to anything. First it was cocaine. Now it's gambling. Christ, Marcus, you had every privilege, every opportunity, and you pissed it all away. You deserve nothing.
He rakes a hand through his hair, his voice shaking with rage. I'm done with this pain. You're going to put me in an early grave, and I will not have thugs showing up at my door threatening me. Do you hear me, Marcus? Do you? Your mother is sick with worry. This isn't helping anyone, Giles. Marcia stands, reaching to soothe him. He lashes out, too fast, too hard, his hand catching her, sending her stumbling. She hits the floor with a gasp, cradling her face. Silence. Dad freezes. Marcia. His voice cracks. He kneels beside her, reaching out, but her quiet, broken sobs slice through the air. A sickness coils in my gut. This is my fault. The shouting, the fear, the pain I've caused, all of it. Dad is right. I don't deserve their love. Get out. Dad's voice is low, cold, then louder, roaring. Get out of this house and don't ever come back. I'm cutting you off. You're on your own. Don't call us. And don't you dare call your mother. Get out. I'm sorry. Get out of my house. His voice shakes the walls. I'm done with your worthless apologies. I force myself to take a breath, to think clearly. I can't leave things like this. I have to say something to fix this. But before I can open my mouth, I'm shoved out the door. My father's last words echo in my head. I ought to kill you for what you're putting your mother through. He won't have to wait long for his wish. Sitting in my car, I grip the wheel, staring into nothing. How the hell am I going to tell them what I came for now? My phone rings. I flinch, ignoring it. A knock on the window startles me. Mum. I roll it down. One look at her, and shame crushes me. Her eyes, so full of love, even now. I should, but I just can't say it, can't tell her the truth. Marcus, tell me what's really going on, she whispers. I know it's more than money. Please, you can tell me. Is it that Bibby girl? Has she got you mixed up in all this? Tears slip down her face, and my throat closes up. Marcus, we got a letter from her grandmother. She says you tried to steal her inheritance. Please tell me it's not true. I need to hear it from you. I can't talk to you about it right now. I have to do something first, I say. Then I'll tell you. I promise, Mum. This time, I'll fix it. Fury rises in my chest as I picture her letter in my parents' hands. How dare she drag them into this? I clench my jaw, inhale slowly, and close my eyes. One breath, then another. My pulse begins to steady, but the decision is already made. She crossed a line, and now I know exactly what I'm going to do. She wants signatures. Fine, she'll get them. Cadogan Square is locked in a trust. It can't be sold. Not by my parents and not by me. She shouldn't have written to them. I'll take her money. A cold wind snakes through the open window, prickling my skin. A warning. A premonition. I grab her hand. I love you, I say. But if something happens to me, find my diaries. Her face crumples. Marcus, what? No. Tell me you're not. Tell me nothing is going to happen to you. I try to smile, try to ease her fear, but something strange settles over me. A quiet certainty, a calm I've not felt in years. All will be as it should, Mum, I say softly. Just remember what I said. I let go of her hand. I have to go now. Her sob catches in the wind as I pull away. Chapter 19. Samantha, London. Before. The day is pleasant. Sunlight spilling through drifting clouds, warmth settling in early, but still a coat is needed, not quite warm enough to go without. With deliberate care, I draw my notebook from the small leather handbag slung across my body, the strap taut, as if anchoring my simmering resolve. For days, I've followed Marcus Dalton, a creature of habit, predictable and dull. But Bibby Bancroft is another matter entirely, his girlfriend. I've recorded Marcus's every move for a week now. I have a plan, At the thought of Bibi, my jaw tightens. My eyes narrow and a bitter smirk curls on my lips. What I'm going to do to Marcus will hurt her, deeply, just as she hurt me. Sure, eliminating Bibi would be the simple solution, but where would the cruel satisfaction be in that? No, I crave to see that bitch suffer, to force her to feel the sting of loss, the very pain I have nursed deep inside all these years. Linda's relentless stream of gossip from Adam, Marcus's agent, has only fanned the flames. Marcus is allegedly smitten with Bibi. The news stokes my hatred of her further, fueling every step I take towards an inevitable, dark reckoning to bring Bibi's world crumbling down. Why should she get the chance of having someone love her? It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I watch as Bibi draws the curtains in his apartment on Cadogan Square. She stands by the window, gazing out. From where I'm standing, I can just make her out. I'd thought of sitting on the bench in the small park facing the building, but then thought that might attract more attention than standing next to the mobile coffee van, drinking a coffee by the trees that line the small green. I don't consider this to be unusual in London. There are various bodies standing around me, drinking coffees, smoking, waiting for the bus. I'm happy, in a morbid sort of way. I sip my rapidly cooling drink. I hate cold coffee, hate it with a passion.
But I'm not going to get rid of it or buy another, not while I wait for Marcus to leave his building. I'm lucky that Linda let it slip that Marcus has a meeting with Adam this morning at his office. I know from Linda that Marcus likes to take the tube. He never alters his routine for fear of bad luck. I have already paced out the station, the platform, how long the trains usually wait, and how long after the doors close they pull away. Equally, I have checked how long it takes the train to come to a complete stop at the platform, where exactly the front end stops, and roughly how fast it travels when it pulls into the station. I have it all written down in my notebook. I've memorized it all. In basic terms, how much time I have from seeing the train coming into the station to pushing Marcus off the platform. I'm not sure why the memory of Sophie's funeral surfaces now, but it hits me with the force of yesterday. They say time heals and memories fade, yet nothing about Sophie ever lessens in my heart. Every detail remains vivid, a tender reminder of a daughter forever missed. What had surprised me most on that day was Bibi showing up at the house before the service, and not only that, making sure everyone knew she was coming. Her grandmother was with her, along with that creepy Mrs. Pugh and her husband. They clung together like a cackling coven. Far from avoiding people, they drew attention, much to my displeasure. It made my blood boil, but I knew the time would come when I'd make Bibi Bancroft, and that vindictive grandmother, pay. What struck me then was how many people seemed uncomfortable by their arrival. None had dared speak out because Mrs. Stedman Walsh owned too much of the town. But behind closed doors, it was a different story entirely. There had been no singing. I couldn't bear the thought of joy that day. The weather had been fitting, a cold drizzle with a sharp northeasterly wind that tore through our clothes. I like to imagine it was Sophie, playing one last trick. A gust snatched her grandmother's hat, tossing it high before dropping it onto the pavement. Sophie would have laughed at that, I was sure of it. The house had overflowed with flowers, their scent so thick and cloying that I'd thrown open the windows despite the chill. Grief had already suffocated me. I couldn't stand to be smothered by anything else. Marcus steps out of the building, and in that instant, a surge of anxiety grips me. This is it. I take a final, reluctant sip of my coffee, grimace at the bitter taste, and set the takeaway cup down by the tree. Kicking it into the long grass at its base, I slip to the other side of the pavement just as he passes, beginning the 9-minute walk to Sloane Square tube station with my heart pounding in my ears. At 6:50 a.m., the streets buzz with early commuters and the low hum of vehicles. A utility truck halts with a mechanical sigh as its hydraulics engage. I pass Cadogan Gardens, then Culford Gardens, and the Anushka Boutique, where I'd recently been with Linda. At Sloane Square Station, Marcus slips into the bakery next door, his usual habit, soon followed by a stream of people. I linger outside, blindly scrolling through my phone, never taking my eye from the bakery door. Moments later,
he emerges carrying a coffee and a croissant. As he bites into the pastry, flakes drift into the breeze and land on my black hoodie. In the bakery's window, I catch my reflection as I pass. Black track bottoms and a hoodie, the hood pulled up, head down. My disguise is deliberate. Every step is under CCTV surveillance. I follow him down roughly 50 steps to the platform, pushing through the throng of people so as not to lose him. On the platform, I see him move to its very edge. Every day, that exact spot. Adjusting to the dim light, I keep my head down, hood still on, pretending to look at my phone. A sudden squeal of brakes as the train pulls in makes me tense as I step a fraction closer. Despite the apprehension coiling in my stomach, determination sets my jaw. Today, nothing will stop my plan from unfolding. Giles, I rise from the bench outside Sloane Square station, my stomach tight as I watch Marcus enter the station after grabbing a coffee and croissant, stunned and relieved that he hasn't spotted me. My hands tremble as they tug my hood lower, my black jeans and tan hoodie helping me disappear into the crowd of young commuters. I'm trying to blend in, to keep my age hidden, but my discomfort gnaws at me, the tension tight in my chest. It seems so much more crowded than I remember. I don't want Marcus to spot me. I pull myself together, knowing this is what I have to do. I picture telling Marcia and the expression on her face when I do. I follow Marcus down the stairs, a person in black jogging attire trailing close behind him. It staggers me how people commute this way every day, rushing, squashed together, and all with indecent haste with who gets in their way. The platform, now packed with commuters, feels suffocating, each person like a barrier between me and what I need to do. My mind races, torn between fear and disgust, both at myself and my son. Every instinct screams that this is a mad, stupid, terrible decision. But what choice do I have? I've already waited too long to do something, and the situation is slipping further out of control. I see no point in delaying now, although it will break my heart to do this. I suspect if I don't, Marcia might not make it. She's taken a turn for the worse after the shocking announcement from that god-awful man that came to the house. Normally so self-contained and reserved with her emotions, her position protecting Marcus has not always been easy, as from a young age, he has always been able to manipulate her to do what he wants. Marcia financially helping him over a period of time has only enabled him. If I had known it would never have happened. The phone call from the surveillance I had on Marcus sealed my decision. Watching my son steadily lose his grip broke something inside me. I've had to keep my emotions to myself for fear of making Marcia worse by finding out what I've been up to. The boy is lost. He can't help himself anymore. Marcus's attempts to steal his girlfriend's inheritance repulsed me. Receiving that letter from Bibby's grandmother detailing what he had attempted to do to that poor girl was the final straw. We have created this monster. Lucy Stedman Walsh. I step out of the shadow of commuters on the platform at Sloane Square. At the far end, Connie, standing close to a man in a tan hoodie with the hood pulled firmly down over his face as if trying to be invisible. A sudden thought of my own demise crosses my mind. Is it a premonition? No, that's ridiculous. I often have such thoughts. It's natural at my age. The situation I'm in now, though, might be why my mind is drifting towards such dark thoughts. That's all it is. I'm relieved Connie is here with me. I scan the platform for Thomas and spot him near Marcus, wearing a beige overcoat and a woolen hat. I couldn't do this without them. Connie was right. The tension in the air feels palpable. Is it all coming from me? There's a heaviness in the air. Maybe it's just my imagination. I'm beginning to feel a little unwell, my heart pounding wildly, my chest tight, and I'm suddenly soaked with sweat. The desire to remain stoic in the face of excruciating agony is a typical character trait of mine. I won't let myself down. I think of Sophie and Bibby's father. 2 names, 2 ghosts. They're gone. That's all. They never knew what I did. Bibby still doesn't, and I see no reason she ever should. I told myself it was all for Bibby. Every move, every bargain, every silence. But really, It was about control, and I had it. No guilt, no apologies, just the price of keeping things the way I wanted them. I quickly scanned the faces of the commuters, half expecting to see someone I know. What would I do if I did? Panic, call the whole thing off, or cause a scene? Connie is watching too, though less conspicuously. In her beige overcoat, collar up, scarf wrapped around her head, she looks like a woman straight out of the 50s. Thomas stares ahead, a rolled-up newspaper in his hands, but when I look closely, I catch him stealing glances at Marcus. If anyone else notices the three of us on the platform, would they remember us? I am wearing a black overcoat and loafers, my disguise complete with a wig I haven't touched in nearly 30 years, back when they were all the rage. I stand next to a woman in a leopard print coat. Marcus stands stiffly, his posture unnaturally rigid. Hard to believe this is the same man who sat in my kitchen a couple of weeks ago, trying to feed me lies, then accepting my offer of money. I don't believe him, though. I don't believe he will leave Bibi, which is why I have to do this. To save her from herself. I am acting on love. That girl never thought things through. If Bibi got it into her head to run off and marry that idiot, there would be no time to waste. The death of her parents, then her granddad, and Sophie has all but broken her. But it is an intrinsic part of life, and how things change and never stay the same. How you have no control over what might happen to you. I lose myself for a moment, remembering Bridget first showing me a photograph of Bibi's father, Randy Bancroft. It was a ridiculous photo. She had only caught half of him, straight down the middle from his head to his feet. He had been standing by a large rock, half of him hidden. I asked what the other half of him looked like. Bridget hadn't seen the funny side of my question. I always thought of him as two-faced from that day on, and I hadn't been wrong. The memory unsettles me.
But was that the source of my problem with Bibi? That I always thought she might turn out just like Bridget, and did I therefore lose sight of the bigger picture? I tried to give her deep foundations, but had I tried too hard? It's remarkable how Thomas is happy to help me with my little problem, but I was insistent that I was the one to do it. Otherwise I was going to call the whole thing off. Nobody else is going to get into trouble on my account. Should anyone find out, of course, which I hope will not be the case. Thomas is familiar with my authoritarian nature when I want to put my foot down. He will not interfere unless specifically asked. I thought it would be easier this time, but now, standing on the platform, I feel the damp chill from the unexpected light drizzle we were caught in on the way here. Despite sweating, I still feel cold. I will myself to stay calm, stepping closer behind Marcus until I can almost touch him. I have an uneasy feeling as I edge forward, checking my watch and looking down the tunnel for the train. Any time now. The other commuters are also beginning to move forward in anticipation of its arrival. There's a hum of conversation, a fizz as if a can of something is opened close by. Sneezing, coughing, a faint cry of a child which doesn't amount to much. I am acutely aware of all the sounds around me. Bibi will never know what happened here today, not until I'm dead. I've written her a letter and left it with my solicitor to be read at the right time. I hope Bibi will understand why I had to do this and that she won't hate me too much. I'll do anything for Tidesong. It belongs in my family, and I'm not about to let a stranger take it. I'll omit Connie and Thomas's involvement in case Bibi goes to the police. Not that I will face any trouble being dead, but Connie and Thomas might. I think about death. Does everyone rest peacefully, or do those who die by another's hand remain restless?
Or am I simply feeling guilty for what I'm about to do? I know I'm going to go through with it. Maybe I should go to the funeral and bring flowers. But would that be hypocritical? It might help him rest in peace. I don't want him roaming the earth, restless forever. I'm not that cold-hearted. I hear the tick, tick of steel wheels hitting the joints on the rails as the train comes towards us. The beam of the headlights breaking through the darkness of the tunnel and into the station. The screech of wheels grinding as the brakes are applied. The nose of the train appears at the tunnel's entrance. I move as quickly as I can, slipping in even closer to him, jostled and shoved from all sides, straining to keep my balance. The pain in my hip grows from standing too long. Normally, I'd have my stick, but it will give too much away. I push forward another step, trembling, afraid I might miss my spot or be knocked over, and that he will turn around and see me. Bodies pressed together, a sea of people moving as one towards the edge of the platform, towards Marcus. I am one step behind him. Thomas is close, just in case I falter, knowing he will intervene if I can't succeed. This is now or never. I'll never have the courage to try again. I can't see Connie. A woman dressed in black stands close by in front of me, obstructing my view. She turns her head slightly, and for one moment, I think I recognize her. Something familiar about her makes me look again, but she pulls her hood down further, and I turn to refocus on Marcus's back. I will not fail. My hands twitch, my body tenses, unable to hear anything but the thunder of blood pounding in my ears. Now, now, now. I step forward, ready, and then… Samantha. I peel myself from the underground wall, heart hammering as the train thunders in. My hood up, I move fast, darting to the front of the platform. I'm on the verge of rushing forward, but calm myself. I slam into the back of someone who simply grunts but doesn't move out of my way. So close now. My hands tremble at my sides, palms slick. An elderly woman in a black overcoat blocks my view. I look again, sensing some familiarity, then quickly turn to what I have to do. Blood roars in my ears, deafening, as if I'm underwater. But through it all, I see only Marcus. Inside, I scream for the injustice of losing my daughter, and how I must do this to make Bibi suffer. She has to feel the pain of losing someone she loves. Wasn't it bad enough that she'd had a journey in which she got to meet someone she wants to build a future with? She has carved out a life, something my Sophie never got the chance to do. Just one more step. I move my hands in front of me, palms at the ready. Someone jostles me from behind, nudging me closer. I have to steady myself to not bump into him too soon. I turn my head, see the train's lights, hear the screech of metal as it begins braking, feel the rumble underfoot. Now, now, now. It has to be now. I step past the old woman and feel her lose her footing, but I don't have time to see if she is okay. Closer to Marcus. I am right behind him. I can smell his aftershave. I am that close. I raise my hands and then… Giles. I move towards the train, the screech of wheels raking over my nerves like nails on a blackboard. The sound sets my teeth on edge, but the real torment is inside. The other night, Marcia spread out photographs of Marcus on the kitchen table. Images of a boy she still sees as her son, not the man he has become. We sat together, speaking in hushed tones about what to do. I so nearly told her my plan. The words had been right there, burning on my tongue. But I couldn't do it. Not to her. She had looked so broken. She had called Marcus, begged him to get help. He hung up on her. He doesn't listen to anyone, she sobbed, because to him, he has no problem. The sound of her despair sliced through me. I had wanted to fix this. Fix Marcus. Fix everything. But Marcia's love for our son, her unwavering, aching love, is a weakness. Understandable, yes, but not helpful. And now, as the train roars in, the weight of it all sits heavy in my chest. There is only one way this can end. I crane my neck, but taller bodies block my view. The air in the station is stifling, thick with the press of impatient commuters. Am I making a mistake? I should have taken Marcus the moment he arrived, led him straight to the car, no hesitation. That had been the first plan. But doubt had crept in that he'd fight me, create a scene. Now, I am considering boarding the train with him. I'm being a coward. Being locked in a carriage with him concerns me, especially if he's high. The thought of stopping him now, here, in this crush of bodies, feels impossible. I hadn't expected it to be this crowded. I was so certain before. Kidnapping my own son, locking him in a private addiction clinic. I'd convinced myself it was the only way, the right thing. But standing here, the reality of it sits heavier than I'd anticipated. What if Marcus shatters under the weight of it? What if this pushes him too far? Still, I have no choice. The alternative is worse. A filthy, forgotten room in some squalid corner of the city, a place where Marcus will be swallowed whole. The thought turns my stomach. I resent being forced into this. When it's done, I will tell Marcia the truth. She has to understand. She will. Every family has their storms to weather. I'm proud that we've managed to cope with whatever has been thrown at us together. Until now. The train crawls into the station. Now. I have to act now. I will take Marcus by the arm, steer him out of here, out into the open where my driver can help. I surge forward, reaching for Marcus, fingers brushing the fabric of his coat. Then a hard shoulder jostles me sideways, and I lose my grip. I twist, searching for him and see him, just for a second. Then he's gone. The doors haven't even opened. There's a beat of silence. And then... Police are rushing down the stairs as the cacophony of panic echoes all around. What really happened? What did I do? I see his phone on the floor. I grab it and leave quickly. Outside, as I rush past the bakery, I catch myself in the glass. I notice something on the front of my clothes. A splodge. I rush down the street and head for the traffic lights where I stop and touch the stain. I want to vomit. Blood. Marcus's blood. Bibby. I burst out of the apartment, grabbing my keys and shoving my feet into my trainers. No time to think. No time for anything else. I bolt down the stairs, skipping the last few steps, and pause just before the exit. A quick scan. Only a few people, lost in their own worlds. Good. My hip is slowing me down because of the fall I took last night after another argument and Marcus's increasingly erratic behavior. In the last few days, his outbursts have sharpened, each one worse than the last. But last night was different. He told me with a smile how my grandmother had offered to pay off his debts if he left me, and how he'd mocked her, mocked me, savouring the hurt on my face as he relished every word. He turned my grandmother's love into a weapon, and in that moment I saw the man I loved twist into something unrecognizable. That was when I snapped. We fought, and now this morning I'm chasing after him, knowing he isn't in his right mind, torn between stopping him or letting him fall. I love him enough to run after him, hate him enough to want him gone. The black eye is his final gift, his loss of control dangerous. Either way, blood will be on my hands. I step outside, jogging across the road to the green. That's when I see her, a woman in black, trailing Marcus, trying to keep up. She glances over her shoulder. Our eyes meet for the briefest second before she looks away. Something familiar about her nags at me, but I can't place it. Keeping my distance, I follow Marcus towards the station, my pace steady, controlled. He stops at the bakery near the station. I stop too, pretending to tie my laces. As he pays, I slip away, taking the steps down into the tube station 2 at a time. I know where he's heading. I wait for him on the platform, rubbing my sore hip. Dressed in black, my woolen hat pulled low, hair tucked away, I scan the platform. And there she is again, the woman in black. She's watching him too, keeping to the shadows. I think I might be imagining it, unless she knows him. Fear knots my stomach, hot and sharp. Marcus has gone over it again and again, searching for another way out. But there isn't one. He made his choice. He asked me to help, but I can't. I knew he wouldn't tell me when, and this morning he was different, and I suddenly knew today was that day. Last night's cruelty still rings in my ears, the twisted words and his smile as I broke. That was when something inside me cracked, and now I run, torn between saving him or letting him fall. It's madness, I know, but I couldn't stop him wanting to do this. It's his choice. He has no other choice left, and I understand that. I don't like it, but I understand it. The train screeches in, the crowd heaves forward, a wave of bodies press towards the edge in one coordinated motion, like a wave coming in to crash on the shore. I move. I can't let him do this. I weave through the crush, slipping closer. The woman in black steps into my path, blocking me. I shove past her. An older woman stumbles. A tall man shunts into me, reaching out to steady himself and looking as if to grab Marcus. The crowd surges. Marcus is right there. I stretch out my hand, but she does too, the woman in black. I take my eye off him for a second and look at her. A shove, a blur of movement, a sudden, violent thrust. And then…
Chapter 20. Bibby Cornwall. Now. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the hallway have become my spot. I stand here for long stretches, watching the ocean. It brings me a kind of calm. Hearing Patricia Hale's voice on the phone earlier has unsettled me. She was the one who broke the news about Sophie all those years ago. I open Instagram and search for her. She's already following me. I hesitate, consider blocking her. But that might only make her more curious. I won't be engaging with anyone from the press about Sophie. That chapter belongs to the past, and that's where it should stay. There's no sense in unearthing pain for the sake of it. Shaking off what it might mean if she does come looking for me, I head to the kitchen. Worry makes me eat, and I have to be careful as I gain weight easily. The large stainless steel fridge is fully stocked. I slap slices of mature cheddar, tomato, and mayonnaise between sourdough, eating the sandwich standing up. On the counter, a stack of outgoing post waits for Mrs. Pugh to take to the post office. Most of the envelopes contain copies of the death certificate, legal proof I need to send out as Granny's executor. Voices drift through the open windows from outside. Looking through the glass, I spot Mr. Bright, the estate agent, strolling along the perimeter with a couple somewhere in their mid to late 60s. What on earth is he doing, showing them around without contacting me first? I pull my phone from the back pocket of my jeans and see several missed calls and texts. Of course, I've left the sound off, probably after that frustrating call earlier. It is a perfect day to show Tide Song to potential renters. From Bright's relentless messages, it's clear the couple, the Ravens, are eager to view the place. He must have decided not to waste the opportunity, especially since, according to his texts, they've driven for hours. I step outside, keeping to the shadow of the house, and the heat hits me, making me momentarily forget how wonderfully cool Tide Song stays when it's hot outside. The long-awaited shift in the weather has arrived, the forecast for once right, with uninterrupted sunshine forecast for the next few weeks. Yesterday, it was barely 12 degrees. Today, it's already over 20. By the weekend, Sanborn will be packed with tourists. I finish my sandwich and wipe my mouth with the sleeve of my jumper, not taking my eyes off the couple. The Ravens, according to Bright, are searching for a long-term rental in Cornwall, but I'm unsettled as I watch them. It's like they draw me in, with an eerie insincerity, like dark vines crawling towards me. I step to the side so they can't see me watching. The man seems kind of familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Maybe he's an actor. Then he suddenly looks around. My heart skips. He's oddly familiar. I just can't place him. I crane my neck to get a better look at the woman standing outside in the garden, gazing up at the house. I race to the back door. The woman is facing me directly, though she has no idea that I'm here watching her from within the shadow of the back porch. My first thought comes unbidden. Why do I feel like I know you? Karen Raven steps forward and extends her hand. I hesitate before stepping into the sunlight, forcing a smile as I grip it firmly, my expression warm. But my insides churn. Karen Raven's chestnut hair is fine, catching in the breeze as she tries to smooth it down with her other hand. She's tall, elegant, effortlessly refined. Her flawless makeup, her expensive-looking gold silk knit top draped just so over her frame, the way her skinny black jeans cling to slim, enviable legs. It all speaks of quiet wealth. She looks every inch the woman who has never wanted for anything. But beneath her striking features, I sense something else, something she is trying to conceal. And the longer I look, the more uneasy I feel. Dominic Raven steps up to shake my hand. After reading Bright's message, it seems the Ravens are willing to pay the exorbitant rental price up front and move in immediately, without even seeing the house properly. Money talks, and right now, it's practically shouting at me. I can't afford to be foolish, not over a few uneasy feelings. The house needs work, and fast. The stucco must be redone before winter. That is first on my list. I have to treat this as a business decision, nothing more.
When they've paid enough rent for me to get it organized, I'll have to book them in. The works will have to be mentioned to them, of course, but I'm sure they won't mind. Something tells me they won't make things difficult if it means renting Tidesong. Mrs. Raven watches me with dark, slow eyes, her smile slow and deliberate. I return it, thinking how worthwhile my efforts have been in clearing the house up to now. I might as well box up the rest and store it in my apartment and the outbuilding. Get it out of the way now, deal with it later. Well, how do you like the place? I ask, sweeping an arm towards the house. I should at least try to sound welcoming. In my mind, I've already agreed to let them have it. We love it, don't we, Dominic? Karen says, turning to her husband. We're hoping to move in right away, if that's convenient. Mr. Bright mentioned you live in a self-contained apartment on the top floor. We don't have a problem with that. Good, because I'm not moving. My expression makes that clear. Mrs. Raven's voice is smooth, her clipped enunciation so precise it's almost old-fashioned. Granny would have been impressed. I want to ask why they are in such a rush to move in, how long they plan to stay, but I won't. None of my business. I shift slightly, enough to create space, but not enough to be rude. I try not to think of Granny and what she'd think about renting out her beloved home. Her voice lingers at the edges of my mind, and the memories press too close sometimes. I stare blankly out at the ocean, refusing to let them in. I don't want them to see me sad, and then, for no reason at all, I think about Marcus. Imagine if he hadn't died from the fall. Instead, he might now be lying in a hospital bed in a vegetative state, wired up, dependent on constant care, or confined to a wheelchair, unable to function on his own, forced to watch the world pass by in silence. I can't help but remember Granny, how she died alone in her bed and wasn't discovered until the next afternoon by Mrs. Pugh. She wouldn't have wanted to suffer. They told us she died in her sleep. Yet, Mrs. Pugh mentioned that Granny hadn't been well in the days leading up to her death, but didn't want to make a fuss. It was only a week after Marcus died. Could something have triggered her heart attack? A thought begins to gnaw at me. Was I responsible for Granny's heart attack? Did my revelation about Marcus's actions push her over the edge? Mrs. Pugh told me she never recovered. The fear of losing Tidesong must have weighed heavily on her, perhaps too heavily. I regret telling her now. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. I just never imagined she'd react the way she did. At the time, I thought honesty might clear the air, that saying it aloud would bring us even closer. Instead, it only drove us apart. I didn't think it through. Didn't think how like my mother I sounded. It was all a trigger for Granny. I should have been more sensitive. I glance over at Mrs. Raven, with her long, straight hair and that perpetual, slow-eyed gaze. I watch her measuring my every move. A buzzing in my back pocket interrupts my thoughts. I pull out my phone to see a text from Granny's solicitor, asking me to come by tomorrow because he needs to talk. This doesn't sound good. Noticing Mrs. Raven's watchful eyes, I force a smile and tuck my phone away. Just then, Mr. Bright joins us after locking his car, carrying a stack of paperwork. Would you like a tour of the house? I suggest. There's a subtle change in the atmosphere around us. The Ravens exchange knowing glances, as if sharing a secret through telepathy. I steal a look at Mr. Bright, and he shrugs. What on earth is going on with these two? This feels like a bad idea, but I need the money. I can't back out now. I have no choice. That would be perfect. Will you show us the house, Miss Bancroft? Mrs. Raven coaxes as she steps towards the front door. Sure, if that's what you want, I reply, retreating into the house. Let's start in the kitchen, I add, eager to put some distance between us. Let's do that. I think it's a splendid idea, don't you, Dominic? She chimes in. As we tour the house, they both stick close, Mrs. Raven constantly asking questions. I am relieved to wave them off when they are finally done, their Bentley slowly crawling down the drive and through the tall iron gates. The ground beneath me suddenly feels like shifting sand. I have no idea why. Don't you think they were odd? I ask Mr. Bright. How did they find out about this place? They showed up at the office out of the blue, claiming that a friend mentioned Tidesong was available. I wasn't going to turn them away, he explains. What? Not even a call to say they were coming? I reply. It's even stranger that they drove all this way when the place could have been rented out by the time they arrived, he adds. Please, find out more about them. There's no harm in running some checks. I'll do my best, but remember, I'm only an estate agent. I can only go so deep, thanks to privacy laws. Maybe your solicitor will have better luck, he says. Maybe, I reply.
Chapter 21. Giles Cornwall. Now I sink into the couch with a weary sigh, peeling off my shoes as if shedding the weight of my secrets. You can always appeal to her better nature. Try to get her to confess, I murmur, though my tone betrays an unease I can't ever quite mask. I can't believe how hilly this place is. I doubt we'll be taking many walks here again. My hips are killing me. Still, this sofa is far more comfortable than I expected. I let out a contented sigh as my body sinks into the cushions. Marcia, no, Karen, as she prefers to be called when it matters, removes her shoes with deliberate care and flops down beside me. Her eyes blaze with a desperate intensity. I need more time, she insists, her voice trembling between determination and despair. Living in this house with her scares me, but we can't rush things. We've only been here 2 weeks. It feels more like 4 to me. Though we had once cherished our long walks together, the steep slopes now mirror the uphill battle of uncovering the truth. And what if you never uncover it? I counter quietly, my words laced with a tension deeper than the conversation's surface. After all, Marcia doesn't know I was there that day. The police say there's no evidence he was pushed, nothing on CCTV, and supposedly she wasn't even there. There was little left of our son to do an autopsy. She was there, Marcia snaps, her voice cracking. I see her desperation to prove Bibby's guilt over Marcus's death as a palpable entity between us. I shake my head slowly. You can't be certain. There's no concrete proof, and she has an alibi. Not a very good one, she shoots back. Stop being so gentle with her. She killed Marcus, our son. We both know she did. A moment of heavy silence passes as my eyes fix on the rug beneath my feet. I was on the platform that day, and I cannot be sure of that at all. That's not true, Karen, I say softly, remembering to use her new name.
You already believe she did it regardless.
My son didn't kill himself, she hisses, wiping at her eyes with her sleeve. Damn it, I haven't any bloody tissues. Give me your handkerchief. I hand it over with a resigned air. Darling, getting worked up won't help us. We need to get the truth from her, to expose any lie she tells about that day. Isn't that why we're here? My voice wavers slightly, the confession of my own complicity lurking just beneath my words. Marcia's eyes flash with both frustration and fear. I know she won't contemplate not getting a confession out of Bibby. Oh, I know exactly what you're about to say. Still, he continues, his tone tempered to ease the brewing tension. I'm going to say it anyway, Marcia. I forget to call her Karen. If you hadn't enabled him for so long, maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe the gambling, the drugs, maybe they wouldn't have spiraled so far out of control. The words are not meant as an accusation, yet they carry an undercurrent of guilt, fed by the unspoken truth of my own presence on the platform that fateful day. I know, she replies bitterly, and stop calling me Marcia. You'll slip up in front of her like you just did. Karen is my name. So you're blaming me for his death. I scrunch my nose in discomfort. No, I'm not saying that. You know, I don't see you as a Karen. Giles, just do it, she urges, her tone both commanding and pleading. I hesitate, the tension thick between us and growing. That goes for you too. Giles is off the table, if we're actually going to do this. We've been here all this time, and I haven't found a shred of evidence against her, Marcia continues, her voice raw with annoyance. There's talk in town about her, I observe quietly. Yes, but that talk can't tie her to anything. Half the people say she was involved in her best friend's death, and the other half say she wasn't. She blows her nose. I see how she's fighting back tears as her grief threatens to overwhelm her resolve. I lean in, my unease deepening that the more digging we do, the closer my own exposure we will be. But don't you think it's similar to what happened to Marcus? She says. Similar? How? I challenge, her voice a fresh wave of pain hitting me. Marcus was pushed in front of a train, darling,
Her friend Sophie died from an asthma attack. There's no comparison. She chokes back a sob. The very mention of Marcus's fate strikes me like a physical blow. I see for the first time that even the faintest coincidence will be enough to fuel her conviction that Bibby is guilty. In that charged moment, as I wrestle with my hidden truth and Marcia with her consuming grief, we both feel, and very differently, the crushing burden of that day that refuses to remain buried. Yes, but there was no inhaler. It was conveniently left at Bibby's, she begins again, her voice low with unease. Or at least so she says. She explained it at the time, I counter. They were heading to the beach, and Bibby thought Sophie didn't want to lose it, so she left it behind. That's what she told everyone. Sophie had never had an attack that bad, so Bibby wasn't worried. She was 16. What 16-year-old thinks of those things? I run a hand over my face, every gesture weighted with the fear of being discovered. Since arriving, I've caught every whispered rumor about Tidesong and Bibby Bancroft, and I know Marcia has too. They always took it with them. Why then did they forget it that day? After all those trips together, how could they have overlooked it? My tone trembles with anxious determination. The mother of the dead child already said all that. They couldn't prove it was deliberate. Their excuse was plausible. All they packed were towels. They were going swimming. Bibby didn't know Sophie had left it. Why would she?
All she wanted to do was get down to the beach. Her eyes blaze with grief and urgency. If you were risking your life, wouldn't you always bring your inhaler? I shift in my seat, discomfort rippling through me as I battle the dread of exposure. I'm going to need some painkillers. My hip is killing me. And besides, she wouldn't have known she was risking her life as she'd never had an attack so bad. And what teenager thinks like that? Marcia leans back and closes her eyes, as if to shut out the relentless uncertainty. I recall warning her that uncovering solid evidence on Bibby would be nearly impossible. And are we sure Bibby didn't know? Marcia presses, her voice wavering with desperation. I frown. Darling, listen to yourself. How would Bibby know if her friend was going to suffer an asthma attack? Sophie can't tell us now. She's dead, and dead people don't talk. But maybe, under high exertion, she would normally need her inhaler. Have you thought of that? With a heavy sigh, I slip a cushion behind me, each movement betraying my mounting apprehension. I reach for the packet of painkillers I carry in my trouser pocket and take some. Mrs. Pugh kindly brought us a jug of water when we got back. Of course, that possibility exists. Anything is possible. In the recesses of my mind, a darker thought emerges. What if Sophie's mother is right, and Bibby left the inhaler behind without telling Sophie? Bibby wouldn't confess to Sophie's mother. Yet, why would she want to kill her friend? Or perhaps the mother's overprotectiveness drove Sophie to be rebellious and leave the inhaler behind on purpose and made Bibby promise not to say. Marcia's eyes sharpen. So what are you saying, Giles? Do you believe me when I say she was on the platform? Look, I say cautiously, that's a huge leap. I don't remember seeing her. But then, I didn't take much in either. Maybe she was there. Maybe she was right next to me. My mind is a blank. All I remember is seeing Marcus. We need to investigate further before drawing any parallels. Right now, there's no solid evidence. I exhale deeply, acutely aware of every passing moment. We're going to be here longer than we thought. I'll have to cancel my golf plans. Marcia waves a dismissive hand at my comment. The police said she wasn't on the platform. She gave them a perfect alibi. I know because they told me. But do you believe me when I say she was there? Just as she knew Sophie needed her inhaler after exertion. My voice is barely a murmur. I just don't know. If the police are satisfied with her alibi, what more can be done? A tremor of anguish weaves through Marcia's words. I have to dig deeper into Sophie's death. I thought it was unrelated to Marcus's, but the more I think about it, the more I feel we're missing something crucial. The CCTV showed nothing placing her on the platform. If she wasn't there, how did she pull it off? At that, my pulse quickens.
Every mention of the CCTV makes me shudder with the fear that Marcia might notice me, even in my disguise, if she were to see it. The terror of being discovered seeps into my every thought. I am certain Bibi is behind Marcus's death. I felt something off the moment we arrived at Tidesong. You must have sensed it too. Bibi is hiding something, I'm sure of it. Marcia's gaze burns with resolve. I am going to find out what really happened to Sophie, and I bet that's the key to how she killed Marcus. I try to slow her down, my voice low and urgent. And what if you don't uncover solid proof, only enough to make you suspect her? Then what? Do you plan to push her off a cliff? You must be careful not to let your desperate need for truth distort your judgment. You're chasing shadows, Marcia. Bibi might have been cruel, even manipulative. But what's her motive? If she hated him, she could have left. That's what people do. They walk away. It's a thought, she replies, locking eyes with me.
There are dangerous cliffs around here. Accidents happen. I shut mine, unwilling to meet the fierce intensity of her gaze. I hadn't considered that, she continues softly, disingenuously. Don't be ridiculous, I snap, my eyes widening in alarm. Whatever we find, we hand it over to the police. We agreed. Nothing more. Any further action would be criminal, and you'd be the one in trouble. That's the only reason I agreed to this charade. Marcia sighs wearily, tossing my handkerchief back at me. You keep saying that, but I'm going to record everything, like a podcast, episode by episode, until the truth comes out. She killed our son. The police might want to reopen the case once my podcast is out. Just be careful, I warn, my voice trembling with dread. If you get it wrong, it could ruin us, and she could sue for slander. That's the last thing we need. Marcia's anguish finally breaks through her restraint. It won't matter by then. She pushed our son in front of that train. When will you believe me? She yells. With that, she storms out, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and the ever-present fear of exposure. Chapter 22. Marcia Cornwall. Now. After clearing out Marcus's apartment, I have been overwhelmed by the sight of his life packed into boxes and black refuse sacks. What strikes me the most is a solitary, numbered diary, a journal I never imagined my gentle son would keep. Why is there only one? Where are the others? Did he discard them all? And why preserve this one if it holds no clue to easing my grief? He'd said to read his diaries if something were to happen to him. So where are they? The diary pulls at my emotions with a painful urgency. What if its content shatters the image I'm clinging to, revealing truths too harsh to bear? And yet, if I'm ever to uncover what truly happened to my darling son, I will have to read it. Determined to shield myself from his most intimate confessions, I flip past certain passages in the airy kitchen of Tidesong. Every mention of Bibi feels like a blade twisting deeper. His journal spills raw and unfiltered onto the page. Fragmented sentences, erratic leaps from one thought to the next. It's as if he's hurling his mind onto the paper, desperate to empty it before it implodes. Yet the words don't seem to fall into line. They scatter and clash, mirroring the storm he clearly couldn't contain. Just past lunchtime, I'm still poring over the diary's pages, trying to slip into my late son's perspective. I strain to imagine how he saw Bibi. Was it raw, passion, lust, or something altogether darker, something disturbingly sinister? Before I can lose myself further to these thoughts, the back door of the kitchen creaks open. Startled, I slam the diary shut, my heart pounding as I realize how guilty I look. Mrs. Pugh enters quietly, a wicker basket of freshly picked vegetables in her arms. Her gaze sweeps over the room before landing on the diary, clutched tightly in my hand. In that brief, unnerving moment, I know I have to hide the damning pages. If Mrs. Pugh catches even a glimpse, I will immediately expose the secrets therein, and with them, the truth about whose diary it really is, to Bibi. Forcing a smile, I greet her, casually. Deep down, I am tormented by my obsessive need to continue reading my dead son's diary, and the need to decode his private thoughts. Reading his diary is my desperate act of connection. Yet I am painfully aware
that every secret I uncover edges me further into a personal abyss. I want to leave with an overwhelming need to hide it and protect it. "That's a lot of vegetables. Is it just for us?" I ask, my tone light, despite the sudden tension in the air. "They're for tonight's meal," Mrs. Pugh replies coolly. "Are you and Mr. Raven dining in, or have you planned to eat out?" Her words are measured, each syllable laced with something I can't quite place. Or is it just my paranoia, imagining that everyone in this house conspires with Bibi? After our walk this morning, the idea of venturing out again holds little appeal, and I suspect Giles shares my reluctance. "We'll be eating in, Mrs. Pugh, thank you," I answer. I want to sound grateful, even excited at the prospect of a well-prepared meal. After all, she has managed some delightful dishes. But the words elude me, leaving only an awkward pause. "I'll leave you to it," Mrs. Pugh says, setting the basket down with a resounding thunk that reverberates through the spacious kitchen. The charm of the large window bathes the room in brilliant light. I have to admit it's one of the nicest rooms in the house. I like to cling to the belief that Marcus is still guiding me, urging me to uncover the truth about how he died. "Does anyone use the internal door to Bibi's apartment?" I ask before I leave. Mrs. Pugh's expression tightens, clearly displeased at being asked such a thing. "No, that was the agreement. Bibi only uses the external door to give you your privacy." The reply does little to quell my disquiet, though. I recall with a shiver how I heard that very door open the previous night, followed by the soft tread of Bibi's steps descending the stairs. Giles dismissed it as the groans of an old house, but I wasn't so sure. Driven by a mix of suspicion and an unyielding need to piece together my son's cryptic life with this woman, I crept from our bedroom in the dead of night to investigate with a burgeoning dread of what I might encounter. In the murky light, it almost felt as though Marcus's spectral presence was urging me on. I crept silently down the stairs, trailing a lone figure towards the ground floor study. A single lamp cast an eerie glow inside. I peered through the narrow gap of the half-open door. The room appeared empty, though I suspected someone might be lurking in a shadowed corner, hidden from view. Resolutely, I decided to wait. Once the intruder emerged, I would confront her and demand to know why she had ventured into the heart of the house. But as minutes bled into an hour, no one appeared. Finally, unable to stand the suspense any longer, I pushed the door open and slipped into the study. To my dismay, the room was utterly vacant. Every object seemed undisturbed. Giles's laptop rested on the desk, and my own remained locked away behind its password. Yet Bibi, the very person I was tracking, had vanished without a trace. It was impossible. Where had she gone? And what had she been doing in there? More disconcerting still was the fact that she had managed to leave the room unseen. Driven by curiosity, I wandered the space. My fingers grazed the spines of old books on the shelves and traced the carved panels of the walls, searching for a hidden door or any secret passageway. The window, however, was securely locked from within, offering no escape or clues. Weary from nights filled with dark, disjointed dreams, I felt the house's every creak and whisper deepening my unease. Maybe I'd dozed off as I'd sat on the stairs waiting. Then, just as I turned away in resignation, a flash of movement caught my eye, a fleeting figure dashing silently up the stairs. Why was Bibi skulking through the corridors like a ghost? If there was something important to be discovered, why not simply ask? Or perhaps, I wondered with a chill creeping over me, Bibi was probing for secrets of her own, maybe even trying to uncover if those around her held ties to Marcus. In that charged moment, my mind blurred the line between grief and paranoia. Was this a trick of my haunted imagination? Then I heard footsteps upstairs, walking the length of the room above me, and looked up. Well, I wasn't asleep. I knew that for sure now. There was a chance that Marcus had shown her a photograph of us. Not willingly. He liked to keep his family separate until he was going to introduce his girlfriends to us. That was how he'd been with all his girlfriends. He was private like that. But what if Bibi had asked to see a photo of us? What if she had cajoled and pushed him to show her? A natural curiosity for anyone, not an unreasonable request. It would account for the way she had looked at us, and especially me, that first day we arrived here, as if there was some tentative recognition there that she couldn't quite grasp. As she hadn't come to the funeral, we knew we had an advantage. It had been a private affair with only close family. Of course, if she'd asked to come, we would have had no choice but to allow her. But she hadn't. That makes it all the more mysterious in my eyes. But if Bibi knew why we were here, she would have had a much bigger reaction to seeing us that first day at Tidesong. I'm sure of it. I looked down at my shaking hands. Marcus mentioned Tidesong only in passing in his diary, mostly noting its staggering value and long history in Bibi's family. The entries stop abruptly a month before he died, with no mention of his visit here. Yet we know he came. The letter we received confirms it. I begin to doubt the reliability of that letter. Now, as I walk through the hall, with its high ceiling and waxed parquet floor, towards the morning room at the far end and away from Mrs. Pugh, something makes me look up through the staircase to the top floor, to Bibi's room. I begin to climb the stairs, slowly, unsure why I'm going there, an invisible thread pulling me. When I reach the top floor, I stand quietly outside the door to Bibi's apartment. What will I do if Bibi is inside? I stand outside the door. Should I knock? All I want is to peek inside, to see if there is anything there about Marcus, or why Bibi was snooping in the study late last night. I'm about to turn around and leave, when there's a sound from down below. Somebody is coming up the stairs. Bibi? It must be. The footsteps on the stairs sound too quick for Mrs. Pugh. I'd recognize Giles's tread. And it isn't him either, because he wouldn't come up here anyway. It could be Mrs. Pugh, I suppose. She did say she was dropping off some vegetables. But then again, she said she'd go through the outside entrance. No, I'm certain that these steps coming up towards me are moving too fast for it to be a woman of Mrs. Pugh's age. There's nowhere on the landing to hide, and I'm certainly not ready to explain why I'm here. I put my palm against the door, turn the knob, and without thinking any more about it, push gently. It's unlocked. My heart thuds. Why is Bibi coming through the main house? Why is this door unlocked? I walk swiftly inside, closing the door quietly behind me. I glance around and realize too late this was a mistake. There's nowhere to hide. There's a cupboard by the door with an ironing board and mop bucket inside. I step in, pulling the door behind me, holding onto the diary just as someone enters the room. Does Bibi often walk through the main house like this? Mrs. Pugh said not. I bite my lip, forcing myself to steady my breathing, though each inhale seems deafening in the cramped darkness of the cupboard. I part my lips slightly, an old trick to silence the rasp of air in my throat, but it does little to dampen the thunder of my pulse in my ears. Through the sliver of space between the door and the frame, I see movement. Someone, surely Bibi, is rifling through drawers and cabinets, the quiet shuffle of papers and the occasional muted thud of objects being shifted, breaking the stillness. She's searching for something. But what? I push the door open just a fraction more. Bibi remains oblivious to the eyes watching her from the shadows. My muscles tense. How will I get out without being noticed? Then, just as I consider my options, Bibi lets out a frustrated sigh, places her hands on her hips, and turns sharply. I freeze. Instead of heading towards the cupboard, Bibi strides to the built-in media unit, spanning one side of the room. Without hesitation, she drags a chair over, climbs onto it, and reaches into the highest cupboard. My stomach lurches as I see what she's pulling down, an old archive box. Bibi places it on the table with a dull thud, and I suck in a sharp breath, the sound far too loud in the silence. Because there, scrawled in familiar handwriting across the side of the box, are the words, Marcus's stuff. Private. The room seems to tilt. I clamp a trembling hand over my mouth. My entire body is taut with restrained urgency. Why does Bibi have this? And why has it been hidden? A cold realization slithers through me. Bibi isn't just searching, she's retrieving. My instincts roar to life. Every fibre of my being urges me to burst from the cupboard, to seize Bibi by the throat and demand answers. Demand to know why she has Marcus's things, why she has kept them from me. What else is she hiding? But then, it could be nothing. Just an old, empty box repurposed for storage. And yet, Bibi has climbed for it, reached for it deliberately, and seems in a bit of a state. If I stay hidden, I might just find out the truth. If I reveal myself now, I might lose my only chance. I brace myself, my breath locked in my throat. What the hell am I going to say if Bibi finds me crouched in the cupboard like some lunatic? Seconds stretch and feel like an eternity. I shift my gaze, watching Bibi's head, waiting for the inevitable moment when she will turn and find me here. I can almost feel it. Bibi's slow, deliberate pivot, our eyes locking, the stunned silence before the confrontation erupts. But it doesn't happen. Instead, Bibi remains focused on the box, her fingers skimming its edges with a strange kind of familiarity. What is that bitch doing with Marcus's stuff? Then she pulls out multiple small black books, identical to the diary I have. A sick certainty twists in my gut. That box isn't empty. It isn't just some discarded container being reused. It was his. I know it. And Bibi has lied. I have the proof. An email from Marcus's lawyer, confirming that nothing had been taken from his apartment. She even emailed me about it. I haven't taken anything. Yet here it is. Bibi wasn't just lying. She's hoarding Marcus's secrets. Later that night, I can't get to sleep. It doesn't matter that there's no real proof, no clear evidence that Bibi harmed Marcus. I have an unshakable instinct that this woman is lying. Had Bibi known I was in the room earlier? Had she deliberately chosen not to look? The thought sends a shiver through me. Bibi isn't just hiding something. She is playing a game. I'm sure of it. Listening to Giles breathe lying beside me, I wish I could make him understand. But he is always searching for the bigger picture, when there isn't one. There's only this moment, this house, and the three of us trapped inside it. Has Bibi spoken to Mrs. Pugh? Has she told Bibi about my secretive behavior earlier? The way I clutched that book as if guarding a life? Was that why Bibi pulled out Marcus's box? To check if anything was missing? What were you looking for inside that box?
I'm sure now. Bibi knows who we are, and she's told Mrs. Pugh. I saw her pull out a book that looked very much like the diary I have. I knew there were more in there. Marcus had numbered them in the top corner. I must have the last one, as it stopped just before his death. Had Mrs. Pugh been involved with Marcus's death too? Had she been there? Had she helped? They are as thick as thieves, those two. I feared Bibi before, but now, after seeing her with Marcus's box, that fear has sharpened into something else. Bibi has played the grieving girlfriend, too shattered to even attend the funeral. Who doesn't go to their boyfriend's funeral? Someone who killed him, maybe? It makes no sense. Why? Giles had said it once, quietly but firmly. If she hated him, she could have left. That's what people do. They walk away. They don't push them in front of a train. I press a hand over my mouth, my teeth grinding together so hard I fear they'll crack. Giles has warned me. If I keep digging, I'll turn this into an obsession. Maybe he's right. But I know. Bibi was there, on that platform. She pushed Marcus, and then she lied to everyone. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. The police barely tried. 2 witnesses came forward saying they thought they saw him jump. I don't believe it. They wrote him off as another addict with too many debts and no way out. An easy case. A statistic. But I won't let them reduce Marcus to that. I won't let this go. Earlier, when I was trapped in the cupboard, I heard Mrs. Pugh arrive at the back door of the apartment. Bibi left the box to speak with her. That was my chance. I slipped out, carefully, steadying the ironing board, dodging the mop bucket, before creeping out and rushing downstairs to my room. I grabbed a handful of diaries as I went. Back downstairs, I wrote down what I'd seen, ready for my podcast.
Chapter 23. Who Killed Marcus Dalton? Recording by Marsha Dalton, his mother. Episode 1. The timer at the bottom of the recording app begins. I'm Marsha Dalton, mother of Marcus Dalton. You may not know his name, but you know his story. My son died when he fell in front of a Circle Line train. I say fell, not jumped, because I know he was pushed, and I know who did it. The police have closed the case. I won't accept that. I will get them to reopen it. I will prove the truth. And if something happens to me first, this podcast will go live anyway. The world will know. Marcus had his demons, drugs, gambling. I won't pretend he was perfect, but he was my son, and whatever mistakes he made, he did not deserve to die like that. I will take you on my journey to expose his killer. Right now, there's no hard evidence, but I know. In my heart, my gut, my soul, I know. A human being is capable of anything, given the right conditions. Revenge, rage, jealousy, love, but more often than not, money. Some people suppress their darkest urges, others act on them. And the person who killed my son? They're still out there, close, unaware of what I suspect. My journey is just beginning. I pause the recording. It's too much. I need a breather. If I'm already struggling, how am I going to get through this? The words in my head jostle for release, a tangled rush demanding to be heard. I have never been one to show emotion publicly, which is why Giles struggles to understand my need to do this podcast. The tightness in my chest is suffocating, exhausting. The images of Marcus falling swarm my mind, crushing me. I didn't see it happen, haven't even looked at the photos, but my imagination is cruelly vivid. I squeeze my eyes shut, willing the visions away. Enough for today. I shut everything down, clicking off the recording, closing my laptop. Everything is backed up. If Bibby finds and deletes it, there will always be a copy. The tears come slowly at first, then in an unstoppable flood. I let them. Alone in the study, I can. And after a few minutes, the grinding pain in my gut eases just enough. Then, a noise. Upstairs, above me, in my bedroom. I'm alone. Giles has gone to the golf club he's joined down here. The drawer beside me holds Marcus's diaries that I took from Bibby's box. I listen and track the footsteps in the room above, slow, deliberate. Bibby, it has to be. Who else would be in our room? Searching. What is she looking for if not the diaries? She must know it was me who's taken them. Who else would if not me? Mrs. Pugh saw me with the diary, identical to Bibby's, and she would have told her. So maybe that's why Bibby's watching me, waiting. The last diary. The others I took from her room. Does she believe they'll expose her? If the truth is in there, it's buried too deep for me to find. I step out of the study after locking the drawer and taking the key with me. I climb the stairs to catch her. I shove open my bedroom door expectantly. Empty. No one has come out. I would have seen them. Then, a sound. I spin. Nothing. But the noise remains. A faint shuffling close by. Someone is here. Watching. I feel it. It makes my spine tingle. I scan the room, my pulse hammering. Where is she? Nothing to see. But someone was here. Are you all right, Mrs. Raven? I jolt, stumbling back. I spin to find Mrs. Pugh standing in the doorway of another bedroom, arms full of bed linen, looking just as startled to see me. How long has she been watching? Has she seen me searching the room? I glance at my watch, surprised by how much time has passed. Oh, you startled me, I say, forcing a weak laugh. I was looking for my cardigan. Couldn't remember where I left it. A feeble excuse, but the best I can manage. Had it been her moving around up here? But how had she got out without being seen? I didn't hear you come up. I only just did, Mrs. Pugh replies. I was in the linen cupboard before.
If that's what you mean.
No, not at all. I thought I heard someone walking around and wondered who it was. I was sure I was alone. I hesitate. Is Bibby around? Mrs. Pugh's expression remains unreadable. She's in her apartment, I imagine, if she's even in. I spoke to her in the kitchen earlier. She went up just as I came here, but she may have gone out again. A pause, Her brow creases. You do know Bibby doesn't use the main house to come and go? Yes, of course, I say lightly. I know Mrs. Pugh is lying. I choose my next words carefully. Mrs. Pugh, are there any hidden doors in Tidesong? Hidden doors? Yes. Secret passageways, back stairs, places the servants might have used. Mrs. Pugh frowns. Not that I'm aware of. Why, is something wrong? I'm not convinced. It would explain how Bibby vanishes so quickly, and the noises afterwards, the movement inside the walls. I debate telling Mrs. Pugh about the study incident, but hold back. Not yet. No, just curious, I say instead. Mrs. Pugh hesitates, as if weighing my words, then says nothing at all. Downstairs, I busy myself in the kitchen, making a drink I don't really want. I know the whispers in town. Mrs. Pugh has been at Tidesong for years, deeply loyal to the late Mrs. Stedman Walsh, a keeper of secrets. If only I could get her to talk, but I know better. Mrs. Pugh isn't the kind to ever talk. I open the fridge. It's packed with food and bottles. I want wine but pour tonic water instead. Then, reconsidering, I add a splash of gin. Just enough to steady my nerves. The unease in this house clings to me. Does Mrs. Pugh really know what Bibby is like? Has she read the way Marcus wrote about her? What if they aren't just covering for each other? What if they did it together? I'm taking a drink when movement outside catches my eye. Bibby, walking past the window, heading for the kitchen door. Not now. My hand jerks, spilling tonic onto the counter just as Bibby steps inside.
I wish I didn't feel so on edge around her.
I wouldn't have liked this woman if Marcus had ever brought her home. Maybe that's why he never did. Bibby moves with unsettling ease, smiles like we are old friends, but something beneath the surface is off. It feels like she can read my thoughts. Sorry, Mrs. Raven, I didn't mean to startle you. I don't miss the emphasis on my name. Bibby's gaze flicks to the gin bottle but stays silent. Still, the judgment is clear. Yes, I'm drinking alone in the middle of the day. So what? Oh, that's all right. I was miles away. Looking for Mrs. Pugh. She's upstairs, I think. It can wait. Bibby watches as I take a sip, her look unreadable. She brought me some vegetables, but it's too much just for me. I brought some back and left them on the bench by the back door. Bibby fiddles with her fingernail. She keeps giving me food like I'm about to starve or something. A giggle, soft and harmless, but the sound stabs at my temples. I don't want to warm to her. Bibby's voice lowers. I grew up with her, you know, after my parents died. With my grandmother too. But Connie, Mrs. Pugh, has always been there. She drops her head, looks at her fingernails. Fake. All of it. Maybe this is an opportunity. Perhaps I can get Bibby to talk about London, about Marcus. I nod at the gin bottle and hold up the tonic. I can add something stronger. It's past noon, so technically it's allowed. Bibby wrinkles her nose. I don't like tonic. I'll have a Coke if there's any. Help yourself. Bibby walks to the fridge. I heard you lived in London before coming back here to Tidesong. I did, yes. She takes a casual sip. Did Mrs. Pugh tell you? I shrug. Maybe, or someone else. I can't remember. Must be a big change from city life to this. Bibby nods knowingly. She sits stiffly. She looks sad, not conniving. Something squeezes my heart. A little. Her voice is gentle like a child's. I had to get away. Something bad happened there.
I had enough of the place. Dirty, full of people who don't care about you. She smiles bravely. Besides, I spent a lot of time here growing up and I missed it. When Granny died, her eyes glaze over. I'd already lost everyone I loved, you see, and her dying was too much. I tilt my head. Didn't you have a boyfriend? Or a fiancé? Bibby gives a delicate smile. I did. She stares down at her can, then up at me direct and unblinking. I did, yes. He was a lovely man, troubled, but lovely. She laughs quietly. It wasn't an easy relationship. He was troubled, that's all. I clench my jaw,
Marcus's face flashing in my mind. I force my voice to stay steady. I'm sorry to hear that. What happened to him? What do you mean? He didn't want to come to Cornwall with you. The silence stretches. I see her gaze off into the distance and know she's thinking about my beautiful boy. I want to cry so badly it really hurts. Bibby shrugs. I think he would have liked to, but it wasn't possible in the end. What do you mean in the end? I can see she's still thinking of him. A golden smile spreads across her face. We split up, that's all. Ah, I see. My son lives in London. I keep my tone light, casual. If I speak about Marcus in the present tense, maybe I can draw Bibby out without raising suspicion. I'm still not sure Bibby has figured out who I really am. I have my suspicions, especially as my mind rages in the early hours of the morning, but I can't be sure. He loves it, I add. Bibby's eyes drop to her fingernails, picking at the edges. That reaction fascinates me. The discomfort, the tiny flinch. How far will you go with your lies? Well, of course it would be uncomfortable, because she killed her boyfriend. Bitch. I never asked. Where do you live? Norfolk, Cromer, I say, and wait for a reaction. Cromer is beautiful. Not that I've been, Bibby says, her voice light, almost careless now, like she's letting the words run away unchecked. My boyfriend's family live there. She laughs, setting her can down, locking eyes with me. I want to slap her. Is she playing with me? My God, isn't that funny? I mean, what a small world. I never met anyone from Norfolk till I met him, and now I know 2 lots of people from that part of the world. He used to say it was beautiful. I would have liked to go, but it never happened. Is she being nasty on purpose? I can feel it, the deliberate needling, the way Bibby is toying with me. And yet, I detect sincerity in her voice. I can't let myself be taken in by her. I force a smile. What did you do in London? Actress. I was quite good, actually. I was starting to get good callbacks, but then something happened, and I had to leave. Oh dear, what a shame. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from blurting. What? That you killed my son? I force my tone to stay even. Can't you go back and pick up again? Come on, come on. Every time I think Bibby is about to give me something, she clams up. It's maddening, the false starts, the near confessions. I can't keep up this polite facade much longer. I just want to scream, "Did you kill my son?" Bibby shakes her head. No, I won't be going back to London again. Not after what happened. Besides, I love Tide Song. I'm really happy living back here. Her smile is slow, deliberate, mocking. She tilts her head, looking up through her lashes that I see are slightly damp, like she knows. You've probably heard the gossip in town about me. I keep my face carefully blank. Not easy when all I want to do is lash out. What gossip? I've heard it all. Every sordid whisper. But I'm not about to admit that. Let Bibby wonder. Bibby smiles, wry and knowing, like she sees right through me and thinks it's sad the way I'm behaving. It really irritates me. Come on, Mrs. Raven. I can't believe the gossips of Sanborn haven't rushed to tell you. Well, maybe I should tell you then. She leans in slightly, lowering her voice. When I was 16, something terrible happened and, well, there was a lot of bad talk about me. She gives a small shrug. You know what small towns are like. Misinformation spread by one person who thought she had a right to trash me. People love to gossip. They only ever see things one-dimensionally, people like that. She lifts her drink to her lips, pausing just long enough for my pulse to quicken. Is she baiting me? The way I see it, when you're affected by trauma of any kind, you only see what you want to see. You only look through the prism you've created. I should know. I've had my fair share. When she sees me about to ask her about it, she clams up. I don't like to talk about it. I don't like to see myself as a victim, and unfortunately, that's how it would sound. A beat. Then softly, almost like a warning. That's kind of dangerous, don't you think? To see things one-dimensionally. Some things are one-dimensional when you murder someone, I scream silently. Instead, I give her a weak smile. We haven't heard anything. But now I'm intrigued. I can't help myself. I want her to open up. If Bibi knows who we are, I have to be careful. But if she doesn't, I can't risk giving anything away to make her work it out. Does she know? It's excruciating not knowing. I feel like I'm tying myself up in knots. Bibi tilts her head. You know, that surprises me. Well, anyway, the thing is, when I was 16, my best friend died when we were playing on the beach. Her voice drops, low and sorrowful, as if she cares, as if she is struggling with the memory. Oh, please. We were inseparable. We'd go down to the cove beneath the cliff outside Tidesong. She glances out the window like she is picturing it. It belongs to the house, you see. We spent days playing there. Granny thought it was dangerous, the breakers, the riptides, but we knew what to watch for. I watch her, distrust curling in my gut. All I see is the woman who pushed my son to his death. After my parents died and I came to live with her, Granny's love wrapped around me like armor, fierce, protective, and a little over the top. Even when I was grown, she'd stand at the tall window, watching until I was safely home. "I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you on my watch," she'd say, her voice a mix of worry and devotion. I couldn't call for help, you see. We were too far away from the house for anyone to hear me when Sophie had a massive asthma attack. She shakes her head, her gaze skimming away. After that, the gossip took root. The moment I was old enough, I was gone. London became my refuge. Oh dear, how terribly sad. Didn't she have her inhaler? The way Bibi tells it makes my eyes glaze over. We didn't have one with us, no. She's still staring out the window. I mean, it was a massive attack. Like, huge, and I couldn't do a thing. That day, it just came out of nowhere. She throws up her hands. Who'd have guessed that, huh? There was always some sort of pre-warning, but not that day. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open up like that. I said I wasn't going to, and now look at me. My tone is cool. No, don't apologize. But didn't she know she was risking her life not carrying one? I need to know, so I push it, knowing it's cruel. She seems so genuine right now. I don't know what to believe. Bibi turns. No, I mean, yes, of course. But it turns out she left it in the house, we think, when she went to change into her costume before coming down to the beach. She suddenly starts to weep silently, and I don't know what to do. I do not want to comfort this woman. But I didn't know how dangerous it was her not having it. Not really. She exhales sharply, shaking her head, trying to stop her tears. But Samantha, her mother, blamed me. She chokes on the words. It's as if she's unable to stop herself reliving it.
She thought I should have checked. But I was 16, for Christ's sake. I wasn't her mother. I just wanted to get into the water and the waves. She drops her gaze as if embarrassed. And how was I supposed to know she didn't have it? It's crazy. Like I said, people see what they want to see. Samantha poisoned the whole town against me, saying I knew. She wipes her eyes with a crumpled bit of tissue from her pocket. But it was her guilt. Easier to blame me, she says. She never liked us anyway. My family, I mean. Even though Granny was always wonderful to her. My voice is level. I'm so confused. Is Bibi the most amazing actress? Or is she actually genuine? I honestly don't know. It must have been awful. To witness. To live with. I'm drawn to her in a motherly way but force myself to hang back, reminding myself this woman murdered my darling son. Bibi nods, the can of Coke turning in her hands. It was one of the worst days of my life. She gives a scornful laugh. Huh, I didn't know then life wasn't finished with me yet, and had more to throw at me. Sometimes I think I'm jinxed. Sometimes I wake up sobbing. She clung to my arm, you know. Sometimes I can still feel her grip. The only thing I could do was cry. Not much use to her, was it? But shouldn't she have checked she had it with her? Bibi's head snaps up. Why? Why would she have thought it would happen? It never had before, and besides, we were on the beach, close to Tidesong. She probably thought we could get help if something happened. She shoves the can away, hard. It slides across the counter and slams into the fruit bowl. I lean in. I'm sorry, Bibi, I didn't mean to upset you. I'm genuine when I say it.
It's the way she makes me feel. You know, sometimes she left it in my room when we went swimming, if she'd had a falling out with her mum who was overprotective. Like she was rebelling, you know? But I never told her or anyone that. That's why Soph stayed at mine so much.
Samantha hated it, but couldn't stop her. She thought Granny was trying to take her away. Bibby shakes her head. Ludicrous. Granny was nothing but kind. Her eyes shift, and I know there is something she isn't telling me. She clearly doesn't want to say any more. What if it was all a lie? What if Sophie had taken it to the beach, like she always did, and Bibby slipped it away before they came down to the cove? What if that was her story, spun to save herself? It would explain why Samantha's anger fixed on her. What if Samantha knew something about Bibby she couldn't say aloud? Why would a mother hide the truth after her own daughter had died, unless speaking it would damn Sophie? Listen, I'm sorry for coming out with all this. I was only telling you because you'll hear about it soon enough. I wanted you to get my side of the story. Tell me about some of your work. What have you been in? I decide to change the subject radically. Bibby begins to relax again. Well, I was in a West End show for a long run, Mamma Mia. I had a biggish role, enough to have my photo on the front of the theatre. That was so much fun. I love theatre. It's my preferred choice of acting, if I'm honest. You know, my boyfriend liked that I was an actress. He actually saw my picture outside the theatre before he met me. Her face darkens at the same time as my jaw locks. A dense pain radiates up my face from keeping it neutral. Are you okay, Bibby? I manage. If I get too emotional, Bibby might stop talking. What? Oh, sorry, yes. Memories, you know how it is. Sometimes they creep up on you when you're not expecting them. And sometimes they never go away. Yes, they do have a habit of doing that. I pause. Well, I have little to lose, so I push on. You mentioned your boyfriend, then you got sad. The words taste foul in my mouth. Was it a painful breakup? Bibby shakes her head. Not really. I mean, it was sad and painful, but not how you think. We'd broken up before. She frowns as if trying to rid something from her mind. He had problems and was terribly troubled. She looks at me as if trying to decide whether to continue. He took drugs, and it made him weird. I tried to help him. His parents, you know I told you they lived in Cromer. Well, they didn't all get on. I stiffen. His dad gave him a hard time. He didn't think his dad liked him much. He struggled with that. I can't move. I'm stunned, paralyzed. I don't want to stop Bibby from talking, but I don't want to hear it either. Bibby's eyes are vacant, and I feel the blood draining from my face. He asked them for help, and they shunned him. The drugs got him into gambling, and he accrued massive debts he couldn't pay back. He was desperate. The longest pause of my life stretches out. I think I might faint. I've been holding my breath since Bibby started talking about Marcus. Then, Bibby looks directly at me, as if she knows, as if Bibby knows I am Marcus's mother. I really don't know if I should talk about it. How he died, I mean. I managed to compose myself at the word died and fight the sudden pressure in my chest crushing me. It might make you feel better, but it's up to you. I want to scream out and vent my pain, but I don't. I bite down hard. I didn't know he'd died, I say. The word chokes me. She considers, then starts talking again. He killed himself. He jumped in front of a train. Bibby's hands fly to her face as if she can't bear to remember it. She cries so sincerely that, for one tiny moment, I believe she cares. I can't believe how she is making me feel so emotional towards her. I don't know what to believe. She truly seems sincere, but it doesn't last long. Bibby's next words stab me in the heart. His mother killed him. I gasp. The blood drains from my head and pools in my feet. I sway and clutch the worktop. It's as if Bibby has reached out and slapped me. Icy goosebumps crawl over my skin like tiny insects. The pain that shoots through me chokes me. What do you mean? His mother killed him, I manage in a gasp. Bibby holds my gaze. His mother didn't support him when he asked for help. He said, "My mother killed me tonight." Do you know those were the last words I heard him say? That's awful, don't you think? I hate remembering it. Oh my God, why didn't you tell them? Inside I scream,
Not just with rage, but with physical pain, like I've been stamped on the chest. Bibby looks confused. The parents? How do you know I didn't? I don't know why I said that. I suppose I just thought you hadn't, that's all. It's a terrible thing to hear. I just assumed you hadn't. You're right. But God, what do you take me for? She's somber and restrained. I did tell them, and she said to me that I killed him. Lying bitch. Can you believe the nerve of the woman? He was so madly in love with me. I think she was jealous. You know the type. Some mothers are like that with their sons. My body is rigid, trembling. The thing is, he was totally, madly, deeply, and hopelessly in love with me. He had problems he wanted to tell them about, but they wouldn't give him the time of day to let him. They just jumped to conclusions, and that was that. Do you know what he said to me the night before he died? He said he couldn't live without me. And then the next morning, he killed himself. Her voice is monotone. She looks as if she's struggling to talk about it. Do you believe that? She looks confused. What? That he killed himself. I know what was troubling him, so on one side I do. But then I don't, because I know he didn't want to leave me. I don't know what to believe. The police said they had no evidence of foul play. What do you think could have happened? I stare at her hard, trying to understand her, believe her, or find the truth behind her words. But all I want to do is run away and cry. Staying put is unbelievably difficult.
Someone pushed him. I make an O shape with my mouth. He owed money to bad people. I mean, that sort of thing. I didn't say anything to the police. I couldn't bear the intrusion into my life, and I didn't think his parents would welcome it either. Selfish bitch. They said it looked like he jumped, so I wasn't going to say different. I know he's at peace now from all his demons. He had a lot of those. The worst thing is, I couldn't help him. He understood that, and I felt so helpless. I'm having a hard time breathing. I was not expecting this, not prepared for it. Are you okay, Mrs. Raven? You don't look very well. I'm fine. It's just so shocking what you said, and so sad.
Chapter 24.
Marcia. I avoid Bibby the next day. I don't want to see her. Don't trust myself to. Yesterday had been too much. How I had sat there without tearing her apart, I'll never know. I feel confused by her, and I don't want to be. Is she manipulating me? Tea in hand, I stare out to sea from the drawing-room window. My reflection bounces back, sharp and ghostly. Marcus had my eyes. Don't go like this, Marcus, please, I begged that last day, not knowing how little time we had left. I move away, unable to look anymore. I should have recorded a podcast last night when my emotions were raw, my voice shaking with the weight of that conversation. But I couldn't. Too much pain. At one point, I nearly stormed upstairs and demanded she tell me the truth. After Marcus left that day, I called him, but it went to voicemail. I left no message. I needed to hear his voice. You're worrying unnecessarily, Giles had said tensely. He's probably out with that girlfriend doing God knows what with drugs. You're not helping, I snapped. Try the landline. His mobile might be dead. I had. It rang out, unanswered, just like his phone. In the end, I left a message, my voice tight with unease. Marcus, darling, it's me. Look, I'm sorry you left so quickly. Please, I want to talk to you. Your father regrets how he reacted, but you must understand, it was a shock. From the visit from those people. I ran out of time. I called again, but it was engaged. And now this woman dared to say Marcus had blamed me. What gave her the right? She had known nothing. He would never, ever have said such a thing. Maybe Bibby is rewriting history, imagining the relationship she wanted with Marcus, rather than the one she'd had. What was that word? Manifesting. That was it. Actresses believe in that rubbish, don't they? According to Marcus in his diaries, nothing Bibby said was true. But then the way he wrote wasn't that coherent. He wasn't obsessed with her as she claimed. He never mentioned that. The thought of them together makes me cringe. He had wanted to end it with her many times. He even wrote it down. But that's so at odds with what she says. It feels like Marcus wasn't himself. He loved me truly, madly, deeply, Bibby had said. I could have throttled her on the spot. After seeing him at the house that last day, unease had lingered. I couldn't reach him afterwards.
Thoughts spiraled. Had Bibby turned off his phone after he got back? Had she planted terrible ideas in his head? What if he had wanted to call, but couldn't find his phone? Drugged, she could have convinced him of anything. He was in a bad way when he left us. He was sure to have told Bibby everything. Did he really think I didn't care? That his father didn't love him? I can't believe he thought that way. A pain in my chest so fierce crushes me, and I find I can hardly take a breath. My heart is breaking, that's what it feels like. And then, that day, I woke abruptly, a lump in my stomach. A terrible premonition that something was wrong hung over me. Giles had gone away and wasn't due back until later in the day. The house lay in darkness. Just before dawn, I woke and pulled myself out of the armchair by the Aga where I had dozed off, made a cup of tea and listened to the noises of the house waking up, the creaks, the tick of the heating coming on, a motorbike tearing down the country lane. I stayed there for most of the morning until about 11ish. The terrible feeling never left me. I told the staff to take the day off. I wanted to be alone. I didn't know what was wrong with me. Then I was jolted by the doorbell, my phone ringing, messages lighting up my screen, the door knocker pounding. I sat frozen. I didn't look at my phone, but at the door and the loud pounding coming from the other side. The next thing I noticed was the rain pattering against the windows, growing louder. I didn't want to move. I feared opening that door.
Something bad had happened, and I knew instantly. I pulled myself out of the chair, chest tight, apprehension cloaking me. Retying my dressing gown, I moved to the window. A car's rear lights idled on the gravel beyond the front door. Not Giles, he had taken the train. Marcus? Could he have come back? Maybe he had finally broken things off with that awful woman. Maybe he had nowhere else to go. Maybe he wanted to apologize for leaving the way he did. The thought made me smile. I hurried to the door. Maybe it wasn't something terrible. Maybe it was my baby come home to say he was sorry. I stopped, froze as the shadows behind the glass of the front door looked nothing like Marcus. And besides, there were two people behind the glass. I saw it then, the strobing blue light, the crackle of a radio on the other side. And I knew. The world spun around me. The distance to the door grew and grew, and I wondered if I could make it. I knew Marcus had a key. He wouldn't knock like that. He knew where the spare was hidden. The calls had come from an unknown number. The shadows outside were not his, nor Giles's. The doorbell rang again. Heart pounding, I moved leaden legs, unlatched the door, and swung it open. Two uniformed officers stood on the step. I stared, my breath locked in my throat, my hands gripping the doorframe. "Mrs. Dalton?" the male officer asked. I heard a small voice. It was mine, whispering, "Yes, Giles." It had to be Giles. A heart attack? An accident? Critical in some hospital? I had to get to him. But how could I reach Marcus if his phone was off? "Are you Marcus Dalton's mother?" the officer asked. I nodded. "May we come in, please, Mrs. Dalton?" I frowned. "Marcus, isn't this about Giles? Is Giles your husband?" I nodded. "He's away. He's been stressed. We are having some family issues. He wasn't feeling well. Is he all right?" "We're not here about your husband, Mrs. Dalton. We're here about your son." The words didn't make sense. It had to be Giles, not Marcus. I felt as though I had been punched in the stomach. I couldn't breathe. I tried to speak, to ask, but my mind fractured into a million little pieces. They told me what they came to say. I remembered nothing, except the howl, the word "no" that ripped from my body, the cold floor against my knees, then strong hands, warmth, darkness. The diaries are in the boot of our car now, buried under the spare tire. I read them one by one. The current one, taped to the back of the bathroom vanity drawer, calls to me. It wants to be read. Marcus wanted me to read them, wanted me to know, to understand, to see what had been done to him. The more I read, the more fear takes hold. His life in London feels blurred, disjointed. Had Bibby controlled him? The gossip in Sanborn paints her as dangerous. If that is true, why not this? Marcus was a good boy. Drugs weren't something he would have chosen, not alone. I know my boy. It had to be her influence. Bibby and Mrs. Pugh unsettle me. They watch me. I'm sure of it. I will tell Giles tonight, when I can say it plainly.
Yesterday's conversation with Bibby is too raw, an open wound. I need time to shape it, to analyze Bibby's words, to separate meaning from implication. But what if Bibby twisted all of it? What if she only saw what she needed to see? I need proof. I have to wait. But the words, those horrific words, claw at me. A day has passed. The diary is still taped behind the drawer, waiting, whispering. I've tried to uncover more about Bibby. Who is this woman who stole my son? The rumors, the hushed voices. Giles and I have discussed them. He thinks I'm grasping at shadows, seeing patterns that aren't there, finding blame where there is none. If Marcus killed himself, and all the evidence says he did, I will have no choice but to accept it. But then Bibby said something about trauma, about perspective, about seeing only one side. Have I trapped myself inside a version of the truth, warped it to fit what I need to believe? Or am I seeing Bibby through her own prism, twisting reality to fit her version of events? The words burn a hole inside me. My breath hitches, then tears fall from me in a ragged, whooshing gasp. My God, the woman is cruel. Connie. When I arrived at Tidesong in 1970, aged 16, domestic work was still in demand. Less than before, but for those without qualifications, live-in accommodation, meals and free travel were appealing. It was better than home, and I was desperate to leave my 3 sisters behind. We lived in a tied cottage on Cove Lane, part of the Tidesong estate. Every penny my father earned went to his family. But the cottage was cramped, with me and my sisters sharing a bedroom. As the eldest, it was understood I would leave soon to make space. After leaving school, I tried various jobs: shop assistant, clerical work, teacher's helper. But they bored me. I craved something different, though I didn't know what. The day I bought my train ticket to London, the city of excitement, fun and handsome men from the pictures, I bumped into Lucy Steadman Walsh. My father, the Tidesong estate's head gardener, had secured our tied cottage at a peppercorn rent instead of a raise. He had urged me to work at the big house, but I resisted. That would trap me in Sanborn, and I longed for more. In the 70s, Sanborn was a sleepy village. Just a few shops, a pub with rooms, a garage, a small Steadman Walsh-owned hotel, a dairy farm, hairdresser, barber, newsagent, tobacconist, butcher and grocer. Lucy Steadman Walsh was waiting for the London train to visit their city house. 7 years older, she was everything I wasn't: opinionated, confident, fluent in French and Spanish. She wore a pale green boucle suit with a skirt so short my dad would have had a fit. "You're Jake's daughter, aren't you?" Lucy Steadman Walsh said, stepping out of the waiting room for air. I had seen her inside and avoided looking in, but there was nowhere to hide. "Yes, that's right, Miss Steadman Walsh." Lucy laughed. "God, don't call me that. It makes me sound like my mother. So stuffy, all that formal nonsense." Ironically, Lucy would later become a stickler for it. I smiled but said nothing. I didn't know if Lucy was joking, and the last thing I wanted was to offend her and risk Dad's job. "Going to London?" Lucy glanced at the ticket in my hand. "Not today. Next week." I hesitated. "I bought it now, so I don't change my mind." I sounded unsure, and I hated it. "Oh, have you been before?" I shook my head. "I'm moving there. I want to live somewhere with more life than dreary Sanborn. No offense, but there's nothing to do here, and jobs are scarce." I lifted my chin, daring Lucy to question my choice. Unlike many, I wasn't jealous of Lucy. We were born into different lives. It was up to me to make something of mine. "What kind of job?" "I don't know. Not a shop or a school. I want to travel, and London pays better." Lucy twirled a strand of blonde hair. "Have you been abroad?" I shook my head, smiling shyly. "I have. It's dull alone. We have a house in the south of France and there's nothing to do when I'm there." It sounded like bragging. I was about to leave when Lucy said, "Come work for me." "As your maid?" My horror was obvious. "Not a maid, a companion," Lucy corrected herself quickly. "A friend, really. You'd live with me, help with my hair and clothes for parties, Mummy insists I be seen. I have to use her maid, and she's ancient. I hesitated. You'd travel, see incredible places, and pay for nothing. If you did, Mummy would let us go to France together, just the two of us. Of course, there's staff. You wouldn't be expected to do anything. Lucy smiled. What do you say, Connie Jackson? I think we'd be great friends.
It would be an adventure. It wasn't exactly what I had imagined, but it was a way out, and how hard could looking after Lucy be? My stomach fluttered. This could be it. From that day, we became inseparable. I never looked back. It was the best decision I ever made, or so I thought at the time. Giles Cornwall. Now I stared at my wife last night when I got back from golf and wondered if this was the same cool, aloof woman I knew. She was almost feverish, breathless as she relived her ordeal, being locked in a cupboard in Bibby's apartment, finding Marcus's hidden belongings, Bibby's chilling words about someone pushing him to his death. I didn't interrupt, just listened. Bibby's remark about Marcia causing our son's death was deliberate, a taunt. But did she know we were Marcus's parents? Had she spotted me that day, or was it just an idle comment? My focus that terrible day had been on Marcus, getting him away with as little fuss as possible. I don't recall anyone else. That sick feeling crawls up my throat again, burning like acid. At Tidesong, I've kept my routine. It anchors me. I wake at the same time, drink my coffee, fortified with brandy, and let the house settle around me. Marcia, who never rose early at home, has been waking soon after me. She's restless here. So am I. Now, as I drink my coffee in the quiet of the kitchen, I hear Marcia moving about upstairs. She'll be down soon. I'm sure we'll pick up again from last night. She has been shouting in her sleep again, tangled in the sheets, lost in nightmares that are probably worse than reality. It's always worse in dreams. I rub my thumb over my fingertips, remembering the texture of Marcus's suit jacket. The last touch. They say when you lose a limb, the sensation lingers. That's how it feels. My son is gone, but the feeling of him remains. I hadn't expected the rush of people when the train pulled in. I lost sight of Marcus for a second, just a second. Then came the scream. That blood-curdling, endless scream from someone in the crowd. I knew. Even before I saw. My breath comes too fast. I try to steady it. My hand goes to my chest, where some of his blood landed. I shiver, remembering. I threw the hoodie in a skip. I couldn't bear to see it or be around it. The golf isn't helping. I told Marcia it was, but it's a lie. How can I tell her the truth? That I had stood frozen, unable to move. That my hand had brushed Marcus's back, and now I can't be sure. Had I pushed him? My chest tightens, squeezing the air from my lungs. Bibby. Had she seen me there? My heart hammers, pounding in my ears, in my skull. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. It started that day and never stopped. Sometimes it fades, and for a moment, I think maybe I'm dead too. But then it comes back. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Nothing works. Nothing dulls it. Because I ran. I hadn't looked. I hadn't helped. I had known deep in my bones that it was Marcus on the tracks. And I fled. The commiserations had been unbearable. The questions, Christ, the questions. This is like a nightmare, Marcia says, and I know she's referring to last night's conversation. She steps into the kitchen, making herself a herbal tea and opening a packet of biscuits. I eye the biscuits. She never eats biscuits. I wonder if she, too, is slipping something extra into her drink just to get through the day. Maybe we should leave for a while, I suggest. The walls of Tidesong are pressing in, suffocating. Marcia's face twists, not in consideration but rejection. No, we can't. Maybe go for a walk then. Get out of this house. A walk? A walk, Giles? You said the other day it was killing your hips. I can't go for a walk. I need to read those diaries. She's unraveling in front of me. I see it in her eyes, wide, fever bright. And she sees how I'm looking at her. She knows but can't stop herself. No, a walk is out of the question. Read them with me. We'll get through them faster that way. She devours a biscuit, then another. Christ, Marcia, I can't. Why? Because I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear to read Marcus's private words. Not when I'm not sure. Not when I might have killed him. Chapter 25. Connie. The coffee house in Sanborn hasn't changed since the 70s, when tea rooms faded and freshly brewed coffee houses took their place. I sit by the window, staring through a film of grime, debating whether to wipe it with my sleeve. I don't. It's what it is. The weight of what we've done presses down on me. Lucy has left me to carry on alone, and I'm angry about that. Angry that death has freed Lucy while me and Thomas remain tethered to the past. Each time I revisit that day, the memory blurs. Had I pushed him? Had Lucy? So many bodies, a crush of movement, the frantic surge towards the train. It had felt unnatural, as if some unseen force compelled the crowd forward. Or perhaps that was just my mind distorting it under the weight of what I had to do, what Lucy swore she would do. I can still see Lucy's face set with quiet determination. Nothing will stop me. Some days, I feel I'm going out of my mind trying to remember exactly what happened on that platform. A group of women enter, the bell above the door chimes, all blonde, all polished, their faces altered by enhancements. Do their husbands mind? Or do they know better than to mention it? Do the women regret it? Too late if they did. I imagine the horror of seeing one's reflection post-surgery and thinking, oh God, I hate it. The bell chimes again. I look up and instantly regret it. Hell, Samantha Bowley. I turn towards the window, willing myself invisible. Samantha orders a takeout latte and a donut. It feels like an eternity before the barista hands over the cup, but at last, she's leaving. Relief surges through me until I glance up and see Samantha's face staring at me from the other side of the glass. I had pitied her once after Sophie's death. I had brought cakes, tried to help, guilt driving me. Until Samantha started whispering about Lucy and Bibby, accusing them of complicity. Her words sent a cold rush through me. She was circling too close to the truth I already carried. Bibby had done nothing, yet she had borne the weight of suspicion all these years, and I had let her. I had let her because my loyalty was with Lucy, because speaking up would have meant betraying her. The shame of it pressed hard against my ribs, but still I stayed silent. I had distanced myself then. I was standing so close to Lucy that day on the platform. I remember Lucy's hands, poised and ready, then a surge of bodies threatened to crush us, pushing her aside. I reached for Lucy, afraid she'd fall and be trampled, only to collide with a heavy-set man and a woman in black, my own shoulder brushing Marcus's back. And then he was gone. Had he slipped before I touched him? Had Lucy made contact before being shoved? Which of us had truly pushed him? And that scream, that awful scream, I know I will never forget it, not as long as I live. Lately, I'm always bristly and weary of Tidesong and its memories. I could leave, but I never will. I made a promise. If anything happens to me, Connie, you must protect Bibby. She'll be alone, and she'll need you. That promise feels heavier now than it had the day Lucy made me swear it. Bibby's involvement with Marcus had broken Lucy's heart. But still, she never stopped loving her granddaughter. Thomas asked me once why we didn't just walk away. I can still hear the frustration in his voice. But I couldn't. I can't. I made a promise. Chapter 26. Bibby Colperro. Harbour shimmers with sailboats bobbing at their moorings. I hug the coastal road wall to dodge the spray, passing the coffee van with its yellow and white awning, sheltering a queue from the bright sunshine. The ritual of this walk clears my mind, though I always feel Tidesong watching from the hill, looming over me, keeping me in its sights. The water is calm today. I wish I could steal its serenity. The Atlantic breeze teases strands of hair loose from my bobble. I tuck them behind my ears, just as a voice startles me. "Want a coffee?" Connie calls out. Yeah, I'll get them." I fumble for my phone to go and pay for them, wondering why Connie has asked to meet me here. Connie waves away my offer, orders 2 lattes and donuts, then hands them over. "You never eat breakfast, so I figured you'd be ready for something. Besides, I saw you from the coffee shop."
We walk past the harbour towards the beach, seagulls hovering, the surf's roar filling the silence. The donut is too sweet, the coffee too bitter. I watch the sea churn behind the low stone wall, its rhythm steady, indifferent. Connie stands beside me, hands wrapped around her paper cup like it might anchor her. "I want to talk about Marcus," Connie says. "Oh, there's nothing to say, he's dead." Is she asking because she thinks I need to talk? Or does she know something about that day? Her tone unsettles me a little. Connie doesn't flinch, but something flickers across her face. Regret, maybe, or something heavier. I can't tell. "You called when Marcus died," Connie says. "I appreciated that. I didn't want to push you. Thought you might need time before talking properly." Bibby nods, unsure what to say. The gulls cry overhead, sharp and distant. "Your grandmother was upset when you stormed off that day, when you told her everything about Marcus. It broke her heart."
She wasn't the same afterwards. Bibby looks down at the seagulls pecking at the crumbs around her feet. "I know. I had to pick up the pieces after you left," Connie continues. Her voice is steady, but her thumb rubs at a coffee stain on the cup, like she's trying to erase it. "It's bothered me ever since. And now she's died, and I'm the one left holding it all." Bibby glances at her. Connie's gaze is fixed on the horizon, but her jaw is tight. There's something in her tone, like she's asking for forgiveness without saying why. The sea crashes again, louder this time. Bibby takes another bite of donut, but it tastes like cardboard. She drops it, watching a gull snap it up and fly away. Connie continues, "She hated that you were with him. It reminded her of your mother and father. But you know that, don't you? She was in a bad way when you left. Terrible. I hadn't seen her that forlorn and down since your mother died. She was terrified you'd go the same way. She was terrified she'd lose you." "Why are you telling me this now? I know how she felt. She made it very clear. I feel irritation beginning to rise that it's all being dredged up again. She was hurt, and you walked away. She felt you didn't care about her, that you'd abandoned her for a man like Bridget did." "I was hurt too," I snap, remembering that conversation and how bad I felt when I left. I step aside to let a mother and stroller pass us. "She said awful things. She thought I was a child and couldn't deal with it myself. It wasn't her fault, though. I didn't tell her the whole story." I pause, the sea murmuring behind us. "I tried," I add quietly. "I called her after Marcus died. I wanted to explain, but she wouldn't talk to me. Connie, she wouldn't even come to the phone." Connie doesn't respond right away. Her fingers tighten around the coffee cup. "I know," Connie says eventually. "I was in the room. I asked her to take the call. She just couldn't. I wrote to explain, and she never replied." That hurt, but she never even opened the letter. I've only just found it in the pile of post. I throw my paper napkin from my donut in the bin as we walk past. I thought she was ignoring me. If she had read it, she'd have known why I did what I had to. Connie frowns. "What do you mean, what you had to? Your grandmother told me everything." We get to the end of the road. The town is busy and loud with holidaymakers, children's voices, tears, laughter is all around us. Did she? Not everything. She didn't know everything. I feel acute irritation that Granny has died without knowing the truth. It hurts, but I can't change that. I have to live knowing my beloved Granny thought so badly of me. A silence stretches between us. They say he might have been pushed. Connie removes the lid from her coffee to finish the last of it. My step falters. I haven't heard that. The police questioned me, and they were satisfied it was suicide. They never mentioned anything about him being pushed. We get jostled to the side by a family in shorts, t-shirts and flip-flops, carrying sand buckets and spades, heading towards the cut-through to the beach. If you're insinuating anything by that remark, why is she bringing all this up? I wasn't talking about you, Bibby, just wondering if there were others, someone he owed money to maybe. Connie throws her coffee cup in the bin, wafting away a seagull that gets too close, chasing her donut. I don't know. I suppose it's possible, but the police closed the case. They didn't find anything suspicious. I pause, remembering what the solicitor said. Granny's solicitor mentioned they'd looked into it, but nothing came of it. They released the body, what was left of it, and the family had the funeral. Probate's underway. His parents are the executors,
and I don't anticipate any issues. The trust was handled by their solicitors. I suppose still,
Don't you ever wonder if he was pushed by someone who had it in for him? I mean, he owed a lot of money to bad people. Connie hesitates. I overheard you mention to Mrs. Raven that he might have been pushed. That's why I'm asking you. Why say that if the police hadn't suggested it? Are you so sure he wasn't? Or do you know something you're not sharing? Eavesdropping, Connie? I keep walking. The pavement's too busy, so I slip down a guinnel to get away and pop outside the pub. I'm refusing to look at her. I knew that had been a mistake when I said it. I don't even know why I came out with it. I was there. I heard your conversation, Connie says. It just struck me as an odd thing to say if you don't believe it to be true. Don't you think the Ravens are hiding something? I changed the subject, not wanted to continue this conversation. She seems off with me and I don't know what I've done. Don't change the subject. The Ravens are perfectly nice, or at least they seem to be. What are you suggesting? Do you know something about them that I don't? I just wonder if the Ravens know more than they let on. I don't want to talk about Marcus. Why do you say that? Just a hunch. She acts oddly around me. Connie considers this. Now that you mention it, the only odd thing I've noticed was when I walked into the kitchen and she was reading something, a book of some kind. She jumped like I'd caught her doing something she shouldn't. It was strange. Really strange. She thinks about this, then adds, Besides, you were furious with Marcus when he tried to take Tidesong from you. I know what you said to your grandmother, but you must see why those of us who know about his debts are suspicious. Like his parents, you mean? I bet Granny wrote to them telling them what he'd done. It was one of the reasons I didn't tell her the whole story. I knew she was too tunneled by that stage and wouldn't understand.
When believe me? What do you mean, like his parents? What have they said to you?
Oh, nothing much. After it happened, they were angry. We only emailed. Neither of us wanted to talk. I think that was the best solution. It kept us at a distance, and I was happy with that. They just wanted someone to blame. He owed a lot of money, motive enough for suicide. And I have an alibi. But they don't believe that or me.
Did they say that? Connie asks.
Yes, they did. You don't get it. Marcus asked them for help, or at least he attempted to, but they wouldn't listen to him when he tried to tell them what was really going on. They don't know the whole story. He didn't want them to either, not in the end. For what it's worth, I thought that was wrong of him. They deserved to know. But I wasn't going to go against his wishes. Connie sighs. Maybe his parents had already bailed him out before and were done repeating their mistake. You don't know their whole story to be so judgmental. Should we get a cider now we're here? I walk into the cool interior of the pub. Connie follows. You know your grandmother wasn't as fragile as you think. She wasn't about to lose Tidesong to an outsider. She was convinced this was all going to end badly and you'd lose the house. I don't understand. Did she do something? I say as I order our drinks and take them to a quiet corner. I'm unsure how much Mrs. Pugh knows about what Granny did about Tidesong. Does she know about the trust and the money she paid Marcus to leave me? I don't think you're ready for this. Connie, she's dead. You're the only one who can tell me. She's hardly going to hold you to account, is she? What did she do? I mean, apart from paying Marcus's debts off and holding his London apartment in lieu of him not leaving me. I can't imagine what she's going to tell me after that. So, you've been to the solicitor? As I told you, she'd do anything for you. When, though?
When did she do that? After he visited, she got in touch, and we went down a couple of days later when her solicitor drew up the paperwork. She didn't think he'd sign it, of course, but he did. We both thought it was odd. No argument, no counter-offer. I suppose you'll hear from their solicitors soon, once probate kicks in. I knew all about the money, I say. Marcus told me. I know why he signed as well. He wanted to leave no loose ends. Connie sips her cider and watches me quietly. Her gaze is steady, not accusing, just concerned. It makes my skin prickle. I feel exposed, like she's seeing something I haven't admitted even to myself. And how did that make you feel? I hesitate. The truth sits heavy in my chest. Mad. Really mad. What did you expect me to say? She nods, slowly. Mad enough to do something reckless? I flinch. My stomach twists. Oh, stop that. Just stop that. I didn't do anything wrong. Connie sighs, and there's no judgment in it, just weariness. I know, Bibby. I believe you. But if the police start digging, if his parents find out, they might twist things. That's all I'm saying. I just want you to be prepared. Her voice is gentle, but it still makes my chest tighten. The dread creeps in, slow and cold. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of something I can't see the bottom of. Well, don't, I whisper. Connie, tell me, please, did Granny do something? I can't say it aloud, but I get the feeling you're keeping something from me. The scent of Granny's perfume drifts through my memory. Hadn't I caught a whiff of it that day on the platform? It clings to the edges of my thoughts. Tell me what she did, I say. My voice is barely there. I know you know something. Connie reaches out, her fingers brushing mine. The touch is light, but it anchors me. Her words settle over me like a blanket, not warm exactly, but steady. I nod, but the dread doesn't leave. It just waits, quiet and patient beneath my skin. I watch Connie as she drinks her cider. This might not have happened if you told her everything, if you told her the truth, Connie says. My mouth goes dry. What do you mean, the truth? How do you know I didn't? Connie laughs, sharp and short. You just said you didn't. I stay rooted to my seat. I hadn't meant to lie, hadn't even thought of it that way. So, tell me, I say, my voice quieter than I mean it to be. Connie hesitates. No, I can't. I will tell you one day, just not now. I'm not ready to go back there just yet. Her face is strained, eyes glancing towards the sky. She'd always been protective of me, even when she was furious, even when she didn't understand. I feel it now, the pull to tell her everything. Not because I want to, but because I need to, because she's the only one left who might still care. You can't say that and leave it, I say, moving closer. The pressure of keeping my secrets inside is suddenly too much. I was going to push him, Connie, but I didn't, I swear. She flinches but doesn't move away. Her eyes search mine. Are you shocked? I didn't do it. I was there, though, right there, but I couldn't do it. You don't know what it was like for me. Connie's voice is low. To want to kill him. Bibby. Did you put that in the letter? I didn't do it, I say again, desperate now. But I was right behind him when he fell. You're right, I had a motive, don't you see? If the police had looked deeper into what he tried to do with Tidesong, that would have given me a reason. My alibi is weak because I made it up. I got lucky. The police were focused on bigger cases. There was a stabbing in Soho at the same time. Marcus's death looked like a suicide, and no one questioned it, other than his parents. But the other commuters said they saw him jump. CCTV showed nothing. Then they found out about his debts and gambling and closed the case. I pause, swallowing hard. I'm worried, Connie.
If his parents find out about Granny... Connie's face goes pale, but she doesn't recoil, her voice gentler now. Bibby, did he jump? I don't say anything. So, you did push him? I shake my head. I saw a hand on his back. Then he was gone. Then the scream, that awful, hideous scream. And I knew he was gone. Who else would push him? He jumped. He must have. Connie's eyes glisten. She reaches out, touches my arm. You should have told me. I nod, barely. I couldn't. Not after Granny. Not after the way it ended. I didn't want to be another disappointment. Connie exhales, her grip tightening. You're not. You never were. Chapter 27. Who Killed Marcus Dalton? Recording by Marsha Dalton, his mother. Episode 2. The recording app timer begins. This is day 2 of the podcast, and I have to admit, I feel uneasy. I am living under the same roof as the woman who killed my son. She doesn't know who I am, at least, I don't think she does. But sometimes, I wonder. I found Marcus's diaries. I never even knew he kept them until shortly before his death. Seeing his life, his thoughts, in his own handwriting, it disturbs me. Reading them,
My hands tremble, and I find it hard to breathe. There's something wrong in this house. The housekeeper, she's involved, or at the very least, she's protecting the woman. This place is over 200 years old, perched on the cliffs of Cornwall, looking down on the Atlantic. The wind howls around the place. The waves crash violently against the shore, retreating like ghosts, then coming back again, relentlessly. My son was struggling, I know that, with drugs and gambling. I hate saying it, but I am convinced she led him down that path. My Marcus wouldn't have wrecked his life on his own. He was a good boy. Then he met her, and everything changed. His gambling spiraled out of control. I wonder if that's what got him killed. His diaries say he was afraid of her, that she was out of control. She was the liar. She twisted everything. She destroyed him. And this house? It's hiding secrets. There's an old servant's passage running inside the walls. The housekeeper insists there isn't, but I hear footsteps where no one should be. Someone is moving through the house unseen. Then there's Patricia Hale, the journalist. She covered a story years ago about a 16-year-old girl who died here. That girl's mother is convinced it wasn't an accident. She believes this same woman, Marcus's so-called girlfriend, killed her daughter. The girl had asthma, and her inhaler vanished during an attack. She died in this woman's arms. Nothing was ever proven,
but the town whispers. Patricia also looked into Marcus's death. The police say the CCTV from the platform is useless. Too many people, too grainy. But someone pushed him, I know it. And her alibi? Convenient. Too convenient. A coffee shop. A friend vouching for her. The week before Marcus died, she built a routine. Same time, same table, same drink. People saw her there so often, they assumed she was there that morning too. But the biggest clue? I found Marcus's diaries in her room. Hidden. A box labelled Marcus's stuff. Why? Why keep them? Why not give them to me? Or the police? Because he wrote about her being dangerous, about her drunken confession, how she'd already killed once. Her best friend. This woman has killed before, and she killed my son. I will prove it. Marcia. I wait for Bibby to leave, heart hammering as I watch her disappear down the lane. I check for Mrs. Pugh. Gone. Good. I pour my third cup of tea straight down the sink. Then I climb to the top floor, palming the spare key I've seen Mrs. Pugh hide behind the tea towels in one of the kitchen drawers. The lock turns with a soft click, and I slip inside Bibby's apartment. Last night's heavy rain has broken the week-long heat wave, and the air inside has the earthy smell of petrichor. Bibby has left the windows open. I have to be quick. Patricia Hale is expecting me later. But more than that, I must be gone before Mrs. Pugh returns. The mocha walls blend seamlessly with the blinds and cushions. The boxes on the hall table have vanished. If something happens to me, read my diaries. Marcus's voice echoes in my head. I don't have time to dwell. The dresser, the wardrobe, I have to check them all. I tear through drawers, rifling through every crevice, making sure not to miss a thing. A noise, a creak just behind the wall. I freeze. It stops, like someone knows they've been heard. But who? Someone is watching me. I can feel it. Someone knows I'm in here. My skin prickles with goosebumps. Then another scrape. I look at the paneling near the bed. The sound has moved around the room. Is it a trick of my mind? No, it's real. Is it Bibby? Mrs. Pugh? Someone is definitely in the walls. I press an ear to the paneling. Silence. Is someone pressing their ear against the other side? The thought makes me yank myself back. Then a shuffle, this time to my right. I let out a strangled yelp, slapping a hand over my mouth. The house falls silent. Who is it? I turn to the window. Mrs. Pugh's bike is still gone. Thomas is in the garden. So who made that noise? Someone is watching me. All my senses tell me so. I make myself move, stepping towards the wardrobe and pulling open the doors. Inside, I run my hands along the back panel. A sudden noise in front of me through the back of the wardrobe makes me jerk back. A hoodie tumbles from a hanger, landing soundlessly on the neatly stacked shoes below. A slip of paper floats to the ground. A ticket. Sloane Square tube station.
I pick it up like it's a venomous spider. The room sways. She had been there. She lied. But wouldn't she have used her usual pass? Or Oyster? No contactless, just a paper ticket, anonymous and forgettable. She hadn't wanted a digital trail. No tap-in, no timestamp, no trace. Just one quiet journey to Sloane Square. The apartment door slams. I spin around. Someone is here. A gust of wind sends the curtain billowing. The window, Bibby has left it open. Just the wind. Just the wind. I grip the ticket, my chest heaving. Then I run. I tear down the stairs, nearly colliding with Giles as he emerges from the drawing room. He catches my arms, eyes dark with alarm. "Marcia, what happened?" I thrust the ticket at him, unable to speak, then wrench free and bolt outside. I run to the cove, and I don't stop until the icy sea laps at my ankles. My body convulses with sobs as I collapse onto the damp sand, fists clawing at the earth. "Bitch, bitch, bitch!" I scream into the wind. The ocean roars back, crashing, beckoning. It would be so easy to let go, to sink beneath the waves and finally be free of the agony splitting me open from the inside. I don't hear Giles approach, don't feel him until he crouches beside me. "Marcia?" I wipe my face with my sleeve. She was there. She lied. She said she wasn't, but she was. Giles doesn't react, his jaw tight. "A ticket isn't enough, darling. She could have bought it and never used it. She has an alibi." I shake my head violently. "I heard someone in the walls, Giles. There are hidden passages in that house. I read about them. They were built for servants, to move unseen. Someone was in there, listening, watching." "Whose room?" "Hers. Bibby's." I swallow hard. "That's where I found the ticket. I was looking in her wardrobe when her hoodie fell. It's like Marcus. He's trying to help me, leading me to the truth." My voice breaks. "Don't you see, Giles? Our son is helping me find the person who killed him." Giles. I watch Marcia, afraid that she's on the verge of a breakdown. I try to remember if I saw Bibby on the platform or anyone who looked like her, but it's impossible. All I remember is my hand. My hand. I run the other hand through my hair, staring out to sea. Why had I thought ambushing my own son was a good idea? Why had I been too afraid to talk to him in private? What was wrong with me? Marcia would think me crazy if I told her. I was afraid of what he might say. I was a coward. I blame myself for being too soft on him. What a stupid man I was. Still am. I should tell her. But what good would it do? I can't think of one reason how it would help her. Marcia says nothing, just gazes out at the waves, lost, too far away to reach. I want to prove her right about Bibby, but what if she isn't right? What if she finds enough to make the police look at Bibby as a suspect? And what then? Prison? Could he let that happen?
It isn't like we can be certain Bibby pushed Marcus, but we can't be certain she didn't. What a mess. "You need more, Marcia. It's not enough." She turns to me, eyes sharp. "Why isn't it?" "Because it's weak. Her lawyer will throw it out, and then she'll know who we are. We won't get another chance like this. The diaries say she was weird, and now I find this ticket bought minutes before it happened. Just because Marcus thought she was weird doesn't make a case." She flinches at his name. "Even if I find more," she murmurs, "it's never going to be enough, is it? We're never going to find the truth." I take her hands, pull her up from the damp sand, and wrap her in my arms. I press a kiss to her hair. "You're meeting Patricia Hale in an hour. Tell her everything. She's a journalist. She might know what to do. Maybe she'll even want to read the diaries. There's still time, Marcia. We haven't been here that long." Christ, it feels like a lifetime. "I wish Marcus could hear how hard you're fighting for him," she says. I doubt Marcus would see it that way. Not if he knew the truth that his own father might have pushed him. Marcia looks into my eyes, her worry real and raw. Is she afraid of hitting a dead end? Or of uncovering something she couldn't bear? He was her son, her only child. She'd failed to protect him, and the weight of that failure is crushing her. "Do you want to talk about what you're going to say to Patricia?" I ask. "No, not really. You seemed eager to meet her earlier. What changed?" "You said she might want to read the diaries." "So?"
If it helps her understand who Marcus was, who they were together, it might be worth it. I know you feel they're private, but this is a means to an end. Her expression shuts down. She isn't willing to discuss it. We walk back to the house in silence, still holding on to each other. Marcia. Part of me wants to defend myself, but I don't even know what I'm defending.
I can't tell Giles that justice means watching the person who killed my son die. That's not the truth. And I can't promise to follow the rules, to hand everything over to the police and wait for the law to do its job. That would be a lie. All I can say is that we need more proof, that we must build a solid case. I need Giles to believe I'm not capable of murder. But am I? I don't know any more. I keep my mouth shut, afraid that if I speak, I'll say exactly what I want to do to her. Chapter 28. Bibi Call Pero is bustling as we leave the pub, families weaving through the narrow streets. Out of nowhere, I remember that terrible day. It happens like that. From nowhere, it slams into my thoughts, bringing it all back again. On the platform, I arrived breathless, scanning the crowd for him. Then I saw Marcus. His back was straight, his head lifted with quiet defiance. The man who had once leaned on me now stood as if he needed nothing from anyone. In that instant, I understood. He finally grasped the weight of what he had asked of me, and the cost it carried. Connie and I slip into a shortcut, a shadowed alleyway cutting through the town. The sudden chill raises goosebumps on my arms. I rub them absently, distracted. The moment we step back into the sun, the warmth is instant, sinking into my skin like a balm. The flash of memory vanishing until the next time. "Let's get something to eat," I say. I'm not ready to go home. I'm feeling unsettled. There's something in my memory I can't grasp. Connie hesitates, then nods. The cafe on the corner does good lunches. It wasn't that long since she'd been in there for a slice of cake and a cup of tea. Inside, we find a table by the window. Connie orders a bacon sandwich with fries. I pick a summer fruit and nut salad. I sip my water. I take a breath, turn over my arm, and push up my sleeve. The scar is barely visible now, a silvery thread tracing up my skin. Most people wouldn't notice it unless they looked closely. "I've never told anyone about this," I say, voice low. "Except Granny. I had to tell her. I was bleeding too much not to." Connie's gaze flickers to the scar. "What happened?" I exhale. "We were on the beach. Sophie was in one of her moods. You probably didn't know she had them. Her mum knew, but she never wanted her to have another label. Thought she'd grow out of it. Looking back, I think she might have been bipolar. She had extreme mood swings. Granny used to be worried about them. She even offered Mrs. Bowley help, to get her seen by a private doctor, but she wouldn't hear of it. She insisted there was nothing wrong with her." Connie says nothing. "There was a broken bottle near the rock pool. She found it, dug it out, then started waving it at me, trying to scare me, laughing when I got scared, telling me I had everything and didn't even realize it. It just came out of nowhere. That sort of thing happened a lot with her. She just went off on one. Remember the frogs at school? That was one of her mad decisions. I used to ignore her, let her go on, and she kind of fizzled out eventually." Connie frowned. "But you'd lost your parents. How could she say you had everything?" "Didn't matter to her. Not when she was on one." I traced the rim of my glass. She was worked up. She'd had a fight with her mum that morning. It always made her worse. Triggered her into a mood of sorts. And her mum, well, she resented Granny and Granny resented her. Hated would be a better word. I think whenever she heard the name Samantha, all the past to do with my mum rushed back. Samantha had been put through a good school with Mum, paid for by Granny, and she never showed any gratitude. That always upset Granny. Then Granny did the same with Sophie. I know it was to help me, but still, Granny despised that Samantha never thanked her or showed any gratitude. Instead, she twisted everything, fed Sophie lies about us, made her believe things that weren't true, that she was only tolerated because she was my friend, and that helped me. She struggled with day-to-day life. I remember a little from then, Connie murmurs. Lucy thought there was more to it,
but she never mentioned anything else. She was dyslexic too, and that didn't help. Not stupid like her mum used to say. My voice is sharp. Her mum wouldn't let her get help with that either. Not that there was much help in those days. So she fell behind. And she blamed me, and so did her mum, saying I was keeping her back when Granny and I kept trying to help her. We didn't know what was wrong with her. Of course, now it's so clear to me. The memory of what happened that day is hazy. The red against the sand, the heat, the sound of Sophie sobbing, apologizing, screaming that she didn't want me to die. I remember running, stumbling back to the house, Granny appearing in the doorway, garden soil on her hands, the radio on. The kitchen doors open to let the heat escape. She hadn't understood at first. She'd thought we were playing a silly game. Then she saw the blood. Granny moved fast, apron off the aga, slicing the ties with a knife that came to hand, knotting a tourniquet around my arm. Sharp words at Sophie, sharp enough to cut. Then the rush to the hospital. Granny ran red lights, nearly hit a bus and a motorbike. I remember fear ghosted across her lips and face. She didn't stop, just kept going. I look up. Granny never told you? Connie shakes her head, eyes unreadable. No. When I saw your bandaged arm, she said you'd had an accident, and that was all. She didn't want Sophie to get into trouble with her mum. But I knew things had changed at that point between Granny and Soph. Granny was never the same with her after that. It was a few months before Sophie died. Connie, I remember that time. Lucy was beside herself when we returned from our holiday, ranting about the ungrateful Bowley family and vowing to keep Sophie away from us. She did tell me what had happened, but I thought it best not to mention that to Bibby, at least not yet. Lucy was adamant that nobody knew. She was worried about Bibby's mental health. After all, Sophie was her best friend, the only person she truly connected with apart from Lucy. Bibby had always been delicate, scarred by what happened to her parents, and prone to sudden shifts in mood. I think of her now, how her spirits could plummet without warning, how the depression would creep in and take hold. Someone had seen Sophie attack Bibby with a bottle after an argument, and from that day on, Lucy had it in for her. Though none of them ever spoke of it, except Mrs. Bowley, Sophie eventually told her mother what had happened. I don't want that girl near Bibby ever again. What kind of child does such a thing? She could have killed her. And after everything I did for her and that mouthy mother of hers, well, they can be damned. They won't get a brass farthing from me, even if they beg. I silently eat my bacon sandwich and remember that the witness to the argument also mentioned that Bibby was giving Sophie as good as she got. I know things about Lucy too that Bibby doesn't, but it's never been my place to speak. There's too much to lose if the ghosts of the past are stirred. Besides, Bibby would never believe a word against her grandmother, so why waste my breath? I have buried much of what happened at Tidesong deep in my mind, locked away never to be thought of again. But memories have a way of surfacing when you least expect them, like now. As I look at Bibby's scar, a wave of old memories resurfaces. It was Bibby who had been jealous of her grandfather's love towards her grandmother, and the great love they had for one another. That resentment had lingered for years. I think she felt displaced having lost her parents. Bibby had always struggled with belonging. During the worst of her home life, she swung between violent tantrums and eerie silences, sometimes staring out at the Atlantic for hours, days even. Lucy often wondered whether what had happened to Bibby's parents had damaged her beyond repair. Bibby never wanted to talk about it. Settling in at Tidesong should have offered her some stability, especially after her mother died, but she kept her pain locked away. Her grandmother saw that early on. Bibby resented Sophie having other friends. Making friends was something Bibby found painfully difficult. When I mentioned to Lucy that Bibby might need professional help, the idea was dismissed outright, forbidden from ever being spoken of again. Just like Mrs. Bowley had with Sophie. Bibby stole, first from local shops, then from Lucy. Lucy covered for her, never spoke of it. I only knew because I had seen it myself. That's why Bibby's latest revelation about Sophie catches me off guard. There's no way to verify it. Is she twisting the truth, making Sophie seem selfish and cruel when the real culprit had always been Bibby? Lucy believed every word Bibby said about Sophie, feeding her resentment further. As I trace the scar with my eyes, more doubt creeps in. Had Bibby inflicted it on herself for attention? Sophie always denied it. In the end, it was Bibby's grandfather who took a stand, feeling his granddaughter was heading for trouble. He threatened to send Bibby away for professional help, convinced that her trauma needed treatment and help she wasn't getting at Tidesong. He was right, of course, but Lucy refused, terrified Bibby would never return to Tidesong. I urged her to reconsider. Lucy asked Bibby if she wanted to go. Bibby was afraid if she went, she wouldn't come back. She feared losing her family, and from the conversations that passed around at that time, I concluded that she thought her grandfather wanted to get rid of her. That upset her tremendously. Her grandfather died not long after, a sudden heart attack. In my opinion, the death of her parents had greatly affected Bibby, more than she let on. She never spoke about them, never let out her feelings. At 14, that girl had gone through so much loss. And then, 2 years later, lost her grandfather, then Sophie. Who can take that much pain? It was bound to affect her. I thought it a good thing to get her help. I told Lucy I thought she had pent-up trauma, which made her manipulative and controlling over Sophie and her grandmother. But Lucy wouldn't hear of it, and forbade me to talk about it. His death happened on a still, heavy day. The air hung thick, the sea was calm, and a quiet oppressiveness lingered. Bibby and her grandfather had a furious argument, him still insisting she seek help for her grief, convinced it would surface in harmful ways later. He urged Lucy to persuade their headstrong granddaughter that it was for her own good. Bibby stormed out. She was gone for hours. No one knew where. Lucy became fractious, causing the two of them to have a fight, something that was not a common occurrence in their house. A little while later, while Lucy combed the beach looking for Bibby, her husband began to feel unwell. He complained of tiredness and had gone an odd, greyish colour. When Lucy returned without Bibby, she was stunned by the change in him and immediately asked for the doctor to be called. He was at the far end of town but said he'd come as soon as he could. By the time the doctor arrived, the colour had returned to the old man's face, and he insisted he felt better, just shaken. The doctor examined him briefly and said it could be shock, but warned Lucy to keep a close eye on him. If his condition worsened, she was to call an ambulance immediately and not wait for him to return. Lucy waved it off. "It's shock. Those two had a terrible fight, Connie. You know how those sorts of altercations take it out of him." When Bibby came back, something had shifted. She said she felt awful about the argument with her granddad. After going to apologize, she returned quiet and distant. She didn't say much, but I saw it in her eyes, the weight of guilt pressing down hard. She believed his illness was her fault, that somehow her words had done this to him. There was fear in her expression then, raw and unguarded, the kind that only surfaces when someone's bracing for loss. I knew in that moment that if she had to face another death in her family, it would unravel her. Bibby lingered as I prepared dinner, talking too much, too fast and jittery. When the food was ready, she insisted on taking the tray up herself. Bibby never volunteered for anything like that, and my gut twisted with a warning that this girl might be on the verge of a nervous breakdown if her granddad died. When Bibby returned, she said, "Connie, he looks much better. Granny says he probably had indigestion. He hadn't eaten much today except some fruit for breakfast." She smiled. I saw the tension begin to recede from her face. But then we heard Lucy shouting for us. As we entered the dining room, Bibby's grandfather lay on the floor, collapsed beside his chair. Lucy knelt at his side, shaking him, her voice urgent. "Wake up! Please, wake up!" Had he fallen? Hit his head on the table's edge? Nothing was obvious. A cold dread gripped me as I lunged for the phone. I dialed 999, my voice sharp. "My employer, Mr. Stedman Walsh, has collapsed. He may have hit his head." "Is he breathing?" the operator asked. I turned to Lucy. "Is he breathing?" Lucy's face was stricken, her head shaking. "No, I don't think so. Hurry, please." The flashing ambulance lights cast eerie patterns across the walls. Lucy sat back on her heels, staring at her husband's still body, pale, shattered, his breath coming slowly. Bibby had receded into the corner of the room. She stared into space. I knelt beside her, wrapping her in a hug before helping Lucy to the ambulance. The paramedics carried Bibby's grandfather out on a stretcher, a breathing mask strapped over his pale, lifeless face. Relief was felt by all that he was still alive. Thank God. But he looked terrible. They told Lucy he'd had a small heart attack and may possibly have another one. They wanted him in hospital as quickly as possible. Hours later, he was gone. I could barely process it when Lucy returned, broken and disorientated. The house felt suffocating. Warm evening air drifted in through the open French doors, heavy with the scent of salt and sea. The sea was calm tonight, the waves gentle, soothing. She sat back down on her dining chair, staring at where her husband had sat just hours ago. His plate remained on the carpet, upside down, the knife abandoned beside it. I stepped closer, my breath shallow, not wanting to let my mind roam to how this was going to affect Lucy and Bibby. A half-eaten chicken and roasted vegetables lay scattered on the floor. I didn't trust myself to speak. "I'll go to the hospital with you, Granny. We have to see him one last time." Bibby sat next to Lucy, took her hand in hers and squeezed. "Let me help, Granny," Bibby said smoothly. "You should put something warmer on. You feel cold. I'll clean up with Mrs. Pugh while you get yourself ready." She scooped up the plates, vanishing into the kitchen before I knew what was happening. By the time I followed, the food was gone. The dishwasher whirred. We didn't speak. The house seemed sad and too quiet.
Chapter 29. Who Killed Marcus Dalton? Recording by Marsha Dalton, his mother. Episode 3. The timer at the bottom of the recording app begins. I'm hesitant before I begin and keep my voice low. I've nearly finished reading the diaries now, and the shame. It's unbearable. How could I not have known my own son? He had so many demons, so many fears, but everything changed when he met her. A pause. I take a breath to keep calm. Giles tells me to show Patricia the diaries, says she'll see things I can't, that I'm too close. But I don't want her reading about him. I don't want anyone else picking him apart. Is that wrong? Should I be ashamed of my son? Or should I accept him, flaws, darkness, and all? I don't know anymore. I don't know anything anymore. I inhale deeply. I think I'm being watched. I've asked if there are secret passageways in this house. They say not, but I don't believe them. People move too easily here, appear, disappear. I hear things, soft footsteps where there should be none, doors creaking open in rooms I haven't entered. It's not in my head, it's real. And I think she wants me to doubt myself, to make me look unstable. Which brings me to something else, something worse. I'm sure she knows who we are. A pause and deep breathing. I tell myself I'm being paranoid, that she wouldn't dare try anything. She has this ability to make people believe her, to trust her. It's terrifying. Sometimes I believe her. I found something, a tube ticket, stamped for the same day Marcus died, bought minutes before he was pushed off the platform. Another pause. She said she wasn't there, said she was at a cafe, said people could vouch for her. Maybe she was on another platform. Maybe. She says a lot of things, but I say she's a liar. I inhale deeply, then let it out slowly. I still have the ticket. She doesn't know I have it. Or maybe she does. Maybe that's why she's watching me. The momentum swells in my chest, the realization crashing down like a tidal wave. I am sharing a house with the woman who pushed my son to his death. The bedroom clock ticks away the seconds, each one a beat of my racing heart. Deciding to hand the diaries over to Patricia has brought a momentary sense of relief, a sliver of freedom, knowing I'm not alone in this anymore. But something else gnaws at me. Giles is acting strange. It isn't obvious, not something tangible I can point to, but a quiet shift in his demeanor, a tension, a hesitation, and that in itself unnerves me. What is he hiding? I push the thought aside and continue the podcast.
I've noticed what she's doing. It's not outright intimidation, not something anyone could call her out on, but it's there. A constant, subtle pressure. A presence. I wonder if this is how she was with Sophie and Marcus. If she pressed against them, wore them down, until they had no fight left. I feel like a mouse in a field of tall corn, moving blindly, always knowing the harvester's blades are not far behind. My breath slows. Last night, I woke with the unmistakable sense that someone was in the room. I didn't move. A shadow shimmered, caught in the slant of moonlight through the poorly drawn curtains. Slow, deliberate. I wanted to believe I was dreaming, but the weight in the air told me otherwise. I lay still, breath tight in my throat, pressing against my ribs. But inside, deep, deep inside, anxiety curled around me. I told myself to act, to sit up, to speak, to do anything. But I stayed there, frozen, listening. And then, they moved closer, right up to my face. I could feel them, their gaze, heavy, piercing, breath against my skin. I kept my eyes shut, trapped in that nightmare paralysis where you know you should move, but can't. My pulse hammered in my ears, my breath quickened. The weight of their stare pressed me down further into the bed. And then, suddenly, they were gone. The air shifted, the pressure lifted. I gasped, sucking in deep, shuddering breaths, my chest tight, my body shaking. I sat up, straining to steady myself. It was over. It was over. I told myself that again and again. Then I turned to the door. I hadn't heard nor seen it open or close. With slow, careful steps, I crept towards it, my phone in hand. My thumb hovered over the flashlight icon before I pressed it on. Light flooded the floor in front of me. I dropped to a crouch, eyes locking onto the small strip of sellotape I placed at the base of the door. It was still there, untouched. I was right. There were hidden passages in this house. How many times had this happened without me knowing? Do I tell Giles? Or will he think I'm losing my mind and insist we leave?
Chapter 30. Marcia. My head is spinning. I shouldn't have had that gin and tonic in the sun before coming to the Anchor to meet Patricia. Now, I'm sitting in the farthest seat from the bar, clutching a Coke and swallowing painkillers. The afternoon is another glorious, sun-kissed blessing. After finishing my podcast, I'd needed sunlight to revive myself, but instead, I dozed off in the garden. Bad move. Through the window to my left, a familiar figure catches my eye. The person has the same build, the same coloring, and wears a baseball cap pulled low. I recognize her instantly. Bibby, scanning the street as if searching for someone. I'm guessing it's me, though I didn't sense her following. Still, Bibby knows every cut-through in the area. I must have lost her along the way somehow, and that thought gives me a small measure of satisfaction. Then, a woman approaches in a bright yellow and blue summer dress, her skin just beginning to tan. Long, conker-brown hair held back with an Alice band. This is not the Patricia Hale I had imagined. Patricia is a throwback to the 80s, with big hair, big gold hoop earrings, and blue eyeshadow to match her dress. The pub is quiet. Most of the patrons are gathered in the beer garden. After introductions, Patricia gets straight to business, placing a small recording machine on the table. Right then, I'm pleased you decided to meet with me. I have loads of information to share, but I need your help if we're going to make any of this stick. I nod, overwhelmed. My head still aches, and the echoes of my podcast muddle my thoughts. Patricia rolls a pen between her fingers, then orders a soda and lime, drinking it through a straw. Before we start, I need to know a bit about you, I say, leaning back in my chair and sipping my Coke. Okay, what do you need to know? Patricia replies, pausing the recording. Why do you say it like that? I press. Like what? Oh, I'm sorry. I can be blunt, Patricia says, then softens slightly. But you'll get used to it. I say it as it is. I don't have time for niceties. You're not easily offended, are you? Her gaze is pointed. I find her fascinating. Beneath the brisk exterior, Patricia bears the marks of a turbulent life,
reminders scrawled in biro on her hand, the fine lines around her mouth hinting at years of smoking. Up close, Patricia looks older than I had first thought, more in her 50s than 40s, with her coloured hair revealing streaks of grey beneath the Alice band that keeps it neatly in place. A cat appears suddenly, curling around my bare legs. Its warm, soft fur brings a brief comfort as I stroke its silken head. I've met women like Patricia before, brilliant minds weighed down by too many problems to spare time for pleasantries, yet off-duty they are tender and caring. I silently hope Patricia will prove no different. My tone is measured as I address her. I'm not overly sensitive, but I expect a certain amount of courtesy. You're not offended, are you? Touché, Marcia. Point taken, Patricia replies with a wry smile. My own smile is cautious. If we are to work together, there must be ground rules. I am not about to let anyone dictate my actions. As Patricia sips her soda and lime, her eyes lock on mine, silently weighing her every word. Breaking the tension, I ask, do you want to tell me what information you have, or shall I start? I'd like to hear what you found. You're at the center of it all, living there. Do you think she's caught on yet? Patricia probes. I shrug. Maybe. I can't be sure. I carefully recount my scant findings. At the mention of the servants' passageways and the mysterious events of the previous night, Patricia's eyes light up. Wow. Do you think she's used that route before? I nod. Yes, I believe so. I just can't figure out how. Mrs. Pugh insists there are no secret rooms, but she must know better. I even set a trap on the bedroom door last night.
It wasn't disturbed, so she's getting in and out some other way. Patricia scoffs. Oh, she knows all the secrets of that place. I'm surprised Bibby still lets her live there. What do you mean? I ask, my tone tight with unease. Mrs. Pugh is the keeper of secrets, and I bet she knows everything about Bibby too. Although Bibby might not be aware of it all, Patricia explains. Tell me about Sophie, I urge. Sophie Bowley, Patricia echoes. I nod. She was an odd one, and her mum even more so. Her mother went off the rails after her husband left her for someone in the village. Forgive my bluntness. I smile and say nothing. I'm eager for Patricia to reveal more. She continues in a low voice. For one thing, Bibby didn't attend the funeral. Isn't that odd? Everyone expected her to be there. She was supposed to be Bibby's best friend. Instead, she showed up only at the wake. She sips her drink. With her grandmother and Mrs. Pugh. It's as if her absence from the funeral infuriated everyone in town. Or maybe Mrs. Bowley spread more of her truths, as she liked to call them, about the Stedman Walsh family. I offer her a nut from the packet I've just opened. Patricia accepts a handful. Your turn, she says, pouring the lot into her mouth. I've read the diaries. Not all of them. I could only get my hands on a few. They're all from when he met Bibby, I say, voice low, almost distant. I think I have the final one, the one leading up to that day. It just stops. My fingers tremble as I reach for a nut, mouth already moving before my thoughts catch up. The last time I went to her room to find the rest, they were gone, vanished. I pause, the silence stretching, then let out a quiet breath. I wasn't planning on letting you read them, but Giles insisted. He thought maybe you'd see something I missed, something important. Patricia nods. He's right. I agree. My voice drops as I recount more. Marcus alleged that Bibby was volatile and controlling, admitting he sometimes felt intimidated by her attempts to dictate his actions. But remember, he was on drugs and drank heavily. Giles warned me not to take everything at face value. Besides, Marcus was always desperate for money, huge sums for his gambling addiction. When Giles finally said no to helping him out financially anymore, that was the last time we saw him. I turn my face away to control my emotions. Patricia leans in, her tone conspiratorial. I've done my research, Marcia. I know all about your son. My eyebrows rise, as do my hackles. He got mixed up with some unsavory characters at the casino. But there's more. Many portray him as troubled, and Bibby as some kind of saint. I gasp in horror. I don't buy it. Something about that girl just isn't right, finishes Patricia. I relax a little, my shoulders visibly slumping. I murmur, I know, we've discovered that too.
The thought of Marcus being misjudged fills me with a fierce need to clear his name. "Can I be blunt?" Patricia asks. "Please do." "Everyone suspects that Bibby had a hand in Sophie's death. You know that, don't you?" I nod. Sophie was meticulous with her inhaler, according to her mum. She never left home without it. Her mother was adamant. It's odd that on that day, she didn't have it with her. But Bibby claims otherwise. She said Sophie often forgot it, and that it was her mother's strictness that made Sophie a bit rebellious about her attitude to her health. Sophie always told Bibby her asthma wasn't as bad as her mother made out. I counter, glancing up to gauge Patricia's reaction. A heavy silence falls as Patricia sips her drink. Finally, she murmurs, "You see, that isn't really the truth." "What do you mean?"
Chapter 31. Marcia Giles shuts the door gently, but I flinch anyway. "Patricia said some things," I start, voice low, "about Sophie, about Bibby." I try to keep calm. He doesn't speak. "Samantha Bowley, Sophie's mum, she thinks Bibby was involved, not just present, involved. Said she always hated being tied to that cottage. The rent was barely anything. Mrs. Stedman Walsh's money kept her stuck here. But after Sophie died, she started talking, and the rent was raised, just like that." Giles's brow furrows. "Retaliation?" Marcia shrugs. "Feels like it. And Sophie, she wasn't allowed at Tidesong anymore. Not after the bottle incident." I'm trying to tell him without getting worked up. "Bottle incident?" "Yes, Patricia says Sophie found a broken one on the beach and attacked Bibby. Badly, apparently. Her gran had to rush her to hospital. No one talks about it, though. Some say Bibby was controlling Sophie, and that's why Sophie snapped that day." I rub my arms, suddenly cold. They made that up, though. But it wasn't the same after that, and the grandmother never let her back in the house, only on the beach. Patricia thinks the trust was gone between them, and that Bibby was lonely, and that was why the grandmother relented, but limiting it to the beach. And the grandmother, she owns practically everything in Sanborn. So, people stay quiet. Even Mrs. Pugh, even Thomas. "What about Sophie's inhaler? Did you find out anything about that?" Giles asks, sitting on the arm of the couch in the sitting room. I nod. "Bibby told the police they didn't bring a bag, just towels. Samantha didn't believe her. She thought she was lying to save her own skin." Giles leans forward. "And Thomas, anything on him?" I'm thirsty, desperate for a drink, but I need to offload. He used to drink at the local pub, said he wanted to leave many times, but Mrs. Pugh wouldn't go. He said he knew what really happened on the beach, but he never said what he knew. "Not once. Why does she stay? Why do they both stay?" Giles looks perplexed. "They've got nothing, no savings. But Patricia thinks it's more than that Mrs. Pugh knows something she won't say." My voice falters and lowers. "Patricia called Bibby after Marcus died. She wouldn't speak. She just shut her down. And Bibby's been searching our room, you know. I think she knows about me taking the diaries." Giles straightens. "You hid them, right?" "In the car. But if she's looking..." I trail off, thinking of the strange noises in the night inside the walls. The silence that follows is thick, almost physical. Outside, the wind is building and presses against the glass. Inside, everything feels too still. Thomas Pugh refused to leave without his wife. He used to say he could tell a few secrets about the big house, but he never opened up. So explain to me, Mrs. Pugh, what keeps her tied here? If her husband wanted to go, what does she know that keeps her here? It's odd, right? Asks Marcia. Not really, not when you think about it. They have nowhere to go. Chapter 32. Marcia. I find the note in the kitchen the next morning. Bibby wants to meet for coffee. Mrs. Pugh must have left it there for me to find. But why a meeting at all? And why not at the house? I half expect some obscure, isolated location, but the address is familiar, the coffee shop in town. That, at least, is a relief. We sit by the window, the cafe bustling around us. Outside, every table is taken. Inside, the air is thick and stifling, the open windows offering little relief.
I dab my face with a paper napkin. What is Bibby playing at? If she knows who we really are, why not just say it? Why not tell us to leave? Bibby's gaze never wavers. Her smile is thin, unreadable. She's studying me. I hold eye contact, but the weight of it is unbearable. I look away first. You look tired, Karen. A little, I admit. Haven't been sleeping well. All this fresh air, you see. Giles has mentioned the dark circles under my eyes. Not that I care how I look anymore. Bibby tilts her head. Oh, but you have that in Norfolk, don't you? Fresh air, I mean. I edge back, putting distance between us. Yes, plenty of it. I force a smile. But it's different here. Must be the sea breeze. It's supposed to be more invigorating, isn't it? That's what they say, don't they? A heavy silence settles between us. Do they? Who says that? I stall. Well, I don't know exactly. I've heard it somewhere. I agree with it, don't you? I hate this woman. When I look at her, all I see is my darling Marcus. The hatred burns hot. The effort makes my jaw clench and my fists tighten under the table. I have to wait. Patricia is on my side now. With a little luck, she'll help bring Bibby down. Agree with what? The saying, Bibby, that ocean air is invigorating. I'm done with this game. Are we talking at cross purposes here? No. Well, I'm not anyway. I'm just curious, that's all. I get curious about a lot of things, don't you? She's talking about the diaries, I know it. Sometimes, I say, uncurling my fist, stretching my fingers against the rising tension. Huh, odd, isn't it? How some people are more curious than others. I never understand that. I mean, don't you just want to know the answers? How could you not? I inhale. Bibby, your note said you wanted to talk privately. Is something wrong? Bibby's expression sags into something almost sorrowful. The thing is, Karen, I hear you've been asking a lot of questions about me in town. And well, I don't want the past dragged up again. I've put it behind me. I'm starting afresh, a new chapter, you might say. So, I want you to stop. I flinch slightly at the constant use of my false name. The bluntness of her words confirms that there is something Bibby doesn't want me to find. Okay, I say slowly, but I don't see why that would upset you. It was a long time ago, and it was an accident. But don't worry, I'll stop if you want me to. I have no intention of stopping. Not now. Bibby's eyes narrow, searching my face, trying to decide if I'm being honest or playing her own game back at her. Well, it does upset me. You're staying in my home, so it's the least you can do. Don't you agree? Yes, I see, I say, tilting my head. But still, you must have some sympathy for the girl. And her mother, grieving, broken. It was a horrible death. No warning, nothing. Then, gone. A terrible way to go, don't you think? Bibby's face doesn't move, but I see something flicker in her eyes. You must think about it all the time, I press. 1 minute she's there with you, laughing, playing, the two of you stepping out of the water. The next, boom, she's gone. I let the silence hang. They say she'd never had such a bad attack before. Scary, isn't it? How quickly asphyxiation takes hold. I imagine it's as horrible as being poisoned, or getting hit by a train. I'm warming up now. Bibby's face is granite, unreadable. But I know I have struck home. No, Bibby's mind is crawling with possibilities as to what I know. Bibby's pent-up anger snaps. It was me who was with her. You forget that. Scorn drips from her words. I saw her die, and I don't want to be reminded of it, over and over. I raised the alarm when I could, but it was too late by then. It was awful. It happened so fast, and I couldn't help her. I want to slap her. Bibby's remorse is fake, as obvious as the day is long. I wonder if she will come right out with it when she works it out for sure. I know you're Marcus's parents. Is there something you want to say to me, Bibby? Bibby is smart, and it won't take her long to put all the pieces together. But will Bibby let me know that she's on to us? Why do you say that? I thought I just told you what was bothering me. Because I sense you want to say more, much more. A chirpy waitress interrupts us. Do you want to order? She startles us both. Tea, please, I say without looking up. Same, Bibby echoes, breaking eye contact with me to flash a smile at the waitress. She smiles back. She must come here often. A queue forms at the till for takeout orders. Our drinks won't arrive before we leave. That's fine. I don't want to linger. Patricia Hale isn't a good person, Bibby says suddenly. I tense, composing myself quickly. Some people are naturally attuned to body language. Bibby, I realize, is one of them. Don't look so surprised. I saw you meeting with her. My stomach knots. All she wants is a story, but there isn't one. It's already been done. And if you have anything to hide, she'll find it. If it pays her to write about it, she will. Watch out for the lies she feeds you. She's after any story she can get. Even yours, Karen. My breath hitches. Have you been following me? Bibby leans back. Take it easy, Karen. You seem agitated. She smiles faintly, but her eyes stay sharp. I've said my bit.
I hope you'll stop digging now that you understand how painful the past is for me. Easy for her to say. She's still alive. Chapter 33.
Marcia. Marcus's diary lies open in front of me, his final entries staring back. The pages that follow are blank, as if he had intended to write more but never got the chance. I've forced myself to read it to the end. It seemed like there were pages missing, but I've discovered he'd just skipped a few and continued. It's something I've been putting off. Now I can only stare at it, as if it's radioactive. It's been a year since I met Bibby, and I wish I never had. She had an abortion, told me yesterday. Just like that, like she was returning a coat she'd never liked. No warning, no discussion. It was my child too. I should have known. We should have talked. Maybe we would have made different choices. But I never got the chance. I didn't know I wanted to be a father until that moment. And now, I can't stop thinking about what I lost. My life without that child feels different, broken in some way. I don't understand how I can feel this way. Bibby was cold when she told me, unfeeling. I realize now I don't know her at all. I thought she was everything I wanted. But this side of her, this cruelty, I never saw it before. I didn't want it, Marcus. It's my body, my decision. I could kick myself for forgetting my birth control, but it was my mistake to fix. I don't want kids, and you're in no state to be a father. They take over your life. I have plans. I won't be tied down. That night, I had a dream, a nightmare. Bibby had the baby and hated it. Then she drowned it in the bath. I woke up shaking, convinced for a second it had actually happened. It hadn't, but it felt real. Too real. Like a warning. A lot of my dreams are like this. Vivid, realistic, waking me up, making me think they happened. Then I realized they were just dreams. I couldn't shake it. The dream changed something. I didn't like her anymore. So I told her it was over. She lost it, trashed my place, screamed she wasn't leaving, threatened to kill me. I didn't believe her.
I don't seem to be able to think clearly.
When I challenged her about it, she denied it, said it never happened. I'm scared of what's happening to me. I was so sure we had a fight, that she did what I remember her doing. Now I'm not so sure it happened. What's happening to me? And then she said she was never pregnant, that I'd imagined that too. It all feels so real. I don't understand it. Bibby says I need to get off the drugs, that they're not helping and making me psychotic. I don't think I do. But I'm scared. I have so many blackouts. I know I'm getting worse. I'm scared of what I might do to her.
Chapter 34.
Marcia. I have to get out of Tidesome. The sound of a car pulling up outside makes me check the time. Giles is back. I need to talk to him. No, I need to get us both away from here. I can't stay under the same roof as that murderer. I know the diary said he was afraid of hurting her, but I really don't believe that for one moment. My beautiful boy wouldn't hurt anyone. What he really meant was he was scared she would hurt him. I'll lose my mind. Worse, I might actually do something terrible if I stay here. Something irreversible, like kill her. My poor Marcus. He sounded so paranoid, so not himself. Why, if she cared about him, hadn't she got him help? I don't even want to go there. My hands tremble as I grab my phone, find the number, and dial. Patricia, oh God, I have it. I have everything we need. It's all in his diary, the last few pages. I'll explain later how I missed them. You have to read it. I take a breath. What a bitch. What a monster. I sit at the edge of the bed, hurriedly lacing up my trainers, phone cradled between my ear and shoulder. She was controlling him like she had Sophie. I know that is what was happening. My Marcus wouldn't do anything to harm anyone. I'm certain this is his last diary. This one says it all. I'm thinking he never even got to write another one before what more could he say? He skipped several pages before writing the last entries. It's why I missed it first time round. Patricia's voice is tight. We need to meet. You need to let me have it. Hide it well. I'll call you in the morning with a place. A sharp knock at my bedroom door. I stare at it, my eyes locked on the handle. Someone's knocking, I whisper. It can't be Giles. He wouldn't be inside yet. He's just pulled up. It's her. I can feel it, evil seeping through the wood, slithering along the floor like a black stain, inching towards me. Don't let her see the diary, Patricia hisses.
I shove it under the duvet just as the door swings open. My gasp catches in my throat, more from the fear of being caught hiding it than from who stands there. Oh my God, she's coming in. What do I do? Relax. She doesn't know for sure you have it. Right. Patricia is right. I straighten up, shifting my weight over the diary, masking the movement as I sit back. Hi, Karen. You okay? You look startled. Bibby stands in the doorway, her expression as cold as a blade. I knocked, but you didn't answer. Mrs. Pugh said you were up here. She mentioned you've been in your room for hours. A pause. Just checking you're not sick. Sick? Sick of you, that's for sure. Bibby's timing is too perfect. Could she see inside? Did she know? I force my voice steady. What do you want, Bibby? I'm resting, if you don't mind. It's all a bit odd for her to come and check in on me. Bibby's gaze flickers to my trainers, then roams the room. I always loved this room, she muses. Sophie used to stay here. She said the blue walls calmed her. A smile. Anyway, Mrs. Pugh wants to know if you'd like a barbecue. Thomas just finished cleaning it. Thought it might be nice for the three of us to get to know each other better. What do you think? She turns to the window. Giles just pulled up. What good timing, don't you think? She leaves. My stomach turns over. I hang up on Patricia. Bibby had controlled Marcus with coercion. She must have. She'd hooked him on drugs, made him believe he needed them. I know he was taking them before, but that was recreational. I know my son, and he'd never have got addicted. No, she was the cause of that. Then she shamed him for it, convincing him it was all his weakness, his fault. She killed him. I know she did. I know it. I know it. I know it. I slam my hand down on the duvet in frustration. Not because he tried to take the house from her. No, I don't even believe that. I'm sure the way it happened was Marcus finally stood up to her, and she couldn't allow that. Didn't want him to leave her, just like all the others who'd stood up to her. So she manipulated him, twisted the truth. She trapped him, and when he wanted to leave, she killed him. Oh God, I know I'm right. Had Bibby done the same to Sophie? It all makes sense now I think about it. Had she controlled her too? I swallow the bile rising in my throat. I have to make sure Bibby doesn't see the diary. I know that Giles has always been a good man, kind, patient and fair, though his cool demeanour often masks his warmth. His patience with Marcus was unwavering, though Marcus might not have seen it that way. But everyone has a breaking point, and Giles reached his when he received the letter revealing his son's attempt to fraudulently take Bibby's inheritance, Tidesong. I had never seen him that way. It scared me. I didn't believe it. I met Giles during my internship at his bank. Our first encounter was in the car park, when my car wouldn't start. From the moment he helped me, I sensed something electric between us. Giles, the formidable banker feared by colleagues, had a dry wit and a down-to-earth charm that few ever glimpsed. Over coffee in Canary Wharf, we joked about trying every cafe in the area. I was struck by his humour, the way he made the world feel lighter. Then, with a knowing smile, he asked, "Can I take you to dinner? Or is that too soon?" His chestnut eyes held a warmth that left me breathless. I was already hooked.
I can't shake the unease about Bibby's invitation to the barbecue. What is she up to? Before heading down, I make sure to hide the diary in my safe place in the bathroom behind the basin. If Mrs. Pugh comes snooping while we're out, she won't find a thing. I prefer to keep it in the car, but sense they are watching me and might guess if I go out there now. Giles pops his head around the bathroom door. As usual, I'm not quite ready. You coming? 2 seconds. Just need to hide the diary.
Make sure nothing looks disturbed. He leans against the doorframe, puzzled. You really believe what he wrote? Giles has embraced the laid-back style of Cornwall as much as a man of his generation can. Linen trousers, shirt neatly tucked in, belt keeping it all in place. I meet his gaze. Why wouldn't I? People don't lie in diaries. It's like a confessional. They never expect anyone to read it. He asked me to read it, though. There must be a reason for that. I'm struggling with what's in there, I must admit. He admits he was imagining things and worried about hurting Bibby physically. It just doesn't sound like my darling boy. It could only have been the drugs. Giles says nothing, deep in thought. In the garden, Mrs. Pugh has set an unexpectedly elegant table, silver cutlery, crystal glasses. Not the casual gathering I'd imagined for a barbecue. Near the barbecue grill, homemade kebabs and marinated chicken fillets are neatly arranged, tongs and utensils laid out beside them. Bibby, clad in a striped apron, is clearly in charge of the cooking. Has she given Mrs. Pugh the afternoon off? But where is Mrs. Pugh? Upstairs? Rummaging through our things? I allow myself a sly, imperceptible smile. She won't find anything. Is this for our benefit to get us out of our bedroom? I glance up towards our bedroom window, then catch Bibby following my gaze. Our eyes meet. Mrs. Pugh reappears, placing jars of condiments on the table before slipping away again. Giles is busy opening the wine. He leans in as he pours me a glass. Even in the evening heat, his cologne barely masks the slight sour tang of sweat. "Why do you look so cross?" he murmurs. I lift my glass, forcing a smile. "I'm not. See?" He kisses my forehead. "You are. Your face is set like rigor." My cheeks burn. I stretch my smile wider and turn to Bibby, who is tossing sausages and chicken fillets onto the barbecue. "This all looks lovely, Bibby." "Oh, it's nothing, really." Mrs. Pugh did all the prep. I'm just cooking. She accepts a glass of wine from Giles. She raises it in a casual toast. "Isn't it wonderful? Sitting in the garden, drinking and eating with friends. I do hope we become good friends. Don't you feel it too?" My grip tightens on my glass. Giles cuts in smoothly. "Did your grandmother always live at Tidesong?" "Yes, it's what we do, the Stedman Walshes." "So if Bibby had married Marcus, would she have lived here too? Is that what she's implying?" "My great-maternal grandfather started it all by buying this house and investing in property, bought up most of Sanborn, then expanded to London. The trust holds a lot of high-end properties that bring in phenomenal rents that was set up by Grandad." Giles spears a sausage from his plate. "Do you have any other family here?" "I'm the last one. All the relatives are buried in the village church. You might have passed it. Pretty Norman building, white picket fence." "So all your friends must be back in London. Don't you feel lonely here?" I watch her carefully. "No, I like my own company." Bibby slides into the seat opposite Giles, picks up her knife and slices through her chicken breast in one clean stroke. She ignores the sausages, leaving them on the serving plate. Then, the question, a casual, slicing thing. "Tell me about you both. You said you have a son in London. What's he like?" I choke, the chunk of sausage in my mouth catching in my throat, dragging down painfully. Giles grimaces into his wine. His eyes shift to mine in panic. And in that instant, I want to hurt this woman, to pin her to the wall like a butterfly and watch her squirm. "He's a writer," I say, forcing calm. "He lives in," I almost say Cadogan Square. Too much, I think quickly. "Piccadilly." Chapter 35. Bibby. I feel my breath coming in sharp gasps, hearing her answer. My pulse beating against my skin. I can't stand being so close to them. Marcus's parents with their false names and flimsy backstory. It makes me sick.
I need to get away from them. Now. Why are they here? I just need a moment, I mutter, forcing a weak smile before darting towards the loo. I can't do this. Once inside, I lock the door and lean against the cold, tiled wall, willing myself to calm down. My mind reels, circling the same thoughts as a vulture picking at bones. Marcia is planning to release that damn podcast. That can't happen. I'll make sure of it. The servants' passageways have proved useful once again. Last night, slipping into their room was almost too easy. The advantage of being familiar with this house is knowing its secrets, hidden doors, silent halls, the paths that allow me to slip in and out unnoticed. All it took was holding Marcia's phone to her sleeping face, and I was in. The messages, the files, the recordings, everything was there, and they have no idea I know exactly who they are. Thanks to her phone, I know everything. The text to Patricia, Marcia planning to hand over Marcus's diaries that she took from my room. She thinks she has the last diary. She's wrong. She's hidden it. I know where. It won't be there now. I'll be nipping up there to retrieve it. I won't let her publish his private thoughts. His mother. Why would she do that to her son? Marcus was so confused when he wrote that diary. His thoughts were all tangled, a jumble. He had psychotic episodes where reality merged with fantasy, and he made little sense. I have the last diary. He had told his mother to read them. He told me that when he got back from his last visit to Norfolk. But the last diary is hard to read, and without it, the others make no sense. I can see why she thinks I tried to hurt him. I acted quickly. Deleting the recordings was the first step.
The second is making sure Patricia never prints anything about Marcus. Tomorrow they are supposed to meet, Marcia and Patricia, a little chat and a handover, according to Marcia's calendar. I flush the loo, put the lid down, and sit down, pressing my palms against my thighs, trying to steady myself. It's fine. Everything is fine. They have nothing now. Marcia has no podcast, no diary. I need a drink, something to wash the dryness from my mouth. I head to the kitchen, fill a glass with water, and take a sip. Then Marcia walks in. Our eyes meet, and understanding passes across Marcia's face, sharp and knowing. She knows I know who they are now, and she thinks she has all she needs to go to the police with the idea that I killed Marcus. I set the glass down too quickly. Water sloshes over the counter. "Just nipping to the loo," she murmurs. "Everything okay? You look pale." She disappears down the hallway before waiting for an answer. I grip the counter, everything coming back to me in disjoined pieces. I have to get out of here. These are the people who wouldn't listen to their son when he had come to them to tell them some terrible news. I rush through the main house, taking the stairs 2 at a time, heart pounding. I barely register slipping into their room, taking the diary and leaving it as it was. Then I take the stairs 2 at a time, locking my bedroom door before collapsing against it, breathless. I remember how hurt he'd been that day, how sad they'd argued. "This is how they will remember me, being thrown out of the house," he said, before collapsing onto the bed and sleeping for hours. Stepping onto my small balcony, I stay out of sight, my fingers gripping the rattan chair. Below me is the barbecue, Marcia and Giles, locked in a hushed argument. Giles looks bewildered. Marcia's expression is unreadable. I sit down, the chair warm from the sun. What will they do once she finds out I have erased everything? Taken back the diaries? They're in the boot of her car. I slip back downstairs, taking the car keys from their room. By the time I get back, I'm exhausted. Marcia has been taken in by Samantha Bowley and her lies. Believing I could hurt Sophie has fueled her thoughts that I had something to do with her son's death. I wake after dozing in the chair, stiff and sore, a shadow looming over me. I blink. It's Mrs. Pugh. She must have let herself in with the spare key. She looks stern. I pity her a little. I know she wants to leave Tidesong now that Granny is gone. I sit up properly as Mrs. Pugh speaks. "The Raven said you left them. Mrs. Raven thought you might be sick. Are you?" "I'm fine," I lie, then reconsider. "Maybe just a bit off." Mrs. Pugh's stare lingers. I hold her gaze. "I think she's guessed I know they're Marcus's parents." Mrs. Pugh inhales sharply. "Doesn't matter. That report has been stirring things up, though.
And you know how people love to gossip. Mrs. Pugh's face darkens. I should have told you earlier when you asked. I look perplexed. About the day Marcus died. You weren't the only one on the platform that day. I frown. Other than you and Granny? I say, remembering the waft of perfume that Granny always wore. So familiar to me. The memory rushes back like a wound reopening. I knew it. Suddenly I remember them. I thought I recognized something about the two old ladies. That perfume triggered it for me. Outside, a sudden gust of wind picks up, howling around the house. The weather is so changeable on this coast. Mrs. Pugh looks troubled. Yes, but did you know Samantha Bowley was there too? I saw her standing beside Marcus. When the crowd surged, I grabbed your grandmother. When I turned back, Samantha was gone, and so was Marcus. My stomach twists. Samantha Bowley? How could she have known Marcus was catching that train or had even been in London? Coincidence? That was far too much of a stretch. I found the missing diaries, I say. His mum had hidden them in the boot of her car and in the bedroom. She took them from my room. Mrs. Pugh's eyebrows lift. His mother? The Ravens, that's not their real name. Didn't you feel something was off about them? I did, from the very first day. I just couldn't pinpoint it. Mrs. Pugh shook her head. Can't say I did. I got into her laptop. She looked surprised. Wasn't it password protected? Only with Marcus's birth date, hardly secure. Her phone was trickier. It uses face recognition, so I waited until she was asleep and unlocked it. I read her emails. She's working on a podcast and seems convinced that I killed Marcus. She's taken what she found in the diaries and twisted it to fit her own narrative. I don't think she's capable of accepting that he took his own life. For her, someone else must be to blame. She's even met with Patricia Hale, and now she's convinced I had something to do with Sophie's death because of Samantha Bowley spreading rumours all over again. I pull out my phone and play the recordings I stole from Marcia's phone. Mrs. Pugh's face drains of colour. I don't understand, she whispers. Why would Marcus write those things? I meet her gaze, tears welling. He was high when he wrote them. I eye her. I could tell her the whole truth, but would she believe me? Mrs. Pugh hesitates. Your grandmother, she was shaken that night you told her what he tried to do with Tide Song, and that you had forgiven him. I think it clouded her mind. It didn't help when he came to see her. She was planning to go to London alone, you know. A pause. I couldn't let her. Connie. No, wait, please, I have to tell you something else. About Sophie, about how she died. I should never have kept this from you. I stay very still, waiting for her to carry on. Your grandmother took the canister out of the inhaler that day. Thomas saw her do it. I open my mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. We should have said, but at the time we thought, what good would it do? Sophie was dead, and the thought of you being left without your grandmother. We couldn't do it. So there had been an inhaler. Granny told me there was no inhaler. I believed her. I was in shock. To think she might have lied never crossed my mind. Yes, I'm sorry, Bibby, it was wrong to make you believe what you did. I don't know what to say or what to think. A knock at the door. Thomas steps in, hat in hand, looking uneasy. The Ravens are fighting. He wants to leave, she refuses. And Samantha Bowley just arrived, with that reporter. They're demanding to see you, Bibby. He eyes us. What's going on? Who are the Ravens? Thomas. I close the door behind me and step into the room. I never thought this day would come. I had imagined it countless times. How I would tell Bibby. How she would react. How Connie would, too. Bibby deserves the truth. She deserves to be freed from the chains that have bound us all to Tide Song. Everything I have bottled up for so long is seeping out, unstoppable now. For years, Connie blamed Bibby for Sophie's death, although she'd never said it aloud. She didn't want to, but Sam Bowley's lies made her question everything she thought she knew. I watched them both suffer. Bibby, worn down by the accusations until they drove her away. Connie, haunted by the belief that Bibby might have been guilty. I should have spoken up sooner about what I saw Mrs. Stedman Walsh do that day. Not that I didn't try. I went to Connie, but she shut me down. I didn't think she wanted to hear it. She was close to Lucy, and while she knew Lucy wasn't perfect, She never let anyone say a word against her. Bibi had already lost so much, her mother to suicide, her father to addiction. And still she clung to the fairy tale of Tidesong, painting over the pain with bright memories of sunlit beaches and childhood games. Her grandmother told her she was protecting her, and Bibi had believed it.
She had to. Now it's just the three of us in her room. I slip a hand into my jacket pocket and draw out a sprig of lavender, placing it gently in Bibi's palm. When she was a girl, whenever sorrow clouded her, I'd bring her this. A small comfort, a reminder she wasn't alone. Connie always smiled at that, knowing it came from the heart of a man who had longed for children of his own, though life never granted us that gift. It was our sorrow, yes, but also our bond. And truth be told, with the work we've given to this house, to Lucy and her family, I can't say how it ever would have fitted in. Still, in moments like this, with Connie beside me and Bibi holding the lavender, I feel the shape of the family we might have been. She takes it, puzzled, lifting it to her nose. The scent fills the space between us. She looks up, searching my face. "Did you used to leave this on my pillow?" she asks gently. I nod. "Yes," I say quietly. It had been my way of letting her know someone was watching over her. I didn't think it my place to speak to her about her feelings. I watch her now, remembering how she panicked over the missing canister for the inhaler that day, convinced she had lost it, blaming herself. But I already knew. I'd seen her grandmother remove it, calm and deliberate, before returning the towels to the spot where Bibi had left them. Does Bibi remember any of what truly happened that day? I'm not sure. After today, she may need someone beside her to face the truth. On the beach, what she told me carried its own frustration, as if she knew something was missing, a gap in her memory she couldn't quite reach. I smile, wanting her to feel safe before I shatter the ground she stood on for so long. "Do you remember how Sophie died?" Bibi frowns. "Yes. Why?" I lean forward, making sure she's listening. I don't want to repeat myself. "There's something I should have told you long ago. I can't keep it back any longer." By the window, Connie stands motionless, staring out. I'd tried to tell her once, but she'd brushed it aside, unwilling to hear. "Bibi," I say gently, "it's time everyone knew the truth. About Sophie. About so many things. Don't you agree?" She looks at me, bewildered, then nods. Connie turns at last, her eyes steady on mine. She's always known this day would come. Chapter 36. Marcia. I barely have time to process Thomas's words that we need to follow him, that there's something important he needs to tell us. Giles and I sit in silence on the couch in the sitting room, the wide terrace doors flung open, staring in disbelief as Thomas strides away to find Bibi, leaving us behind with Samantha Bowley and Patricia, who were already here. The barbecue feels like a distant memory now, eclipsed by the weight of everything unsaid. "This is all we need," Samantha says. "Thomas is just trying to protect her, to shift the blame like they always do. He's clearly worried we're about to uncover something damning. Don't believe a word he says. I wasn't going to come when he called, until he claimed to have answers about what happened to Sophie that day." I feel adrift. Thomas hasn't tried to persuade us. He's barely said anything at all, except that there will be answers. But his tears, the tremble in his voice, his entire demeanor, it was enough to bring us here, to make us wait, just as he asked. And now, I'm beginning to question everything I thought I knew. Could we have been wrong? "Don't you have anything to say?" I ask, turning to Giles. He looks stunned, as if he still hasn't processed being summoned here. "What do you think Thomas is going to tell us?" "I'm just as in the dark as you," Giles replies, "and I've no idea why those two are here. Do you?" He gestures toward Patricia and Samantha. I shake my head. I hadn't realized Patricia had been speaking with Samantha, but from the fragments of their conversation I overhear, I was clearly mistaken. "We don't have any real proof Bibi had anything to do with Marcus's death," Giles continues. "Maybe that's what Thomas is about to give us. Maybe we've had it wrong all along. We never had the full story about Marcus, did we? If Thomas is going to tell us something about Bibi and Marcus we didn't know, then yes, we might have been wrong." And I feel a growing unease about what they might say about our son. But what if he's lying? I say quietly. What if he's just protecting Bibby, like Samantha claims? Maybe, Giles replies, though his voice lacks conviction. I suppose we'll have to wait and see what they say. Samantha cuts in sharply, her tone laced with bitterness. I won't believe a word of it. It's exactly what you'd expect. Don't be fooled by him, or any of them. They're all in on it. Protecting Bibby. I flinch at the intensity in her eyes. There's something unhinged there, a refusal to accept any truth that doesn't align with her own. And then I realize I was like that too, just days ago. What changed? That last diary entry. It was chaotic, confusing, but it made me wonder if something else was happening, something we haven't uncovered yet. We do have one piece of solid evidence, the train ticket. It proves Bibby was at the station that day. And right now, that's the only tangible proof we have. Giles. I had always planned to tell Marcia the truth about that day on the platform, but now it seems it's coming out in the least expected way. I struggled with my decision that day, even dialing the clinic to cancel Marcus's appointment, then hanging up. Marcia had suggested we go to London together, a chance to pick out a gift for my sister's upcoming second wedding. Marcia's role in enabling Marcus, financing him, keeping the cycle going, weighed heavily on my mind. Would we be here now if she hadn't? The million-dollar question. And I had no answer. I tried to intervene that day at the station, hoping to help Marcus quietly, without causing a scene. But his struggle, his addiction, the years of silence between us left me frozen. I still regret our last exchange, when I threw him out without letting him speak. I knew he wanted to tell us something. I assumed it was about the drugs, the gambling. But could it have been more? When I think back to his face, the sadness in his eyes, I wonder, did I miss something? Was I too quick to judge? I know I've been guilty of that more times than I'd like to admit. As events unfolded that day on the platform, I froze, too slow to act when a grey-haired man stepped in front of me, just as I reached for Marcus. Then the surge, a jolt from behind, my fingers grazing Marcus's back. I remember this now. I'd thought I'd pushed him, an accident, my body propelled forward. But what if it wasn't me? What if it was the grey-haired man who shoved Marcus onto the tracks at the very moment I reached out? Now, as I prepare to tell Marcia, my heart pounds painfully. Now I see it clearly in my mind's eye. I have to tell you something, Marcia, I say, feeling light-headed. She looks at me, concern in her eyes. Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance? You don't look well. No, I'm fine, but I need to tell you something. I place a hand on her arm to stop her from getting up. Her gaze shifts, distracted for a moment. I glance down at my trembling hands. I haven't been honest with you, I begin. Honest about what? She asks. I'm aware of Patricia and Samantha at the far end of the room talking. That day, the day Marcus died, I start, struggling. I keep my voice low, not wanting the others to overhear. A gasp interrupts me. I turn to see Samantha pointing at me. I saw you on the platform that day, she says, her voice accusatory. She stands up. I feel a wave of nausea. She must have been listening to us. She's pointing at me as if I am guilty. But I know the truth. I saw her there too. She can't point fingers when she was just as involved. But why would she have been on that platform that day? Marcia looks at her. What? You were there when my son died? Why? She looks confused, trying to work out what's going on. Giles? What's she talking about? Marcia asks, panic rising in her voice. Tell me, why were you both there? My chest tightens. I hadn't planned for this confrontation. Samantha's accusatory stare makes me uncomfortable, but now I have to speak. I don't know what you're implying, Samantha, I say, trying to maintain composure. I turn to Marcia. I've no idea why she was there. I suddenly just remember seeing her on the platform. I watch my wife as the color drains from her face. I have to explain it, even if it sounds wrong.
I was there when Marcus fell in front of the train, I say, realizing too late I have phrased it wrong. It wasn't just a fall, it was a push. I'm certain of it. The same man who just walked out of this room, after telling us we had to follow him to hear the truth about how our son died, he was there too, in front of me. He squeezed in between Marcus and I. But you were there too, I tell Samantha. I remember you. Patricia, until now a silent observer, speaks up. You were on the platform when Marcus fell, she asks Samantha. Why didn't you mention that? I stare at Samantha as my memory clears. The sequence of events has been all wrong. The universe has been guiding me to the truth, showing me that things hadn't happened the way I thought. I saw the wrong person at the wrong time. It wasn't just me who had been fooled. Now I wonder, what had Samantha really seen?
Chapter 37. Samantha. I had been grateful at first, truly. Mrs. Stedman Walsh had taken Sophie under her wing, and I appreciated the financial support more than I ever said aloud. When Sophie grew close to Bibby, I felt a quiet relief. Every parent hopes their child will find someone they can trust, someone who truly sees them. At first it seemed perfect. Lucy Stedman Walsh, still raw from the loss of her own daughter, despised me, but showed kindness to Sophie for Bibby's sake. It wasn't love for Sophie that moved her, it was devotion to her granddaughter. For Bibby, Lucy could not do enough. Then the cracks began to show. Small, fleeting comments Sophie let slip, a shift in her demeanor. And then the real warning signs. Her sudden lack of interest in shopping, in fashion, in spending nights at Bibby's. Why aren't you staying over tonight? I'd asked, frowning at my daughter curled up on the couch, fixated on reruns of Friends. I just don't feel like it. It's boring, Sophie replied with a shrug. Have you two argued? No, Mum, Sophie sighed. I just don't want to do the same thing over and over. I studied my daughter carefully. Has she hurt you? You know you can tell me anything, don't you? Sophie's body stiffened. Mum, drop it. It's nothing. And honestly, it's none of your business. The words stung. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to nod. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. I retreated to the kitchen, trying to busy myself with baking. A few minutes later, the television snapped off, followed by the sound of Sophie's hurried footsteps. I'm going out, she called over her shoulder. I won't be long. The door clicked shut. I hesitated only a moment before racing up the stairs. I yanked open Sophie's desk drawer and pulled out the diary I had long known about but never touched. Until now. My fingers flipped through the pages, deciphering Sophie's messy, dyslexic scrawl. And then, I'd heard about the incident with the bottle, but only vaguely. But Sophie's account was very different to Bibby's. Bibby had been wielding the bottle, threatening her with it. Yet Bibby's grandmother believed it was Sophie who had attacked Bibby. And Bibby did nothing to correct her. She let her grandmother believe the lie. I needed to confront the grandmother. I had to set the record straight. I couldn't stand by while my daughter was accused of something she hadn't done. So I telephoned Tidesong to speak to Mrs. Stedman Walsh. Hello? How can I help you, Samantha? Lucy's voice was smooth and detached. We hadn't spoken directly since Bridget's death, a tragedy she still blamed on me. I tightened my grip on the phone. Let's not waste time, Lucy. Sophie did not attack Bibby, and I won't allow you to keep believing or spreading a lie. My voice was cold. That woman had always tried to control everyone around her, including us, and I'd had enough. I knew it was only a matter of time before she started spreading the story that Sophie had hurt Bibby. Lucy let out a laugh, hollow and unsettling. Oh, Samantha, of course you'd say that. I know Sophie was jealous of Bibby, but I expected better from you. Especially after everything I've done for your daughter. It was a cruel thing to do to her best friend. And after all we've done for you since your husband left you. My stomach twisted. You just refuse to see it, don't you? You won't even consider that your precious granddaughter might be lying. Funny, I could say the same about you. But let's be clear. You will drop this. No gossip, no accusations. If I hear even a whisper around town, I'll know exactly where it came from. And you won't like what happens next.
You, of all people, should understand the consequences. Or do you need reminding? Her threat chilled me. I felt the chill of it settle deep in my bones. I remembered what she'd done to us, to the farm, after Bridget died. This wasn't just about Sophie anymore. It was about power, control, and punishing me in any way she could.
Chapter 38. Marcia. Samantha reaches out, laying her hand on my arm. I notice and shake it off, standing up from the sofa. You were on the platform? That day? I don't understand. I stare at her, then at Giles for answers. Let me explain, Samantha says. Wait a second, I say. You were both there on the platform? I try to catch my breath that's coming in gasps. I turn back to Samantha. You're accusing my husband of killing his own son. Are you insane? My God, this is madness. What's going on here? Why were the two of you on that platform the day my son died? I yell. You have to let me explain, Samantha says, looking from me to Giles. What had Marcus ever done to you? I roar. Samantha steps back at the rage in my face. She holds up her hands in front of her, as if for protection. It wasn't him I was following. Not exactly. I mean, I was, but what? I cut in. But what? What the hell are you talking about? You didn't know my son. Did you push my son to his death? Was it you? Was it? Was it? I scream and rush at her, grabbing her by the shoulders and yanking her up in front of me as I bellow in her face. Why? He did nothing to you. Why did you kill him? Because he was going out with Bibby? Is that it? And what? You thought you'd take that away from her because she took Sophie from you. Is that it? Is it? Jesus, you're mad. Giles grabs my shoulders, hauling me off Samantha. Marcia, stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. You're hurting me. Marcia, please, I wouldn't have done it. Honestly, I wouldn't. Samantha pauses. I realized when I was there that I couldn't go through with it. She yelps as I slap her. Marcia, stop. This isn't right, yells Giles. You need to calm down. He tries to grab me around the waist, but I'm flaying my arms around, desperate to get back to Samantha. I struggle to free myself. Not right? She killed our son, and you think this isn't right? Why are you sticking up for her? He didn't know this woman. They just found out she pushed Marcus to his death, and he's sticking up for her? Why? Then the rational side of my brain makes me question something. I calm a little, thinking it through, finding a clear path to the truth. I don't think she did it, Giles says. I went to London for a party, begins Samantha. I didn't know about him, your son, that is. I saw him there at the party with Bibby. It was all a coincidence. I know how it looks, but that's the truth. I flinch at her words. I could see they were close or getting that way. His agent was my best friend's husband, that's why I was there, you see. Honestly, I didn't know Bibby was going to be there and was shocked to see her. I hadn't seen her in years. It actually made me nauseous. I glare at her. Was that supposed to make me feel sympathy for this woman? My mouth tightens, reining in my anger just enough to stop myself launching back at her. I exhale loudly and groan, freeing myself from Giles's hold. Which is it, Samantha? Did you or did you not do it? Or do you know who did murder my son? Samantha looks down as if she's hiding something. Giles stands between the two of us now, sheepishly unable to look me in the eye. You still haven't told me why you were there, I point out to him, rounding on him now. I thought it was the only way to corner him and get him into therapy. Corner him? He wasn't a wild animal. I look at him dumbfounded. And what? A phone call or a visit was out of the question? I don't understand what you just said. Why did you think that was a good idea? Corner him in public. Why was that a good idea? Marcia, don't, Giles. Don't. Please, just tell me what was going through your head, because you really don't want to know what's going through mine right now. I look at him as if I don't know who he is. This is the man I've been married to for 45 years, and I don't know him. Our eyes meet, his dark and sorrowful. Why? For the loss of our son, or for himself? I was going to go to his apartment. He begins to try and explain it to me. That was my first idea. I'd booked him into that clinic. They were waiting for us. You know, the one we talked about. But I changed my mind. I thought he'd fight me about it. I
I thought I wouldn't be strong enough to do it alone and he'd leave. You know how desperate he was for help. We saw it, but he didn't. I had to be desperate too, so I sat in the car wondering what the hell to do, and then he walked out towards the station. I thought it through quickly, on the spot. I thought I'd do it at the station. You know how he hates scenes. I asked the driver to wait, and he was going to help me if Marcus became difficult. I had to do something, don't you see? I had to do something. He roars the last part in desolation, then raises his hands to cover his face, as if he's unable to relive it again in his mind. And? Why didn't you get him when he got to the station or along the walk there? It was difficult to stop. He's yelling now. We both are. In my head I planned it, see? Wait on the platform and then link arms with him and take him away with me. In my head it was simple. There was nothing that could go wrong. You know he wouldn't have resisted. He detested making a scene in public. I was going to catch him off guard. Go on, I say, unsympathetically. And then the train was pulling in, and there was this huge surge of people. I don't even know where they all came from. I hadn't noticed. I'd been so fixated on Marcus and getting to him. I realized I had to do it now or never. I reached out for him, but I was jostled to the side and almost lost my footing. And that's when I saw Samantha brush past him, and then... He looks at her, standing inches from him, a scarlet stain on her cheek. He was gone. He turns towards me, pleading for me to understand. Did he want forgiveness from me? That's what you're supposed to do, isn't it?
To make them feel better when they've made a confession. To be able to move on. My blank look tells him everything. I'm not going to forgive. I will never forgive you, I say, my stomach tightening into a huge ball of rage, pain and anger. Giles takes it in with a puckered brow. I know that, but I didn't push him. You must believe that. I grimace. The urgency in his tone burns like little fires over my body. Maybe, but how do I know that? How do I know that she didn't push him when she brushed past him? Is that what you did, Samantha? Brush past him and give him a little push? That way you could sleep at night, telling yourself that you didn't really push him. Is that how you live with yourself? Well, is it? My eyes throw out daggers of hate. If they were real, they would stake her to the wall. I knew Marcus's death was no accident. Somebody deliberately killed him. I move away from them both to the window to watch the breakers crashing on the shoreline. Patricia clears her throat. I react. I've forgotten we weren't alone. Well, Thomas said he had the answers. Why don't we ask him? I forgot about Thomas. It slipped my mind. I straighten my back, preparing for another battle. Right, well, we have all these versions of that day and we're about to get more, but we can't forget the diaries, Patricia says. I press my face to the window. Nothing but the ocean and the truth is out there. They'll cover it up like they always do, sobs Samantha, refusing to accept anything but her own version of what she believes. You disgust me, you know that? Giles says to Samantha. To think of killing somebody just for revenge. Isn't that what you want to do to whoever killed Marcus? She responds bitterly. No, an eye for an eye, but with all the facts, not like what you intended. The law can deal with them after that. The door of the sitting room opens and Thomas walks in. If you will follow me upstairs, he says, turning around and walking back out.
Chapter 39. Marcia. I have no weapon. I have no clue what to do or what I will do when I find out who pushed Marcus. The only thing I am certain of is that somebody did. The four of us make our way upstairs to Bibby's apartment with Thomas. I want answers. Only I'm not stupid enough to realize that there will be some questions for which I will never get an explanation. Namely, who Bibby Bancroft really is, and what really happened between her and our son. I'm not thinking about the consequences of what I might do when I'm face to face with the monster who pushed my darling boy in front of a train. I still believe it was her. I haven't thought how it will affect Giles, our friends and family, because I don't want to. It's scary where I'm at. And yet I don't feel scared. I'm strangely calm as we reach the top of the stairs. Bibby's door is directly in front of us. I feel strange, as if I've been stunned into calmness by some big pharma opioids that have numbed my emotions, filling me with an unnatural sense of confidence. It feels like I'm invincible, or have a hidden power to unleash when I finally find the solution, just like a Marvel superhero. Thomas doesn't even knock, simply opens the door. Giles puts a hand on mine. My first thought as the door opens wide is that he is going to try and stop me. Is he going to make a scene and tell me to be rational and controlled about all this? That losing my temper isn't going to get me the answers I'm looking for, and to remind me that we are here to obtain proof and then report back to the police for them to handle it from there on. But what if it was Giles? What then? Somewhere in this room is the answer I've been waiting for. When we first arrived here, I'd been so certain of what I would do when I found my beautiful boy's murderer. I'm not so sure now. His breath is warm on my face as he leans in close. Marcia. I know what you're going to say, I tell him through clenched teeth,
so as not to waste his breath warning me. I just want to make sure you're okay with this. It's going to be a shock. I just want you to be prepared and stay calm. I can't promise that. Sorry, but you can't ask that of me. Besides, aren't you angry? And you're not off the hook yet either. Yes, obviously. He gives me a slight shake of his head, leans in slightly but holds off coming closer, like he's holding himself back. Reluctantly, I look up, catching him sweeping his eyes over my face. Looking for what? Let's find out which one of them killed our son, I say. He holds me back with his hand. Is there something else you need to tell me before we go in? If you prefer to, you can wait out here. I give him a look of disdain, like a coward. Don't be ridiculous, he snaps back. I don't look convinced. So, stop trying to stop me, Giles. I'm not. I just need to ask you something before you go inside. Please, just give me a second, Marcia. I wait. There's an uneasy silence. Samantha and Patricia walk past us into the apartment. Like what? You're not planning on doing something criminal, are you? I pull in a sharp breath. Criminal? You mean like pushing someone out of a window or in front of a train? That sort of criminal? No, Giles, I'm not planning on doing something criminal, because to plan something would be criminal. But I'm not ruling out that something criminal might happen by accident. I want to ask him if he knows who it is, but I'm too disturbed by what I've already heard. Okay, I had to ask. He frowns, looking like he doesn't trust me. Enough stalling, I say, and stride in like a stormtrooper about to annihilate everyone in my sight. I storm in, but Bibby isn't around. Where is she? I demand the moment I notice she's missing. Are you covering for her again? Is Samantha right? Have you been protecting her all along? Tell me where she is. You don't need to do this anymore. If not me, the police will find out the truth about Marcus's death once I hand them my evidence. I wonder if they are stalling while Bibby makes her escape. But no, Bibby isn't leaving Tidesong. I'm certain of that. She's here, somewhere. I move towards the large picture window that overlooks the balcony and the Atlantic and step outside. The wind picks up, tugging me forward towards the edge. I struggle to push my hair out of my face, but it's useless. Mrs. Pugh joins me, but I make sure to keep my distance, staying just out of the woman's reach. I don't trust any of them. Be careful out here. It's a long drop to the bottom, Mrs. Pugh says, peering over the edge. Are you warning me? I ask, eyes narrowing. Or threatening me? No, dear, Mrs. Pugh replies calmly. Just reminding you, as I have before. The wind is incredibly strong here, which is why we never come out on the balconies when it's like this. It's also why the furniture is bolted down. The wind picks up without warning, as it sometimes does, snapping through the air and whipping my hair back and forth. Sudden gusts surge and vanish, each one more forceful than the last. I grip the balcony railing tightly, bracing myself against the invisible force. I recall the warning. I glance over the edge. No one would survive a fall from here. Jagged rocks lie beneath. Giles shouts, "Marcia, come back inside, it's not safe out there." Just then, as if on cue, a mug that had been left on the table flies off, narrowly missing my head before crashing onto the rocks below. The sound is swallowed by the howling wind. "Where is she, Mrs. Pugh?" I ask, struggling again to control my hair. "You don't need Bibby," Mrs. Pugh replies smoothly.
I can tell you what you want to know. More lies? No, I want to speak to her. The temperature has dropped sharply, sending a shiver through me. I can hear the breakers crashing angrily against the shore. The sea, once a welcoming blue only hours ago, is now a cold, stormy grey. I glance up as dark, heavy clouds swiftly cross the sky, moving towards us like a gathering army. Cornwall's unpredictable weather never ceases to surprise me. I see Bibby then, at the far end of the balcony, her arms wrapped tightly around herself against the cold, slowly turning towards us, her hand tight around the iron balcony. A sharp, wild feeling slashes through me as our eyes lock, and a primal realization of the moment's gravity hits me, making me shudder. Mrs. Pugh babbles on, but I'm not listening. My mind is consumed with thoughts of the woman before me and what she did to my son. Other voices echo behind me, calling my name, but it feels as though only the two of us exist on this windswept, treacherous balcony. This woman cold-bloodedly pushed Marcus to his death, and now she stands here, as though it was a mere blip in her miserable life. My mind races back to the earlier conversations of those who had been on that platform when Marcus fell. Can I be certain it had been Bibby? I'm sure of one thing. When Bibby confesses, and I know she will, there will be no stopping my instincts. But was it Bibby? My gut says yes, but doubt lingers. I think of calling Giles over, of using him as a witness, a means of forcing this killer to confess. But then again, Giles had been there too. The lies stack up like a Jenga tower, each one a precarious block, waiting for the smallest nudge to send them all tumbling down. Giles. I rush out, fighting the wind, straining towards Marcia as if I've read her mind. "Marcia!" I shout, but the gale swallows my voice. Mrs. Pugh's words are torn away too, lost to the sea. Marcia is a stranger to me right now, unpredictable, dangerous. We have both changed, caught in a storm of Marcus's making. Bibby stands still, watching, knowing exactly why Marcia is here. Answers. She won't leave without them. Had my wife prepared for this moment from the start? Marcia's eyes are still locked on Bibby. I wonder what she's thinking. Of Marcus? Standing with his back to the crowd? Had he ever thought of jumping? Had he ever considered how devastated we'd be if he died? We will never know, I think, as a familiar ache of loss tightens around my chest. Then Bibby is there, close enough to touch. She speaks, but the wind scatters her words. Both women's hair whips around them, a blur of tangled emotions. I watch, unsure whether to intervene. I stay back, next to Mrs. Pugh. A sudden gust howls, nearly knocking us all off our feet. The unpredictable winds Mrs. Pugh had warned about. Marcia grips the iron rail, steadying herself. Tension thickens in the air between us. Bibby. I grip the railing, my neck muscles taut as my words are lost to the wind. I lean in closer. Marcia sees the fear in my face, the terror of the sheer drop below gripping me, making every breath a struggle. I keep my gaze locked on Marcia, refusing to look down. "What are you going to do? Throw me over the edge?" "I know you want to," I yell, my voice barely cutting through the roar of the sea. "I do. Did you expect something else? A chat, maybe?" Marcia's tone is sharp, her words cutting through the wind as we shout to be heard. "I want the truth, if you're capable of that." She watches at the way I'm looking at her. My gaze darts to the edge. "What do you actually want to know?" My hand grips the rail tighter. I'm acutely aware of Mrs. Pugh and Giles nearby. "I want you to stop lying and tell me what really happened that day on the platform." "Do you?" I move closer. "And what if I told you something you didn't want to hear? You think tormenting me will make me give up? You never cared about Marcus, did you?" "That's where you're wrong," I say, stepping back. "I did care about him, very deeply." My eyes shift to the sea, my hair whipping around my face like it has a life of its own. "Oh, really? That wasn't obvious in the diaries, with all the things you did to him. Remember,
I've read them all.
you've read a few. Marcia ignores my dig, even though she isn't sure if I am telling the truth. She has only read a fraction of Marcus's thoughts, that is true. One thing Marcia did get from those diaries: her boy was in pain. He was suffering, and I was the cause of that pain. But that wasn't the truth. And suddenly you expect me to believe it wasn't true what he wrote? Funny how you say you cared for him, yet you never wanted to meet us. You've only read Marcus's version of our life. It wasn't all true. And not meeting you, that had nothing to do with our relationship. That was something else, and not relevant right now. You honestly think any of it was about you? I throw my head back, laughing. You didn't know your son. He wasn't serious about you, or he would have brought you to meet us. That's who he was. I knew my son better than you'll ever know, she says, as the words catch in her throat, choking her. Giles steps forward, taking hold of both Marcia and I and pulling us inside. I sit on the small couch in front of the unlit log burner, tears blurring my eyes, but grateful to be off the balcony. Why can't you accept that he loved me? I demand. The word loved echoes around the room in an act of defiance felt by all. Marcia's voice turns icy. He never loved you. If he had, he wouldn't have written those awful things. You ruined his life, pushed him into drugs and gambling. Marcus wouldn't have gone down that path if not for you. She stands firm by the unlit fireplace, back ramrod straight, fists clenched by her side, nostrils flaring. Giles locks the balcony doors, sealing out the relentless sound of the ocean. Every head in the room turns. Samantha's glare is sharp as I fire back. That's your problem, isn't it? To you, he was flawless, a golden boy who could do no wrong. So naturally, you blame someone else when things go wrong. Marcia swallows hard, then shifts her focus before she cracks.
When did you figure out who we really are?
My smile is cold. I don't want to be doing this. I shrug. Carrying a family photograph? Not very smart. My words cut deep, and I don't mean to be so mean. The hint that someone had indeed been rifling through their room is no surprise, I see. I found the photo while you were sleeping, I continue. Marcia blazes. You're a psycho, that's what Marcus thought of you. I doubt it says that in the diaries she read. I see now she's just angry at losing her son, and I get that, but having that anger pointed at me when all I did was try to help him hurts. You couldn't bear him leaving you, and that's why you tried to control him. God forbid anyone leaves you by choice. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Her words hit hard. If only she knew what I have lost. I let her rant. Let her get her anger out. I don't want to fight with her. I don't want to fight with anyone anymore. My silence is crushing. I can feel how it's making her feel. Without another word, I stride back to the balcony, unlock and then yank open the doors once again, and then begin down the narrow steps to the beach that run down the back of the house. Being in there, being accused of all sorts, without any of them knowing the truth, suffocates me. I just can't bear it a moment longer. No! Bibby, come back! It's too dangerous! Mrs. Pugh cries out. Marcia follows, but I'm already striding along the narrow catwalk above the rocks beneath the balcony. Marcia has never seen this winding, railingless path down to the beach. Instinctively, I reach for the rough wall of rocks when a sudden gust sweeps through my legs, throwing me off balance. Beneath the terrace, the wind softens, the sheltering rocks and cove offering a brief respite. I pause and then spin around. In that quieter space, my voice cuts through the calm as Marcia struggles to steady herself behind me. You call me a psycho, I shout, but you're the real psycho. You come here,
Drenched in righteous indignation over what you think happened to your son and his death, blaming everyone while missing what's right in front of you. You're so blinded by your own arrogance that you never see the truth. Marcia balls her fists. I see the pent-up grief burst forth. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't you dare cast my son as the villain. It's always been you, she screams. You killed Sophie, and my son. The final words nearly bring her to her knees. I can see that she can't bear what she thinks of Marcus being twisted. Is that what you think? I snap back. A gust of wind knocks me backwards. I stumble, then quickly regain my balance.
You only see things your way, narrowed to your own truth so that nothing else matters. Marcus knew how you were. Marcia roars. Just tell me, why did you push him that day? You've got it all wrong. Would you even believe him if he stood here and denied it? You're blinkered. Nothing I say will match your version of the truth. That's a lie. I want the truth, Marcia cries, nearly beside herself. No, you don't. I turn towards the beach, my feet poised at the edge of the catwalk. Slowly, I glance back. He never told you why he went off the rails, taking drugs, scribbling mad ramblings in his diaries, because he couldn't handle your emotional outburst. Truth? What are you talking about? If this is another one of your... I stop and turn back to her. You thought you knew him, but when he needed you most, you couldn't face the truth. Marcia's voice trembles. I don't believe you. This is just you trying to paint him as a villain again. Marcus never had trouble talking to me. I was always there for him. She turns to see Giles behind her. Believe what you want, but if you want the truth, brace yourself. I can handle it, Marcia shoots back, pulling out her mobile and hitting record. Go on. Tell the world what you did. Tell me how you killed my son. Tell me the truth about how he died. I edge closer to the catwalk's brink, aware Marcia can't tear her eyes away from my face. I'm teetering dangerously close to the edge. I hear Mrs. Pugh call out for me to be careful. Bibby, Mrs. Pugh calls out, come back to safety. This isn't the way. I want you and Thomas to reveal everything. Tell Patricia and Samantha what they want to know. Earlier today, Mrs. Pugh came to me and told me what happened to Sophie, what they plan to do to Marcus, what they think happened on the platform that day. Her words broke me. I wanted to shut them out, to pretend I hadn't heard, because if I let them in, then I'd have to face what I'd already half seen, half thought, and buried. Granny was all I had left to believe in, and I clung to that belief so tightly that I told myself I must have been mistaken before, that I hadn't really seen what I thought I saw, hadn't really understood what it might mean. Denying it was the only way I could keep her whole in my mind, the only way I could keep myself from falling apart. No, Bibby, this is madness. You don't have to be so dramatic. It's dangerous. Come over here, or I'll come to you. She edges past Marcia. Don't, or I will do it. What the hell is going on here? Marcia screams, frustration lacing every word. Tell me what happened that day. Stop playing games. And get away from the edge, Bibby. What? You care? The tears come. Marcia, Marcus had a glioblastoma. There was no hope for him, he knew it. The tumour pressed on his frontal lobe, warped his mind. That's why he was erratic, why he turned to drugs and gambling when he had nothing left. He took the drugs for the pain. Marcia stiffens. Giles and Mrs. Pugh catch her, one on each side. My tone is eerily calm now. You know, I feel at peace with myself. I did nothing wrong. I'm not afraid. Mrs. Pugh reaches out urgently. Bibby, you're too close to the edge. It's dangerous. Come back in. Giles moves to intercept her. Don't, please, don't, I plead, though my voice carries a detached finality. I'm not scared anymore, Mrs. Pugh. Not now. Not now I know everything. Marcia's eyes burn with a mix of betrayal and desperation. Is it true? My voice drops. Yes. Remember the diary? I bet you thought you had the last one, but you didn't. Marcus opened up and wrote everything down about how he was dying and how he felt in the very last diary, which you've not read. I made sure he only wrote when he was lucid and not clouded by pain relief. After he jumped, I found a post-it note instructing me to destroy it. He didn't want you to read it. Even then, at the end, he was thinking of you and your pain. Marcia gasps, shock and grief tangling in her throat. My God, Marcus, he jumped? He killed himself? I nod. She collapses in Giles's arms. Did you destroy it? No, I had to read it first, I confess. He didn't want me to read it while he was alive. But he didn't want you to read it knowing it would cause you more pain. The wind thrashes around me as I teeter dangerously close to the edge of the catwalk. One misstep and I'll fall. Bibby, love, come back. You're going to fall and I can't have that. You can't leave us, Mrs. Pugh cries, reaching out a trembling hand. I truly loved him, you know. despite what you think. I look at Marcia as she struggles with what I've said. Our time together was brief, but real for both of us. He was literally out of his mind at times. He lost himself. There were moments he forgot his own actions and then acted in ways that weren't him. His mind was unraveling, and he knew it. It was why he was behind with his writing. You know, he asked me to do it, to push him, to put him out of his misery. I couldn't. I understood why. I won't lie, I thought about it, I just couldn't. That morning, I sensed something was off with him. He was different, lighter, happier, like a weight had been taken off him.
Bibby. The day of the jump, Marcus wakes before dawn, a lot earlier than normal, and insists I join him for breakfast. It is unusual. His sweetness belies a tension I can't shake. This morning, Marcus seems flawless, his memory sharp, his speech clear, his coordination perfect. Yet beneath that calm exterior, we know these moments of normalcy are only temporary. I feel a jitteriness in my stomach at something I can't quite understand. He retreats to the bedroom soon after, and my voice breaks the silence after a while. "Come on, Marcus, what are you hiding in there? You're not watching porn, are you?" He chuckles. "Hardly, not at this hour." I can't help feeling something is wrong, but I can't read him. Whatever he's thinking, he's keeping it tightly shut in. When he finally emerges dressed and wearing a forced smile, it immediately sets me on edge. He's now ready to leave to meet his agent at his normal time. He likes his routines, rarely falters with them. "Are you okay? You seem different this morning." "We're meeting for breakfast," he replies. "So that's 2 breakfasts. 3 if you get your usual pastry." "Well, I have to get that. It would be bad luck not to." I smile, but the churning in my gut gets worse, and then my heart starts to race. "You go back to bed. You don't need to be up for a while. Go have a nap. I'll call you later, around lunchtime." He bends down, kissing me on the lips lightly. I touch them when he turns away. "Where?" I press, the unease tightening my chest. "Where are you meeting for breakfast?" I repeat, looking into his face. I pull my legs up tight into my chest on the sofa, watching his face. But it's impenetrable. I know something is wrong. All my nerve endings are alight. "Bibby, have a nap, go on. You know how tired you get if you don't have enough sleep." "Why did you get up so early today and insist on breakfast? Marcus, what aren't you telling me?" He sighs. "Nothing. I'm just nervous about this meeting. That's all. We're discussing a tour of the US. I don't believe him. "So where are you meeting up?" "I'm going to ring the agency the minute he leaves." He hesitates before answering. "Oh, I don't know. Some cafe near his office. I can't recall the name, just that it has an orange awning. It's only around the corner. What's with all the questions?" "Just curious," I murmur. As I go in to kiss the tip of his nose, pulling myself up off the sofa and standing on my tiptoes, I notice the subtle detail. He's wearing his best aftershave, the one reserved only for our nights out, my favorite scent. "Come here, my curious creature," he coos. "Bibby, stop looking at me like that. Go back to bed. Have a lie-in. I can see the worry in your eyes. I'm having a good day today. I feel really good." My eyes glisten with unshed tears as I fight to steady myself. "When are you going to tell Adam?" "You'll have to now, if he's talking of a book tour. You can't possibly consider it." We promise not to dwell on the inevitable, to keep our remaining time light and carefree. Yet every stolen moment is heavy with unspoken sorrow. "I know," he says. "Look, you can't keep this quiet any longer. I'm sorry. But can't we please tell your parents?" I plead, my voice trembling. "No. This is my time and I want to spend it with you alone. You don't know my parents. I love them, but the last time I saw them ended badly. I tried to tell them, but it just wasn't possible." "It's too late now," he insists, his tone firm yet laced with regret. "But," I begin. "No, Bibby, no," he interrupts gently. "Okay, whatever you say. You know they'll hate me when—" I try again. He smiles weakly. "Don't worry about that." Yet, as he brushes off my concerns, my heart pounds with dread. The secrecy and his quiet resignation looms over us like a shadow, each moment together both tender and unbearably tragic. After he leaves, I can't go back to bed. I call his agent only to be told that Adam is away on annual leave and not back until next week. I double-check they are right, and I'm told Marcus's meeting was cancelled. I wander into the bedroom, and that's when I notice it. All his things are tidy. I check his study. His desktop is pristine, almost too clean. A cold, inexplicable dread churns inside me. Without a second thought, I grab my keys and decide to follow him. At the station, I realize I don't have my Oyster card or my phone and have to physically buy a ticket with the loose change in my jacket pocket. I arrive just in time to see him slip into the coffee shop next door, as usual. Fearing he'll see me, I duck into my usual cafe on the other side of the street, watching as he emerges and heads inside the station. There, he stands at the very edge of the platform, a position that tightens my chest with unease. The station swells with the rush-hour crowd, bodies gathering around him like a tide. I wonder, is it always this busy at this time? The thought does little to calm me. He once voiced he didn't want to see it through, ending up wasted and a shell of himself. He asked me to help him. His idea was for me to push him into the train one day without him knowing when. I thought he was joking, but he hadn't been. I said no. I couldn't do that. He pressed me for a couple of days, then stopped. That was when I worried that he'd made other plans. Is he going to do something today? Was that what all the charade this morning was for? My eyes catch a fleeting glimpse of an old lady reminiscent of Granny, which coaxes a small, bittersweet smile from me because we're not speaking right now. I wonder how she's doing. In a vain attempt to distract myself, I begin mentally assigning faces to roles, jobs, families, fleeting memories of childhood games. All to stop me thinking what Marcus is up to today. I don't for 1 second think he'll jump, or maybe I just don't want to believe he will. Should I try to stop him?
But it's what he wants.
I notice a woman in black sportswear sidle up close to him, hesitantly glancing over her shoulder. As the woman's hand stretches forward, I am swept into the mass, forced to weave through the crowd, a jolt of terror deep within me that I am wrong, and he is going to jump. Just 2 bodies behind him. I turn as the train screeches into the station. In that split second, a shriek of metal and a woman's scream pierces the air. I turn towards the sound, then back to him, or rather the empty space that was him, and panic seizes me when I can't see him. It all happens so quickly. A spray of crimson spatters across several passengers. Paralyzed, as if glued to the concrete beneath my feet, I can only stare in horror at the empty space where Marcus had just stood. The woman in black flees. Another man mutters something desperate as he retreats from the chaos, pocketing Marcus's phone, lying where his feet once were. Marcia. I'm paralyzed by Bibby's words. Marcus had a glioblastoma. There was no hope for him. He knew it. The tumor pressed on his frontal lobe warped his mind. That's why he was erratic, why he turned to drugs and gambling when he had nothing left. He took the drugs for the pain. I can only stare at her. It isn't until I feel Giles's hand on my arm that the paralysis eases, and I step forward, 1 step at a time, towards Bibby, until I've crossed the distance between us. The huge drop in front of me makes me queasy. How can Bibby stand here? The wind nudges me forward, towards the gaping abyss beyond the path. Bibby turns her head, a smile lighting up her face. She nudges her feet a little closer to the edge. I want to reach out and grab her. It's a strange feeling. After all this time, I realize I don't want her to die, even though it has been my prayer all along. Bibby lowers her head, and her body seems to collapse forward, as if weighed down. My stomach twists in a knot. I won't be able to hold her. Oh God,
She's going to fall.
Bibby, wait! Don't do anything stupid. Step back. Bibby edges closer still, and I instinctively reach out, grabbing the back of her t-shirt. Oh my God, Mrs. Pugh exclaims, her voice trembling with terror as she rushes closer to us both. Don't let her fall, please. Marcia, Charles calls out, be careful. If she falls, she'll take you with her. I can't let you do this. It's wrong, I say, in the hope Bibby will believe me. I move slowly, 1 more step, afraid of startling her. Giles is right. I could go tumbling down with her if she falls. Bibby,
Come back inside. We really need to talk this through. I was wrong. I see that now. I want to know more. That is the truth. I need to know what Marcus's thoughts had been. I told you everything. The missing diary is in Granny's locked desk. When you read it, you'll understand. I couldn't destroy it like he asked. I knew it wasn't fair on you. I feel her tipping and pull on her t-shirt. Her weight gets heavier as she tips further. You tell them, Mrs. Pugh. You tell them everything, won't you? Everything. Mrs. Pugh screams, "Don't, Bibby! Your granny wouldn't want this. We don't want this." There's light laughter coming from Bibby, sounding distant. Her words seem remote, as if the wind is pulling them from her and throwing them out there. The irony of this moment is that I don't want Bibby to die. I don't want this. Nobody wants this. Pull back, Bibby. I feel Bibby's feet slipping, moving forward as gravity claims her. If I let go, Bibby will die, but if I keep hold, I will die with her. My own feet slide. I feel someone grab me from behind and sense them sliding forward too. The pull of gravity is too strong. With nothing to stop our slide, we are all going to die. It happens so quickly. Gravity pulls me as a giant gust of wind slams into us, and in that split second of awareness of what is about to happen, I let go and I'm yanked backwards by strong arms. There's no noise, no screams. I sit between Giles's legs where we've fallen backwards, feeling stunned, terrified and shocked that I let Bibby go. I look at my hands, the hands that let her go, let her fall to her death. Thomas rushes to the edge. He looks gingerly down and begins to sob. I wonder if he can see anything. His phone lights up as he unlocks it and calls the police, choking on the words. I'm confused and unsure, finally pulling myself to my feet. Giles walks me back up the catwalk to the house. The Pughs follow behind. I don't know what to say. The words are all jumbled inside my head. I can't get them out. Patricia is waiting for us at the top of the stairs, her face grave. We walk into the house, together. I don't know how I got here. I don't remember the walk back to the house. The solemnity of what just happened cloaks us all in silence. "You're not going to write about what happened out there, are you?" asks Giles, helping me to the small sofa in Bibby's apartment and pouring me a brandy. I thought I'd feel better, lighter, when Bibby was no longer around, when she was dead. But I don't. I actually feel nothing. "I don't really know what happened out there," says Patricia, seating herself next to me. Samantha perches on the end of an armchair, twisting her hands together. "I thought I'd feel at peace, but I just feel worse. The pain hasn't gone. I thought it would, but it hasn't. If anything, it's worse. And I still don't know what really happened to my Sophie." The anguish in her voice is raw. "I think Thomas can fill in the blanks," Giles says, understanding her need for closure. Thomas walks towards Samantha and sits down beside her. I sit in silence, still stunned, with a blank look in my eyes.
Chapter 40. Marcia, Norfolk. 2 months later. In the aftermath of what happened that day at Tidesong, I explained the sequence of events to the police. A terrible accident that wasn't in any way premeditated, but actioned purely by Bibby herself. The testimonies of the witnesses all said the same. I tried to save her, but ultimately, when there was no hope, I had to save myself. I was told that the CPS might try to accuse me of encouraging her suicide. Thankfully, everyone who bore witness testified that it was Bibby alone who chose to jump. I was thankful that the Pughs didn't bring up the whole debacle of Bibby's life and the tragic demise of her friend Sophie, which would have cast a shadow over all of them. Thomas's voice was flat when he confessed to us earlier that evening. He'd seen it, Mrs. Stedman Walsh sliding out the canister from Sophie's inhaler, wrapping it in towels, telling him to take the towels down to the girls who had only taken a bag with drinks with them. We'd never known Sophie to have an attack. I thought it was spite. I couldn't imagine she'd need it that day, so it didn't bother me too much. "Why not tell the police?" I asked. Connie said we'd be ruined. It was wrong, but she was gone. Speaking up wouldn't bring her back. "So you let Bibby believe she'd imagined an inhaler? I thought you loved her. How could you?" I stayed silent because it wouldn't do her any good to know that about her granny.
And then what? Mrs. Stedman Walsh goes to prison, and Bibby loses her too. She made up her own mind to believe what she was being told. Her grandmother insisted there had been no inhaler, and Bibby chose to believe that. Her grandmother told her she'd imagined it from the shock of seeing Sophie die, that Sophie never had it. That's what we told the police. And Samantha, I know Bibby remembers something different, but didn't want to believe what she'd really seen. She told me she thought she remembered seeing the inhaler,
Was certain of it, but Mrs. Stedman Walsh insisted she'd imagined it. And then Mrs. Stedman Walsh said that the conversation was finished, and we never spoke about it again. What did Bibby actually say to you? She said, I found her inhaler, but it didn't help. Sophie tried and tried. I realized the canister was missing. It could have dropped out on the way down. I couldn't think. One terrible thought crossed my mind, but I didn't want to go there. Couldn't go there. But it had been enough to make me insist ever since that there was no inhaler, rather than an inhaler with no canister. I make a fresh pot of coffee. Giles puts down the newspaper. Well, I think this is the first time we're not mentioned in any way, not even in the tabloids. He puts the newspaper down on top of the pile of papers we've been getting since that tragic day. I can't believe how much publicity there was. Thank God it's stopped now. I was beginning to think we'd have to sell up and change our names. The scrutiny by the press has been unbelievable and unbearable, with doubts thrown up by the tabloids and social media and various scenarios as to what really happened the day Bibby died. I doubt it would have got as much traction if he wasn't a young, well-known, up-and-coming author. You know what the press is like. Anything that will sell a story. They throw in as much as they can to keep it going, says Giles sourly. I hate how they painted his reputation as a drug taker with gambling problems. One tabloid printed that if he hadn't been sick, he'd have died anyway from his addiction. In the middle of that cruelty, his agent stepped in and managed the PR with such care and precision that it felt like the only shield we had left, and for that we were deeply grateful. Marcus's last book is coming out at the end of the year. He had emailed it to his agent the morning of the jump. Giles, I think about Marcus's mobile hidden in my desk and what to do with it.
Whether it would be too much for Marcia. And what good would it do anyway? If we were to unlock it, what texts might there be there that weren't for our eyes? So I'm leaving it where it is. Sometimes I just look at it and hold it, knowing this was the last thing he touched. Then I silently sob, privately. The Missing Diary. 1 month before the jump. From the same hospital window where, 12 months ago, I was told my life was over, the memory comes rushing back. Bibby walking towards me, unaware that her own world was about to crash and burn. Now back here, looking out of the same window, I see only my reflection, and what I must do to help myself. There's nothing more they can do. The prognosis of a slow death is grim. I don't have long before I lose capacity. It's worse than I can bear to live through. I've started to notice difficulty with my speech. I won't live through what is to come. In the rare moments when my mind feels sharp, I know exactly what I must do while I still have the strength to do it. I need to help myself. Since my diagnosis, it has been hell. But at least I understand why I have been doing the things I have without recollection. My mood swings, my memory loss, my paranoia, difficulty with words. There are good days and there are bad. Weakness in my right leg where I should use a cane, but I will not be seen that way. I'm not supposed to drive, but I will not stop my life just yet. I'm on medication to keep me from spinning out, but I know it will get worse for me. Taking cocaine helps me a lot. It takes me away from the moments I can't bear to live through. And so, writing this now before the medication and drugs stop working is my only hope of actually getting my honest feelings down on paper. I don't want anyone to read this, not really. I just need to write for me, to get it out of my system. I'm angry, mad. But what good are those feelings when I'm dying? I have such little time, and I don't know what to do with it. I should do lots of things, but I don't feel up to it. I want to tell my parents, but I don't. They will smother me, and I can't cope with that. I'd rather they remember me as I am. Bibby keeps telling me to speak with them, to tell them. I might try. Maybe she's right, They'll hate me for it if I don't. They'll hate her. I have treated Bibi recklessly, with little regard for her feelings. I simply did not know I was behaving so badly. I'm slowly cutting back on the cocaine. The doctor said it would clash with my medication and probably make me worse. I don't think it does. When the pain comes, it takes me out of it for a while. The gambling gave me a buzz, a high different to the drugs. Losing made it more exciting. I just thought, I'm dying, so what? I need to do this last thing of sound mind. I need everyone, including Bibi, to know I was not off my head when I do it. I told Bibi I couldn't see it through. Tubed up, losing control of my body and becoming a vegetable. I told her I wasn't going to let it happen. She's smart and picked up instantly what I was talking about. But she refused to help me. Not that I would ever ask her to. I think I did ask her at one point when I was high, just to see if she would. She said no. I'm sorry, Bibi, for all I put you through. I'm sorry for the hell you'll go through when my parents turn up. I'm sorry for the mess you will have to deal with after I do what I have to. I don't know what else I can say, but sorry, sorry, sorry. This is not a cowardly way out. I simply do not want any of you to see me deteriorate into a vegetable. I will try and go to see Mum and Dad. I will try for you, Bibi, but only because it will make it easier for you. But I can't promise I will. I fear intervention. I've hurt my parents by not telling them why I have become so erratic and out of control. I've hurt you too with all the terrible things I've said, done, tried to do.
I hate how sometimes when I'm spinning out of control, I react savagely and do irrational things that you later tell me about. I don't know that person. I find it hard to believe I have little memory of recent activities. It's as if my memories stopped 8 months ago. I'm worried that in one of my moments, I've done some stupid things that I can't remember, and they will come back and haunt you. But I can't remember, so I can't tell you if I have. I hope you will forgive me if I have. One day before the jump. My agent, Adam, is talking about book tours. I would love to do them. It's not going to happen. I have my plan now, and I'm at peace with myself. He's off on holiday, somewhere hot and exotic. Bibi, I know this probably makes little sense to you if you read it. I don't think it will help my parents to read it. I'd like you to destroy it. You tell them from me. It will be hard enough for them when I'm gone. They don't need to read how sick I've been. Connie, Norfolk, 2 months later. After the police investigation into Bibi's death is over, I decide to visit Marcus's parents. Thomas is with me. This is something we have to do together. After all, we are in it together by circumstances. They've heard it from Thomas already, but I need to let off my own steam. I spend a minute looking at the front door and wondering if I should simply write them a letter. You've told them we're coming. You can't back out now, says Thomas, ringing the doorbell and stepping back. We hear footsteps, and a moment later the door swings open, and Marcia is on the other side. Mr. and Mrs. Pugh, thank you for coming. Please come inside, won't you? In the drawing room, Marcia organizes tea, then sits herself next to Giles. I feel uneasy, hoping I can quickly say what I need to and leave. Before you say anything, Marcia says, I know we didn't have much time after the tragedy, to thank you for not telling the police the gorier details about why we were staying there. There was no more need for pain. We'd all had enough of that. Some things are best left unsaid. But not everything, says Thomas. That is why all of this happened to Bibi. We should have spoken out. He drops his head. Selfishly, we had no choice. Mrs. Stedman Walsh had us over a barrel, so to speak. Yes, agrees Marcia. We know. And of course, we understand. I think they probably don't really understand. Whatever. All I want is to say what I've come to say as I promised Bibi, and then be off. Well, says Marcia, trying to ease the sudden tension in the room. At least you now have a wonderful roof over your heads and no need to worry about being homeless. It was very generous of Bibi to leave you the house and all its chattels. More of a shock than anything. Thank goodness for the estate agent. Now we live in Bibi's apartment, and the rent gives us a freedom we've never before experienced. I am so grateful to her. Well, let me say what I came here to say. I clear my throat.
I saw Lucy remove the canister from Sophie's inhaler, and so did Thomas, though we never shared that information until the day Bibby died. I'm not proud of my silence, and I was stunned to learn Thomas had kept quiet too, knowing all along that Lucy had removed the canister. Not until Bibby died did he confess to me. After it happened, after Bibby died, I told him what I'd seen Lucy do with the inhaler. We quarreled that we should have spoken up. But what good would it have done speaking out? Sophie was already gone, and at our age, it might have meant losing everything. It's a poor excuse, I know that. To ease my conscience, when we inherited Tidesong, I gave Samantha the freehold to her cottage. It's the least I could do. I know that Thomas told you, Samantha and Patricia, that day what he'd seen, but I told Bibby about the inhaler the morning she died.
Maybe that was a mistake. But I thought she deserved to know. I don't think she could accept it. I pause. I regret it now. It's too late, isn't it? We can't turn back the clock. My voice falters. I shouldn't have said anything. Maybe she'd still be here if I'd kept quiet. I'm not sure she needed the truth. After Marcus, I think it was just too much. I take a deep breath and drink some tea. I think I broke her heart. I put my teacup down. Bibby was already damaged. Then she met Marcus and had to deal with his illness and then losing him. It was too much for her. She lost everyone she loved. She felt like she was a bad omen to be around. Connie Cornwall. The day Lucy Stedman Walsh died, I had struggled to keep everything in. Sophie, what we'd done to Marcus, or tried to do. I wasn't sure if I had been the reason he'd fallen in front of the train or not. But I suddenly resented having been put in that position. It was Thomas who told me we should never have agreed to help, which made me finally realize how controlled we had been. Controlled by Lucy, by the quiet, poisonous way she made things happen without ever seeming to lift a finger. In her bedroom now, I tell her both Thomas and I saw her take out the canister from Sophie's inhaler. She laughs, and that makes my blood boil. The same laugh, I realize, that she used when she told me so casually that she had taken care of the situation with Bibby's dad. That was the moment it clicked. Lucy hadn't just been involved, she'd arranged it. The accident, the one that killed him, and Sophie's death. And I had known. I'd known and said nothing. I stare at her now, this woman who raised Bibby, who taught her to be careful, to be quiet, to be clever. And all the while, I watched, nodded, and let it happen. I feel sick. Not just because of what she did, but because I didn't see it sooner. Because I trusted her and protected her. I walk right up to her, my face inches from hers. You've taken everything away from Bibby. You're a cruel, evil woman, and I should have left you years ago. Lucy starts to protest, backing away from me, but I grab her arm. You were always spineless, Connie. You didn't leave because you liked that I looked after you, gave you a home. What are you going to do? You have nowhere to go. You'll never leave Tidesong. Never. I don't understand why you can't see that what I did was out of love for Bibby. You're not even sorry, are you? You caused Sophie's death, and it's never bothered you. We don't know if it was my brushing past Marcus, or Thomas's gentle push, or the surge of people, or whether he jumped. But you put us in a terrible position. I should have found the strength to walk away. Sorry? Of course I am. Sophie had never had an asthma attack. I don't even know why I did it. It was reckless. I saw her with Bibby, and she made me angry after what she'd done with that bottle. Angry that she was still here, on my private beach. I never meant her to die. Everything I did was to protect my granddaughter. I'm so sorry I defended you and kept your secrets. I really am. But I will tell Bibby the truth. I will tell her it was you, because that's what you deserve. She's carried the burden that she might have been the reason Sophie died because she couldn't help her. She remembers the inhaler, but you told her she'd imagined it. You didn't want it brought up just in case someone looked into it deeper. You let her believe she might have dropped it from the bag. You let her believe all those things. Lucy laughs. No, you won't, and you're not sorry. If you'd been sorry, you would have done something about it then. I drag her to the bed, push her to sit down,
There's little resistance, but she's surprised at my bullishness. Then, as if to prop pillows behind her, I lift one of them and place it over her face, holding it down until she stops moving. There's silence. When I'm sure Lucy is dead, I remove the pillow and put it back, then pull the body into a sleeping position. I will tell the police she died in her sleep tomorrow, when I come in to wake her up, as usual. I make my way downstairs and tell Thomas. Horrified and ready to come up and try to resuscitate her, he stalls. It's too late, isn't it? Years too late, yes. Connie. Now I sit in Bibby's apartment, which is now our new home, and look afresh at the note I found in her room when I was cleaning out her possessions. Dear Connie, I don't know where to start. What you've told me, about her, about what she did, what she asked of you, what she wanted to happen, it's shaken me. I'm still trying to process it. The truth behind the accident, behind what happened to her, behind everything we thought we understood. It's devastating. I feel like the ground's shifted beneath me. So much of my life has been built on stories that weren't true, on trust that was misplaced. And now, knowing how far she went, how calculated it all was, I don't know who I am in the middle of it. I don't know how to carry it. They say that God never gives you more than you can handle. Well, if that's so, he got it severely wrong with me. Inside I have been sad, really, really sad. For so long I thought it was how everyone was. Clearly not, just me. When my mother killed herself, I think she killed me too. How can a person say they love you more than life, which she said so many times to me as a child, then go and kill herself and leave me behind? I don't understand. I don't understand how my dad gave up and took up drinking and feeling sorry for himself when he too said he loved me. Why didn't they fight for me? All I wanted was to be a family. I didn't care where we lived or how much money we had. I just wanted us all together. Thank you for always being there for me, you and Thomas. And thank you for being so honest with me and telling me the truth, finally. I think I knew all along, deep down. I'm sorry for being mean to you at times. I was just frightened of opening up, letting you get too close. You understand. I know you do. You know, I loved Marcus, I really did. And then when he was taken from me, something inside me stopped working. It's all too much. Connie, I think you know I'm broken. So broken I can't put the pieces back together. And I don't want to. It's too much. I'm too tired. I know you'll understand. I love you both, Bibby. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The end.